All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery, what spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye and we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder, how could two so different be lovers? Yeah, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, oh, automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. I'm addicted. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac.
dreaming. I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I remember on the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling of I learned to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom. All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand. It feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract, I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, oh, automatic. I'm always coming back. No.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out,
Our world
and the monsters come out to play.
gone. Did we ever leave or die? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew.
This time again.
We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Coming into day 2 of the Season 5 playoffs here. My name is Cliffhanger, joining me Proto. Look, we saw a hell of a day yesterday. Some teams upsetting in ways that we weren't expecting. Others performing exactly as we were expecting. But we come now into the start of play day 2. We jump straight down into the lower bracket. First round, the lower quarterfinals, best of ones, which is do or die here.
Yeah, best of ones, obviously quite a fair bit different to what we were seeing last night. Last night there was the second chance option of the second and third map, but now, due to the fact that this is the lower bracket, obviously there is more at stake trying to put themselves back in that upper bracket. Villa is going to be where we kick things off today, by the looks of things, possibly. Theme Park.
Theme Park, there we go.
Theme Park, sorry, is where we're going to be kicking things off today. So, yeah, look, interestingly enough, we saw Theme Park actually played a couple of times yesterday. And funnily enough, Trinitas did actually play it against Madness, however, losing it 7-1. But again, Trinitas being that team that favors those normal maps, favors those classics, you know, Oregon, Cafe, Villa, Club. But Dawei, they definitely enjoy those more offbeat maps because it sort of just plays to more, you know, helps their play style sort of progress throughout a game. So this is going to be an interesting first lower bracket round, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be that way, especially, you know, Dawei being knocked out in the way they were. Heartbreaking to say the least, but they really did give Madness hell a run. You can see we got player cams now, Proto. You can see all of our 10 players in the lobby on screen. We're going to be getting some great reactions, no doubt, as well.
Yeah, look, the reaction cameras are going to be great to have. It's going to be funny to see some of the reactions at the ends of rounds, etc. So hopefully we get some good ones out of that. But albeit the bans, Jackal and Thatcher to go. I mean, it is pretty straightforward at this point. Expected that it's going to be Jackal Thatcher / Flores Thatcher, especially due to the fact that we pretty much saw the exact same ban line for every game last night. Mirror to go for Trinitas. Dawei, I'd imagine they'll probably take Valkyrie out here. Cade not as big of an issue to deal with on Theme Park, given that Maverick is so prominent, but we'll see whether or not she makes it momentarily and whether or not... There you go. So it is going to be Cade to be let through, Valkyrie to go, and again, there's a pretty standard banning lineup here.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to put names to faces and figure out who is who in the server. Of course, you can just see the focus, the laser focus that we're seeing on our screens. Minor interruption there on the left. Someone messing around with the curtains, but I mean, just look at them. They're all determined to pick up the win here.
Yeah, game faces on. Definitely setting themselves up for getting ready to play out this first match. Obviously, defense is going to be where Dawei kick things off. Theme Park tending to be that slightly more defender-sided map as opposed to the attacker-sided map. So, I mean, I guess we'll see how it pans out on their side. They're going to start things off on the top floor, though, as opposed to down in Throne Armory, which is an interesting choice. But given the way that Dawei like to play, it is going to be a very aggressive style of siege. It's going to be a very aggressive style of defense as well. I'm assuming maybe a lot of runouts, maybe a couple of spawn picks here or there, but their extensions themselves, I mean, we already see some already super heavy extension over towards the cash side, over towards office predominantly, as well as initiation. So, definitely the style that Dawei are going to go for here, and something that Trinitas actually struggled with yesterday. I mean, going up against Madness, an inherently aggressive team, losing Chalet 7-2, winning Oregon to take it to a third, but on Theme Park, they lost it 7-1. And I actually believe they even started on defense, Panda. So at the end of the day, Theme Park isn't looking the greatest for Trinitas, given their previous history. Last time they played it as well against Success, it was an 8-6 full OT. They did win that, but again, that's against Success, not Dawei. So interesting scenes.
Well, I mean, look, Proto, if you had to pick your head-to-head matchup here, who would be the players on either team that you're watching to have the biggest impact?
For Dawei, 100% you're going to be looking at Raven, Vooz, and Hennessy, maybe even Robust. But then for Trinitas, 100% it is going to be Enlo and Floaty. Those two players from yesterday, super huge impact across the board. And for Dawei, I mean, Dawei's players all have the ability to make that impact. We saw that a lot yesterday. If I had to pick the most predominant two, I would probably go for Raven and God Mode, purely based off the fact that they just have that individual style of play, and it can be picked apart so easily as an analyst, but when in game, it's so hard to verse. But I mean, we're going to see that, I hope, come to fruition here for Dawei. I mean, half the round gone and not much has happened, man.
Yeah, it's a slow start. Obviously, it's a new day. Hopefully, these guys have got some rest from yesterday. Enlo already getting into workshop, trying to set up some of those long angles, trying to deny some sort of pinch from below. You know how impactful they can be on a map like Theme Park. And right now, the drone game's thinks Nopi takes some big damage, more so than Raven has taken already, which puts that disparity there, and Nopi, unfortunately, can't salvage the situation. Boost will connect onto the head, Raven connects on the floaty as well, so no more boosts coming through either.
We saw this, I know Floaty wasn't the first to go. Speaking of going, Enlo, he's going to be hitting the cams as well, but we spoke about this yesterday. Finka was always the first, if not one of the first players that I always on the attack, which is really funny. But it's definitely keeping its tradition going today. Nade from Div, trying to force Raven out, but it's actually just going to push him back, and the Ace is going to take down Vooz Robust from top yellow to finish off Div, and it's all up to Ace now. Equinom to find a 1v4. Panda, this is not a great start for Trinitas at all. Robust finishing off that round pretty quickly.
Yeah, unfortunate is probably about as close as you're going to get as a description of that round. But we know for a fact both these teams have had a pretty rough road so far. Not the ideal situation for either of them, but look at the way they're happy. They're ready to go. The smiles all around. Well, mostly all around.
Yeah, look, they're happy. Are there two people in the same room there on the same team? I think there actually might be. A little bit of team coordination. It looks like there is, possibly. I don't know. Either way, it'd be awesome to see that for Dawei. But Eden still a great start for them.
From the looks of it, it looks like family
Might be
watching
someone
on the other screen.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be someone watching the game on the other screen.
Shout out to whoever's there watching. I believe it's alongside Booze.
I was going to say that might be Booze's relative. So shout out Booze's relatives. Supporting the homie. Albeit, Dawei, great way to start off their first round on Theme Park. But again, we talked about it being aggressive, and that it exactly was, Panda. We saw the swings from Bathroom. We saw the aggression from inside of Security. We saw it towards Cash. And the kills were just all over the place. I mean, Booze found one, Raven found two, Robust with two more, and it was just so impactful at the start of those rounds. Dawei put themselves in the lead early and really just sort of set the pace. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Setting the pace is a thing that Dawei are very good at, and it's something that they can continue doing, well, I'd imagine throughout this whole game. They did it yesterday. So, you know, unless something terrible has happened overnight, which we hope it hasn't, Trinitas are going to be in for a big, big game here for their first lower bracket run.
Also, remembering just how defender-sided this map was, of course, Trinitas starting off the attack. I mean, I'm expecting them to have a rough half. I'm looking, you know, sort of that 4-2, 5-1 scoreline, but it's when they hit over the defense where they can really shine. I mean, you look at Div yesterday, he was a real standout player as well, alongside Nopi and Floaty and Enlo as well. So, I mean, if he can start hitting his shots, they definitely could do some damage there.
Yeah, Div had a huge impact yesterday, but speaking of Enlo, again, he's going to go down very early to Robust, who's been allowed to roam down inside of maintenance and actually retake Gong, where the Buck was playing from that verticality below. And Floaty now, he's going to make his way down the Dragon hallway. Could have been spotted out there by Raven. Unfortunately, he's going to back off from those vertical angles, and Floaty's going to be allowed to peek on round into Gong here. But Robust, he's still holding strong in maintenance. He does have a good position, but look at the time he's wasting. I mean, what's this, 30 seconds now that it has taken for the attack to not even necessarily find him. They know that he's locked inside of maintenance, but that's it. They don't know where he is. They don't know if he's moved off. They don't know if he's already rotated, and this is valuable time that Trinitas are burning, trying to find Robust for this refrag.
On the drone, that's exactly what they need. It's magnificent positioning. Floaty is going to have all the info, even hits the boost beforehand. Robust, does he have any idea? The pre-fire, somehow they whiffed the opportunity. The soft wall was behind them, and Robust now knows that he was on drone. He will be traded out by Nopi, but that should never have happened.
It's too late at that point. It is way too late. You've only got a minute left. Your Buck is gone. Your Finker is gone. Again, one of the first to go down. They don't even have cash control. They don't really have anything other than bottom top Dragon. And that's all they have to work with here. I mean, they just have to sort of face check into the angle. Equinom will be, unfortunately, sort of caught out throwing the flashbang here. They're going to go to burn the meeting shield. They need to follow Gone 6 as well, just to make sure. So it is burned, but with only 30 seconds left. This is the bomb site. They don't have too far to travel, but it's a 4v3. Nope, be getting close. Could find my opener here. And take down God Mode. That'll be huge, but Raven is there. Not going to do enough damage to finish, and Panda 20 seconds.
There we go, Div stepping up once again. Vu's removed. 19 seconds, 3 players to find for either team. All Dawei need to do, though, is burn that time. The nade, unfortunately, from Div, going to be eaten by the ADS. They've got to force the issue. Nopi from the showers. That's a big play. He needs more. Unfortunately, Equinom can't do much. He finds 2. It's all coming down to Nopi, but he's behind initiation. Does he have info? Yes, he does, but he can't hit the shots. My God, Proto, that was far too close.
There was like 0.4 seconds there left or something in that round, and that could have gone anyone's way at that point. I mean, the swing from the smoke, it was so close to being a Trinitas round as well. I mean, if Nopi could have hit that shot, we could have seen it completely end the other way. But Trinitas, you know, as I said, God Mode, player to watch out for on the smoke, gets the job done. And it's definitely another round on the board for Dawei. They're happy with that at least. But yeah, Trinitas, I mean, that was almost a really good retake from them in terms of the round at the end there. They had a good attempt taking through to initiation. They switched to push-up last second. Unfortunately, Hennessy sort of taking that opening gunfight, finding that first pick, sort of set the precedence really there. As soon as the second player went down, it was a 1v1, and then, you know, ultimately it was one out there in the end. And you do have to commend the smoke play there, but yeah, look,
I
bit of a
think
rough start
that's-
for Trinitas.
I think that's God mode bottom left. I'm just going off the order of the players that are in the lobby, but he looked like he was vibing, man. He was just bopping out to whatever music was playing through his headphones and just looking to get the job done. And right now, Dawei are doing that already. Third site, third play, third round. And they're doing. I mean, look at Hennessy's 3-0 right now.
Robust was 4-0 until being traded, but yeah, I mean, big numbers already for Dawei. It's only third round in. We've just started it, so I'd imagine we're going to see some big kill games here. I mean, unless we see, you know, a quick 7-0, 7-2, I'd imagine we may not see the highest of kills, but still, we do have to take into consideration the fact that it is a possibility that we see some double digits here from Dawei Panda, especially if Robust and Hennessy keep up the amount of frags that they've been collecting so far. Trinitas, a little bit of a slower approach, just sort of making sure that they definitively have control of certain areas before moving in, using that Yana replicator from Nopi to gain that information, followed along by the Thinker of Floaty, taking that ground and really just spearheading this push into the top middle side of the map. And they're just sort of setting themselves up to play this vertical, open up the hatches, get ready for the walls, and Dawei, they're just not really feeding too much into it. They're just waiting for everything to come their way because they don't really need to aggress at this moment. They have that buffer period of those 2 rounds. They've set themselves up pretty good here.
Take straight into break room, Floaty and Div on the job, and you can see Hennessy rotating back towards the arcade stairs. He's going to get himself full send down towards barrels even. So out with some safety and semblance of positional play later on in the round. God mode though, we'll kick it off with 2. And he's going to absolutely disassemble this Trinitas attack, as he has been all weekend. And you can just see Floaty flummoxed, pops the nano boost. Unfortunately, the 2 teammates that could have used it the most are now dead.
I mean, we saw this a lot yesterday in the Invictus game. Teams were somehow allowed to get into a position where they were so close, albeit the 3 times we did see it in the Invictus game, there were no kills capitalized from it, boost to fall in the meantime. But this time, we have now seen a successful flank from Dawei to pick up 2 kills, and having taken down the Sledge and the Yana, the verticality now has pretty much just been completely stumped here for Trinitas. Yes, they found the Bandit on the vertical, but that doesn't really give them too much. Bandit's already used his utility, or at least you hope the Bandit batteries are down, but the Nitro may be the only thing Boost takes with him. Albeit 35 seconds, Panda, a player inside of maintenance here. Dawei have set themselves up well for the end round.
Div has to make the call. He has to jump in. Does he have support floats? Is it going to be a kill? No. God mode for 1 again. How does he find himself his opportunities? He will finally go down. The terror will end with the cost of 3 of the 5 Trinitas players. Utility jumping towards the site with 10 seconds remaining. They have not given themselves nearly enough time to work with here. Bad flash as well. That does not help the situation. 5 seconds. They've got to force on. Hennessy for 1. Robust for the last. And at the moment, Dawei are playing the game their way.
Great round from Dawei. It's also good to see them having fun. I mean, we look at the player cameras. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're enjoying themselves. You do love to see it. Keeping the spirits high in the team VC. It's always good. Mental is a huge part of this game. But, I mean, you can see the polar difference. I mean, Trinitas right now, very serious. Getting a little bit stressed out. They're down 3-0. And Dawei, they're loving life. They're 3-0 up. They're having fun. And you can see that. I mean, the play cameras, it gives us such a good perspective into the mental, or at least the thoughts and the play styles from these 2 teams. But, I mean, yeah, look, Dawei have set themselves up awesomely with the flawless rotation. They're going to be able to go back upstairs to dorms and bunk and just sort of reset, go for the next attempted 3-0 and see if they can end it on a 6-0 half. I mean, we saw that a lot yesterday as well, actually, Panda, some 6-0s and 5-1s, which usually you don't see too much. But I mean, yesterday there was just some absolutely amazing performances from teams across the board. I mean, Roosters on map 3, Invictus on map 2, even Dawei map 2 Cafe, Dawei map 1 Oregon was sort of just on an absolute eater. But again, it just speaks to the levels that these teams are playing at.
Yeah, Dawei, I mean, they even from their get-go, they were a team that threatened some of the better names in this competition, and they really look like they could be ones to dominate as well. And it's unfortunate to see them in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of who they had to verse after that first round of play being Invictus. Right now, though, they're looking to book themselves a bit of a rematch against Madness in the next round.
Yeah, they want to have another go. See if they can.
That's assuming Obeng doesn't upset Madness, of course. Best of ones.
True. Yeah, best of ones and all. I don't know how that's going to go given Obeng lost 7-0, 7-3 yesterday, but God Mode to find a pretty ballsy opening pick on Div, albeit one that was probably, one that Div probably had. He doesn't even know what happened. I'm pretty sure God Mode just wallbanged him through the hatch, and Hennessy, he's just there, he's waiting, and probably a really easy kill for him. Game bug maybe, apparently from Div, but albeit Nopi to find at least some consolidation back with a frag on a Raven. But still, big players already lost. Maverick and Buck to fall early on mean that Dawei now find themselves in a really good advantage player-wise, and now losing Floaty as well, God Mode, for a double. Things are not looking great for Trinitas here at all.
Well, it's all quickly coming apart. 2 versus 3 is not impossible, and we've seen what can happen when a headshot aligns, along with the stars and all the rest of it. But right now, there is potentially some upset availability for Trinitas, and they need to dig deep if they want to make it happen. That's exactly how you want to kick it off. Equinom coming in, didn't play for Trinitas yesterday. He's here today though, looking for more heat. I mean, the 2v2, this is doable.
Especially with a minute of play, there's plenty of time to make something happen. They will spot one player in the shield in the hallway. Nopi on low HP though, it's going to make things difficult here for him. Obviously, having lost Floaty early in the round, they're not going to have those adrenal surges to return him back to some of his former glory. Now with Equinom taking a lot of damage too, God Mode's going to go for the swing, but Equinom wins it with a bearing 9. And now 2 very low players go up against the full HP robust player who has done absolutely monumental things for Dawei in the last 2 days of play, including this afternoon even, sorry Panda. But 20 seconds, he's got to do something.
Right now, I mean, it's a game of headshots and Siege. This could quickly become a round that goes Trinitas' way, and Nopi pulls it out of the bag. What a headshot. Finds the long angle, spots it deep down by the Cafe double. And yeah, look, Trinitas, they'll take it. They'll make it work.
It's the round they needed to put them back in it. That's going to be the one that'll sort the mental out a little bit. Bunk daycare, it's going to be straight reattempt here from Dawei. Not even going to beat around the bush. They're going to get right back into it. Maybe a strat switch up here, possibly. We see Vooz and God Mode trade places on the Thorn. Sorry, Vooz and Robust trade places on the Thorn, bringing out the Warden, I believe it was, of all characters. We've seen actually a few Wardens in the last couple of days, Panda. Not necessarily for his utility, maybe, but more so the shield and the gun, possibly. I mean, we've seen the glasses activated, but in times where the glasses don't really need to be activated. Albeit, Warden, interesting pick for Robust, however, he's fragging right now. Maybe he's feeling it. Maybe that's the utility he wants to bring. We do see a couple of sets of flashbangs being bought from Trinitas, so, maybe a valuable pick from their side, but albeit that last round, a little bit of a fumble from Dawei. They did have the advantage, albeit the gun skill from Trinitas was just there in the end. I mean, Equinom didn't play yesterday, as you mentioned, but already proving that he's a valuable sub-in for today's games.
Yeah, look, when you're leading, well, I say leading, Nopi's there at the front right now, and oh my, it has been just a series of unfortunate events for attacking teams over the last 24 hours. So many spawn peaks, so many aggressive angles that defending teams have capitalized on. Luckily, though, we seem to have broken that trend of, just Finkers dying immediately.
We have a little bit. It's nice to see. I'm kind of glad that we haven't seen Finkers falling left, right, and centre just yet. Anyway, we have seen them sort of keep dying traditionally first or second, which it's keeping up appearances to some degree, albeit not necessarily the first frag, which is what we saw, as you said, a lot during yesterday's playdate. But now, I mean, Dawei, they only lead by 2, so Trinitas definitely have the ability to make this 3-3 split, but that is going to be the best that they can possibly hope for in this situation. And given that Dawei are looking really, really strong at the moment, they're going to have their work cut out for them. However, it's definitely something that I think they can pull off, given they play like they did in the previous round.
Well, that is possible. The fact that they've kept everyone alive within the first minute of play is a sign of positive things to come. Right now, it's that drone game. They just need so much information. Raven, the first to be punished. I mean, it seems that Trinitas have stayed with the ship. You know, they're no longer struggling. They're no longer in strife at the hands of Dawei. They seem to have come into this now, and they're able to contest.
Yeah, they've found a little bit of their own stride. They've sort of seen the setups a couple of times here. They know what they're going up against. Robust, however, is going to throw that spanner in the works, taking down Nopi. And that is the Finker actually first to go. First time today, Finker taken off the board early.
Early, it's the final minute of play.
first kill, you know what I mean. Albeit, Finker dead first is more of what I was getting at. But, I mean, yeah, look, it was going to be the 5v5 team fight. No longer is. Hennessy takes a little bit of damage here. They're struggling to get the site wall open due to the mute jammer, which Div is going to have to clear if they want to make their way into the back of bunks. They are going to be able to get rid of that jammer and the wall to be opened up. 30 seconds left to make the play. It's about to get spicy.
Guard mode kicks the kill off with Floaty falling as the execute is going to be stalled and fall way late for now. Swing at it, they just see how many people are covering that angle at the moment. Inlo needs to find something to do. There's just not a lot to work with. That shield is the only thing really keeping the minute crawling around. Div in danger, and all of a sudden, Dawei have won the round. Trinitas are all dead.
Yeah, I mean, not much else to say. Really well closed out. Good crossfires, angles were held. A little bit of a flank there at the end from Robust, but I mean, still, overall, pretty standard end round from them. And, you know, closing it out as they do. Like to keep up appearances and that. 4-1 is a great start here to Theme Park. And I'd imagine we're possibly going to be shooting the 5-1 here, Panda, given the way Dawei have started this match off already. It's just been dominant from the start. That one round Trinitas one was a clutch. But other than that, Dawei have just been looking really strong. I mean, all the way to the bank, it's going to be Throne Armory here to close things out for the final round on their defensive side. Then they're going to go to attack. And given how they were playing on their attack yesterday, it's definitely looking like they're going to be able to do some big damage. But yeah, I mean, theme yesterday for Trinitas was really, really bad. And I'd imagine maybe that's why Dawei tried to push to get it in the bans, because it's a map Trinitas reckon that they like playing, but in practice, it's not one that is probably their strongest, I would argue.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, and interestingly enough, it is a slightly more aggressive setup in the barrels. So they've got the Saria gate there. They are going to have to play it a little bit more aggressively, which we'll have to see how it plays out. I want to see it work, but I lack confidence. It also would help, I suppose, Dawei at the moment that you look at their opponents and the kill score spread 1-4-0-6-1. So
yeah,
it's been a rough road for Trinitas.
It definitely has. It definitely has. I mean, I'm scared to see what Dawei are going to do on attack. I mean, last time we saw Dawei attack this map after the split, starting on defense, I think it was a 5-1 half, similar to what we're about to see here. Round 1 of attack, Raven finds an ace. Round 2, God Mode finds a 4K. So, you know, they play a very aggressive theme park attack, and I'd imagine they're probably going to keep up that appearance here when they do go for the switch. But right now, they've got to finish off their defense. Nitro to come through the hole to take down Equinom, and that is your thermite gone.
So
not great.
Just done. This a waste of time.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate this.
It's a waste. It's a waste. They're going to have to Maverick trick this wall now, and that's not the greatest of outcomes.
Yeah, look, a bit of a flop. But it is what it is. You kind of just gotta carry on and hope that it works out for the best in the end. Right now, though, it's not going well for him. He's almost there. He not quite. The fact that he's not being punished for this is mind blowing.
How is he not? How? What? Which bit's touching? There seems to be something wrong.
I think it's top left.
Yeah, I was going to say it has to be top left, or it has to be the backside of the bottom wall. Either way.
Come on, shoot it. Oh, no!
Hennessy. Hennessy.
He saw the punch hole.
He did. Oh, you know he was about to click as well. You know
he did. No, he got a
to.
shot off, but it was just to the left of the head.
Oh, and low.
If he shot it straight away as soon as he saw it, it would have been a kill.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. B. Oh, God mode unfortunately falls, but Vooz is there. Hennessy for another onto Floaty, and all up to Div, the man, the myth. We've seen him do things before. Can he pull away in the 1v4? A lot of damage to Hennessy. Can't quite find the head. Needs to at least watch for his own jump out. But here comes Vooz. A lot of damage. Not the kill. Hennessy takes some more. He's trying to dish it though, but robust from afar with the MK14 through the wall. Oh my. Through the wall. Finishes things off. Dawei a 5-1-1. Trinitas trailed by 4.
Yeah, man, you know the man had his finger up, testing the wind, making sure he had the right angle for the shot, and just let her rip. And it connects downrange, which is exactly what you want. Dawei, it's kind of scary, if we're being honest with ourselves here, Proto. 5-1, which is sort of where we expected it to land.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely was expecting that. It's kind of not surprising the way that Dawei are able to do it. I mean, they are a very strong team. This was obviously showcased throughout, the group stage. It's been showcased yesterday in their day of play. It was just unfortunate that they ended up having to go straight against Invictus. They did actually get some significant rounds on Invictus on Villa, albeit they didn't get any on Club at all. But given that they did the damage that they did to a team like Invictus on Villa, is definitely something notable going forward from this lower bracket run for them. I mean, going up against Trinitas to start off with, yes, it was going to be a harder team for them, but I mean, based on how things are going, if Madness win their game, and we do see Dawei versus Madness, they are going to get a little bit of, I want to say, a harder fight than what they're currently getting. Theme Park is a map they really like, and it's a map that Trinitas struggle with. So why Trinitas let this map through is an interesting question, albeit it's here, we're playing it, and Dawei are definitely enjoying it a lot more than Trinitas are right now, but the sides have switched, so we could see that change very quickly.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think at this point, you might be a little... I'm not saying it's impossible. There's never an impossibility in Siege when it comes to trading halves 5-1 or 6-0. But, I mean, the likelihood of that dwindles, especially when Dawei are known for their attack. They play it confidently. Just because they have phenomenal defense doesn't mean they're a one-sided team by any means. They're not that one-dimensional. Trinitas, yes, they find a lot of success on the defense, but whether or not that is going to match the success of Dawei's attack, well, we'll have to see.
Just playing it slow, Dawei. More of this sort of conservative siege that we only see from them a couple of times, but this might be due to the fact that they're sort of just testing out the waters of what Trinitas are bringing on their attack. They do have a bit of an interesting setup here. They have opted to go straight for the office initiation hold, as opposed to downstairs in Throne Armory, or even towards Bunk, where we saw Dawei kick their defense off. So a bit of an interesting pick. However, God Mode now on these prone angles is going to be able to fight back and watch the rotate through meeting into initiation. So not the greatest thing here for Trinitas to lose control of. However, they still have to make their way into the bomb site. They don't have the wall open. They don't have a lot of control just yet, but
I'm not sure how I feel about that setup. That's a little concerning. It really locks down their angles and gives Dawei an opportunity to get up close to the door, which is the last thing you want. Already though, chip damage being dealt, we head to the final minute. Still 10 players alive, which is a plus for Trinitas at the moment. They have that opportunity to make plays, and well, Robust slams his head straight into the spray, and Enlow straight it back immediately. Raven coming in from behind. It's a big flank. Oh, he does get the down in the end. Hennessy there as well. Nope, he answers back. It was floating on the ground. It is a 3 versus 2. Has to rotate back through, and they are just meters away from the site. They should be able to get into initiation, get the plant down from behind. Rotate is there, so they might just be able to deny if Trinitas can find the right angle. But the plant's going to be going down, and they have the opportunity.
It's post-plant now. 2 versus 3. I'd imagine they might even play for the res here, but a tendency to take down Nopi. Alibi clone will be there to try and fool, but it's not going to do too much. Floaty on the live drone does have the Z pings with the pre-fire from Hennessy with a headshot Dawei to lock down round 1 on their attack, and they're looking good to make this a very quick 7-1 Panda. Already on match point here, Trinitas need to do something desperate. They've got to win 5 in a row to even push it to OT, and that is going to be looking like a tall order given the way that Dawei are just asserting themselves so far on Theme Park.
Not gonna lie, I'm still assuming that's Vu's fourth from the top on the right. Who is behind him? That chair looks kind of low-key comfortable. I kind of wanted to give it a try. It looks like it's got great neck support, which mine does not. But I mean, look, Dawei, they've obviously got some big support. You know, families watching the match from behind them. They definitely back in the team, which you always love to see.
Yeah, it's always nice to see the support. That's why we love player camps, though. You know, you get a certain insight into the life.
It gives us, it shows us who they are. It's not just a name on a screen; it's an actual person. Which, you know,
exactly.
It's one of the things I love about ANZ and the way that they've tried to create some, you know, backstories and bring to light the people that are actually playing the game.
Yeah, it's good. Love it. It's something that gives us a bit of a storyline as well to go off of when sort of talking about these players and sort of telling you how insane they are. But, albeit, they prove that in the lobby as well. Hennessy with 10-1, Robust 9-3, God Mode 7-4. I mean, some big numbers here from Dawei. We did get to see the double-digit game. We did say that we were hopefully going to see one. But I mean, yeah, for Trinitas, it's still lacking in the kills department, bar Nopi 8 and 6. I mean, yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say this ends here, Panda. But at the end of the day, it is Throne Armory. It is one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in this map, on this map. But with Enlo giving away his life like such, that's not advisable here for Trinitas.
I think we know why Hennessy's playing so well, though. You know, he's a strong. It's a strong drink, and he's a strong fragger. So I think it just lines up the right way. But you lose Enlo, you lose Div. It's all coming apart at the seams. 2 nitros off the board. Equinum was the last remaining, but I don't think it's become a factor in this defense whatsoever. That single point of health has been lost. Finally, Hennessy will fall. Floaty gets aggressive in the locker rooms, but now the pinch coming through. They want to try and flank him out before he can do any real damage, and there we go. He's found, and that player deficit extends once again.
Yeah, look, they do still have one upstairs, possibly here. He is called out on the top Dragon camera. I do believe that is Nopi on the flank, but going down. Equinom's going to be the final player left on the site. It's going to be a 1 versus 4 forced through the main breach here. Walking on in, Equinom has a great angle to deny. 1, 2, 3 on the spray down. He needs to find Raven to hold on. He's not going to, though, unfortunately. And Dawei are going to walk away with the 7-1, but that was way too close to comfort.
What a bait and switch. I mean, yeah, the lineup, it was perfect. And then Raven steps in and says, okay, enough tomfoolery, we're done here. Oh, look, I would disagree, Robust. I reckon that's still clip-worthy, if I'm being perfectly honest. That was huge.
That was
right
huge.
Now, though, yeah, it will be Dawei moving on to the bracket. They will face the winner of our next matchup, that being Madness versus Obeng GG. Now, Proto, last time these two teams played, it was a full 3-mapper, 2-1 to Madness. Map 1 was Theme Park as well, 8-7, so it went full overtime. And then a 7-4 for Obeng on Cafe and a 7-1 on Villa for Madness. This is a best of 1, though. Does that change up anything?
I mean, given that these two teams have been 3 maps before in the past, it shows that they are relatively even matched. I mean, Madness had a pretty good showing yesterday. They took down Trinitas 7-2, 7-1. Trinitas did take them to 8-7 on Oregon, but again, that is where Trinitas are their best, so maybe we can sort of take that away from what we're looking into. And then against against Roosters rather, they unfortunately lost. However, 7-3 on Cafe is a big sort of thing to look at, as well as the 8-7 on Border. They didn't win it, but still took Roosters to that to that max OT. They are that APAC South team, so that is a notable sort of scoreline for them. So going up against Obeng, who lost yesterday 7-0, 7-3, I mean, pretty significant fashion, if we're being completely honest. I do think we're going to see Madness walk away with the victory here today in the best of one, albeit, again, it is a best of one. Anything can happen. I mean, we saw it just there, the triple lineup. It could have continued on from there, Pan. I mean, it is really impossible to make a 100% claim based on a best of one. But at the end of the day, given what we've seen so far from both of these teams in the playoffs run, I'd probably assume that Madness are going to walk away with it and go on for that rematch.
Well, we are going to have to wait until after the break to find that one out. Of course, when we come back, we jump into Madness versus Obeng, another best of one lower bracket quarterfinal. And, well, anything can happen in Rainbow Six Siege. So we'll see you soon to kick things off. See you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites Spell you got me under. How we see eye to eye, we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder. How could two so different be lovers? Yeah. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract, I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. I'm addicted to you. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I'm a dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I remember I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. I
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ、
お、
ここに。私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。ええ、話は聞いたわ。見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。敵は必ず撃つ。
We're coming back from the break, Frodo. We're looking to jump into our second match of the day, that being Madness Esports taking on Obeng GG. And we're going right back. I mean, look, it's a theme park. You have fun there. Why would you not want to go back?
Yeah, I know. You know, we've only seen it, 4 times in the last 2 days. I mean, it's getting there. It's getting up there with high amounts of plays. But I mean, look, it's a great map. I mean, it's just come out, as I said. It is a comfortable ground for some team, but definitely some teams struggle with it. I mean, look, Madness, based on how they were playing yesterday, they sort of thrived a little bit more on those more interesting map picks. So whether or not that is going to be the case today on Theme Park, big question for them going into it. But I mean, they're going up against Obeng, who, as you already mentioned previously, they have actually been all the full 3 maps with. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting series. I mean, it's a best of 1. There are no mistakes that can really be afforded to be made here, because at the end of the day, that is it. They don't get a second chance, and they are already down here fighting it out as it is. So, I mean, look, it's going to come down to whatever happens on Theme Park.
Well, let's jump on into it. Last time these two teams played, it was on Theme Park as well. 8-7, the final scoreline, going the way of Madness. They're looking to bring it out once again, though.
And Thatcher Flores to go, or as us cultured casters would call it, Flatcher Thores. But yeah, Mute as well, interestingly enough, to follow even with the Flores ban, but it is an operator that we've seen played pretty prominently across the 2 play days so far. So, you know, not necessarily the most surprising ban, especially given that he is super effective on this map. Mirror as well to follow along. So Valkyrie in play. Interestingly enough here, Obeng will probably look to abuse the fact that she is available for play, but I'd imagine Madness are going to be ready and expecting for that. They're going to probably have the counter available, but Lion straight off the board for Envied, Yana, Osa, Ace, and Maverick. We saw the Osa be such a prominent issue yesterday for teams to deal with. So many plans, so many strategies revolved just around that Osa. And it's not surprising that we're seeing Joe jump on that one, being, you know, the player for the team that Madness is. I mean, yesterday he had such an amazing show, but so did Shibanuts. It's in the name. Roku even as well. Ysera pulling up on Oregon. I mean, it was a really big day for Madness yesterday. So, I mean, Obeng are definitely going to have their work cut out for them, given that their play day yesterday was not as star-spangled.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on your screens there, top left, Ysera back on the player cams. So he's looking to get himself into this and do some damage. They are coming back with the power duo that they are. But Glad, Mammoth, Man are going to be the biggest hurdles facing Madness right now. And as we keep the defense off and bunk and fake it, I think Madness might have their work cut out for them a bit.
Yeah, they might. Madness are definitely, here for every other reason, same as other teams. So they're going to have their little chance to prove themselves here, as well as Obeng. I mean, Obeng had a bit of a rough start to their run for the playoffs here in the quarterfinals yesterday. And unfortunately, they find themselves now here, but albeit looking to rectify said issue. And as you said, there is the possibility of that sort of upset. They're going into this match, into this best of one, with their open mind, looking to do as much damage as they can here to the mental of Madness, but albeit Madness starting on the attack, Obeng get the easier side of the card on the defense, and they're definitely probably going to be pretty happy with that.
Oh dear. There is every possibility we see this stolen away by Obeng GG, which makes for a slightly more exciting match, if I'm being perfectly honest right now. The volatility of a best of one, you don't have the security blanket of going to a second and potentially third match. So right now, Madness, they cannot be affording to make the mistakes that they were making yesterday. They need to shut it down. And Roku, that's a dangerous mistake to be making. Luckily, the Selma charge will pop, so they do open the wall, but it's not at all what they wanted in terms of longevity for him.
Joe's there to take down NK though, so that's a good frag to open things up, with Mammoth also taking a little bit of damage on this intro. Gunfight, a lovely shot from Joe. Shibanuts as well to take down Glad for the trade back from his fallen teammate previously now. So Bart and Envy, the last two players alive for Obeng. Madness have pulled this one back in their favour very quickly, and they still have half the round left to play with. But again, we saw them doing this yesterday, where they would just throw bodies towards the site and the last player's alive, and then end up in a pretty hectic deficit. So hopefully they learn their mistakes yesterday and they make those changes to sort of not do those things. But I mean, we don't know. Maybe Obeng have set up sort of expecting this. Hopefully Madness have learned and made the rectified those changes.
We've still got some work to do, and they're going to start clearing it out. And I mean, look, we've seen clutches come from worse positions, and so Bart and Envy this time could be the ones to pull it off. But right now, Madness have the power position. They are starting to clear out and get themselves across. Gemini is in, Banshee's cleared out in the cafe as well, and you can just see the rest of Madness encroaching onto that position of the two remaining players. Madness takes a bit of, Ysera takes a bit of damage walking through that rotate. Into the final 35, the gunfight to get to be crisp and clean.
They have to go for the peaks here. Ysera to open things up. Envy will get the double trade. Ysera and Joe both to fall now. Shibanuts and Envy need to find this last play. He's going to do a lot of damage to the Yarn of the Lion. Coming in from Arcade Balcony will spot him there on the cross. They need to go for the plant. 15 seconds. Shibanuts is going to go for the defuse, and the cross is being held by Envy. The bomb now to go down. A post-plant situation. It is going to have to be the retake here for Envy. Good damage on the Shibanuts already. He's going to swing on round into the bomb site through the rotate. Will spot the head. Can't quite find the damage to find that kill. He himself
shoulder, that's a shoulder.
Come on. Oh, so close. 30 seconds. Envy coming round though. It's Shibanuts to find the kill in the end. Madness find round one.
I swear he saw the shoulder. Unfortunate. But I mean, look, the fact that he was able to bring it back as close as he did, very impressive. Madness will take round one, as we sort of expected them to do. And look, both teams, honestly, I think Obeng are looking just that little bit calmer right now.
Yeah, Obeng definitely aren't too stressed, it seems. I mean, losing round one isn't the greatest way to start things off, but they definitely don't seem too upset about where they currently find themselves. However, Madness definitely a lot more serious of the two if we're looking at them. Albeit round one, a couple of mistakes, but albeit round one, you can't complain too much if you are Madness. Excuse me, Panda. I was going to say you can. Excuse me,
You can
it's still
complain,
catching up with me.
but I mean, look, They do a good job of denying the chance. I mean, how many times have we seen very, very near clutch ups from teams that had absolutely no rights? I mean,
Way too many.
You literally just have to look at the final round of that last map, where we almost had the perfect lineup that cost what would be the victory for Dawei to go the other way. But it is what it is. Yeah, it had just madness. Came close, but not quite close enough for Obeng to actually really get themselves into it. Envy showing some signs of real life.
Yeah, look, Envy, he's been doing good things the last play day at least. So hopefully he can continue that today. On the Jackal is a good choice to bring, especially for Theme Park. A lot of little corners that the defense can hide in. We saw that from Obeng. A couple of those roamers sort of playing in those cheeky positions. Obviously with Sobart on the Vigil, that is going to be an operator you want to track down, but that's maybe why they switched onto the Jackal as opposed to bringing the Lion, because obviously Vigil being immune to the Lion, he is not as immune to the Jackal Inox tracker. So, you know, that could be the sort of train of thought here for Madness in that operator switch, but albeit, we'll wait to see how it goes for them. Will Sobart have any effect on this Vigil? The ERC7 already putting in work, keeping him hidden from those drones. And I mean, Madness have some good control towards Cafe, but not a whole lot, if I'm being honest, Panda. It's a minute that has passed, and they don't have too much towards top arcade at all.
Yeah, I'm definitely playing it on the safer side, Madness are right now, but that how many times, again, have we seen that come back to bite a team? So many of the rounds we've seen played over the last 24 hours have come down to the final 30 seconds of play and that desperate push culminating in a very hectic gunfight going one way or the other. So, I mean, realistically, I think if Madness want to take this comfortably, they need to accelerate things. NK with the first kill onto Envy. That's big. Jackal off the board, and they have no real way to flush him out of that position.
Swing on round from Joe. He's at least going to find somewhat of a trade on the Mammoth. So the 1-for-1, the Adrenal Surge as well, to return Roku back to some of his former glory. And, well, he's going to allow NK to disappear down into Throne using the impact there for his own rotate. Sorry, maybe not the impact, because impact might have been somewhere else, albeit he is going to rotate down towards that area all the same. Sarah going to make his way into break, and Madness now have some good control towards that west side of the map. They've opened up Vault as well for an execute possibly here. Well, to at least push out the rest of the roamers and take the remaining top floor areas. They do have to get in sometime soon here. There's only 30 seconds left for the execute.
And it's come down to it once again. The nade from Ysera is going to be good, though. Takes Envy out of the equation. Puts that player deficit back squarely in favour of Madness. And, well, Ysera is going to do the 2-for-1 special, finding Glad as well. Nade thrown. He's in off as he's on the hunt. He's pushing through into Cash as well. He's not done for his troubles just yet. The plant going down. The coverage. Ysera absolutely demolishing the remaining players on this a respectable frag there on this Obeng GG team. But, I mean, comfortable so far for Madness.
Yeah, they're also looking like they're enjoying themselves a lot more after that second round lockdown, albeit Obeng, there's still smiles and laughs, so you love to see it. Albeit they're taking it as it comes and sort of dealing what they can. Looks like a couple of their players might even be at an internet cafe or something, which is good to see as well. You'll have to see the interaction. But Obeng down 0-2 on defense, typically more of a defender-sided. A couple of bomb sites that they could have been going to here to try and lock these rounds down. I mean, we're yet to see Throne Armory from them, which possibly now, obviously, with it being introduced this round, is going to break that cycle. But will it break the round count, and will it sort of split things up? They're bringing a castle, interestingly enough, and straight away castling off that bomb site. So it's going to be a possible upstairs extension with a heavy roam presence from Obeng, but we saw that in the previous round, and Madness didn't have too much of an issue. Yes, they lost a couple of opening picks, but then they sort of clawed it back anyway, both of the rounds we've seen. So Madness have a pretty good ability to clear this roam out, pretty quickly, but Obeng have definitely done some good damage. So whether or not they can do that damage a lot earlier, or at least get a few more kills to sort of convert that, whether or not that's what they need, is going to be sort of the big question here, because Madness, they've been dealing with it really well so far.
Indeed they have. going into the third round. We seem to have stepped away from this trend of early thinker deaths, but I think that's more Madness less willing to play the thinker than certain other teams in the competition. But right now, this first floor defense could get a bit funky, especially given that, you know, I mean, it's such a 50-50 site. Armory Throne can be either wildly defender-sided or wildly attacker-sided, depending on how each team approaches it.
Yeah, it comes down to play style as well. I mean, Madness have been somewhat of an aggressive team, but Obeng GG definitely have their stints of aggression. However, they're more methodical in their style of aggression. Excuse me. But, yeah, look, the way they've set themselves up here, they have a good roam setup. They've got some crossfires, yellow, top arcade, towards cash. They have Glad sort of over there, as well as obviously supporting characters towards top yellow arcade and even back in farm. So Shibanuts is going to be the one to spearhead through control here to try and push these roamers back. They are yet to find a kill either way. Half the round spent, but a lovely shot from Glad with the UMP. Unfortunately, Shibanuts not spotting out the head. And that is a great kill to find one of the star fraggers down and the replicator taken off the board. However, a trade is there with Envy now finding Glad as well, and very quickly things swing back in favour of Mad.
Nice cell there as well, committed by Envy, trying to catch out one of the unwary attackers, but not to be for the moment. As they back themselves and they play for the smart angles, knowing full well that there's probably the threat of a nitro cell coming into play. They want to clear things out before Ysera gets to work on that hatch. They can start to make the push into the bomb site itself, heading to the final minute. I mean, they've got the ground, they've got the numbers, and they've got the utility to make it happen. They should have the advantage, and realistically, probably the round off the bat.
100%. It should definitely be a pretty easy lockout here, provided Madness play their position safely. I mean, they do have one player inside of Drug that they still are yet to sort of locate. They don't have any more Inox trackers. However, even with the ability activated, Envy can see the footprints. So maybe he can spot out, I believe it's NK. They do have a drone in Drug. You can see it through the wall there. They also have the things available. He's going to go for the Vulcan. It's actually Sobart to open things up, but the trade is there straight away. Envy takes him down and now leaves it to a 3 versus 2 on site, but Panda, there's only 15 seconds left. Envy takes a lot of damage in the process. Flashbangs to come out, the wall being opened up as well. The drop from Joe possibly here to come into split. He's going to try and force him into the side. He's going to spot the first. Joe to go down for 2. Madness. Close things out. Round number 3.
Why was I worried there for a moment? Why was I worried knowing full well that Joe was on the board and capable of finding kills like that?
Don't know.
It's, obviously, looks like one of the players, Grandma's there to, you know, cheer him on. Provide that support, motivation, the cheer squad that everyone needs. And, I mean, look, with frags like that, obviously it's doing its job.
Yeah, look, you love to see it. Joe out here, getting it done on the bomb site, upstairs as well even, you know, he's finding his kills, so you love to see it, albeit. Good start to Theme Park.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected from Madness.
Yeah.
What was it? So, where are we? That's the wrong Operations League. Last time they faced off, it was a 4-2 defensive half start for Madness. So, they if they're capable of picking up 4 on the defense, and they've already got 3 on the attack, this could be a done deal.
Maths. Which caster shouldn't do on stream, but Blue Panda...
No. We figured it out. It's okay if it's less than 15.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, sweet. Albeit, yeah, look, Madness, I mean, given that, yeah, as you said, 4-2 the last time they played this map against Obeng, and they're currently 3-0 on the attack, not even the defense start. Yeah, look, if I had to say anything, I would say things are looking pretty sweet for them here in this opener, but at the end of the day, as you said, anything can happen. It is a best of 1. It is not a best of 3. There is not that comfort. Roku currently has one of the Obeng roamers on drone. However, it's been spotted out. So whether or not they're going to be able to capitalize on that information is a different question. However, sending in the Jackal downstairs would be a bit of a play if they want to try and locate the footprint of said player. But Shibanuts is there for the opening contact. However, The Romans pushed off, disappeared up Dragon, I'd imagine, and unfortunately the frag is not going to be there in the opening moments of this round for Madness, albeit the information that someone was there is going to be good for Obeng, because this is going to force them to pretty much drone everything downstairs. I mean, Shibanuts is still yet to commit fully walking through maintenance here.
It is indeed. Envied wants to get into the building, starts getting those feet. But Madness, the pacing has been largely the same round to round. First minute, info game. Next 30 seconds, then is get into the building at least a little bit. It doesn't have to be deep towards the site, but it's just into the building, create that foothold. They then go from there, spend the next minute getting themselves in a position to go to execute, and then 30 seconds left, it's execute time. Unfortunately for Joe, the nade will go out and find the... Actually, no, it was Shibanuts below. Unfortunately, he can't find the follow-up to get the kill, but they lose the finger again. Back, we cursed it, Proto.
We did. And rest in peace, Joe. But NK has actually somehow managed to be revived. No one on that cash balcony there to hold that cross, and he's actually going to walk away scot-free somehow. Well, not completely scot-free. Obviously, only 20 HP remaining. But it's definitely better than being in a DBNO or on cam. So, you know, respectfully, albeit looks away at the wrong time. Envied, unfortunate there. Mammoth with Doyo, swing on round, collect that kill, and Obeng, albeit the 3.5-man roster, are still alive to deal some damage here. Madness have their work cut out for them in the final 40.
They do at that. Okay, well, we missed it. They, Obeng win it. They take their first round.
There you go. Yeah, look, not too sure what happened in the dying moments of that round. Whatever it was, it probably wasn't great for Madness. They had a disconnect as well, so we will... Shibanuts is actually, unfortunately, the one that did disconnect there. He's back, though, which is good. But yeah, Madness, not too sure what went wrong for them. I'd love to break it down, but I can't, due to the fact that we didn't get to see it, because VMix crashed. 3-1 though, Obeng, at least they found one. This could be the 4-2 half, but again, Panda, it was a 4-2 in favour of Madness, and it's definitely shaping up to be that. It still could actually be the 5-1, provided that Madness don't drop another round. So, I mean, Obeng, it's a good start, but that was one of the safer bomb sites for them. Maybe Initiation and Office won't be as forgiving.
Maybe. Like, I think at this stage, it's kind of set in stone. I think the trajectory they're going to be following. I think the minimum Madness get at least one more round this half, and from there they close it out in the defense. But I mean, Obeng, you know, respect to them for picking up that round.
100%. They did give it a good go, and I mean, the 2 kills they found at the start, huge influence. On how it played out, but yeah, look. Madness, they're going to sort of hope to rectify that mistake. Play a little bit smarter this next round coming, and look to possibly take the lead a little bit further in their favour.
Well, 2 rounds left in the half. Initiation and Office. Last time they approached it, Madness did quite well. I mean, they got in aggressively, they found the picks, they found the openings, and they were just able to sort of, I suppose, widen the gap that was left by Obeng GG on losing those initial picks. But Envy, I reckon he could definitely help. Him and Glad and NK as well, ironically enough, could be the ones to step up and shut down this push, but they need to get their act into gear.
They really do. They're going to have to clean up some issues that we've seen from Obeng so far. But I mean, Madness, they're bringing the line back. They want to try and use that E1P. Excuse me. It has been really good utility for them though so far. I mean, having that E1D to sort of just lock down players in positions and allow the rest of Madness to take control throughout the map has just been such a big thing for them that they've relied on. In those couple of opening rounds, I mean, the line for them, while yes, you may not have seen Envid getting a huge amount of kills, his utility alone was definitely influential on how they were able to move around so fluidly. Having seen them not bring the line the last couple of rounds, we've seen obviously the loss, but you know, a struggle in that 4th round too. So, albeit the line reintroduced could be big for them here. They're going to catch Ramai sneaking up the hallway as well. Could be a freebie. It will. An NK to go down.
Oh, Joe going to find Mammoth as well, and I said potentially the 4-2, but it's looking more and more like that 5-1 possibility. Joe has one nano boost still remaining, but he's not shying away from a possible engagement. Pushing up Shiva Nuts once, but and it's just numbers. It's almost a paint by numbers at the moment that Madness are doing. They will lose Joe finally. But I mean, a 4 versus 2, make that a 4 versus 1 as Envy with the DMR goes huge. It's a trade. Roku will fall, Envy will pick up a 2nd for the round. And just sprayed on down goes for the EE1D pop, completely negated by the fact that he got the kill. In 4-1, now where we find ourselves.
Yeah, look, pretty decent half here from Madness so far, looking to make it at least the 4-2 at the worst. 5-1 at the best, then we'll see 2 rounds from them. Well, maybe more than 2 rounds, but I'd imagine, given how they're playing 2 rounds on the attack, albeit... sorry, on the defense, but yeah, look, Madness right now, they're looking solid. They're looking calm, collected. They're happy to go. Bottom screen, bottom left, very happy. I was going to say, I think that's Shivanats. Just enjoying life, you know, playing Siege, having fun, and that is when teams play their best Siege, they just enjoy themselves. So it's good to see that Madness is sort of putting the rounds down range, and Obeng, I mean, as much as they are sort of down in the slums at the moment, they are enjoying their time. They are calm, they are collected. You can see that they are still laughing and having fun. So there is still hope here for Obeng. Obviously, it's a best of 1. Anything can happen. We could go OT. We could go to max OT, Panda. Anything could happen. It's a best of 1, but there is no second chance here. So it is the aura of what is going on is a whole lot more serious than it was yesterday. I'd imagine if we had player cams in the best of 3s. But I mean, yeah, right now it is definitely a more serious tone to what's going on.
We probably would have had a couple of rather intriguing facial expressions going on, but here in the final round of the half, Ysera on the Ying, sorry, not the Ying, Armoru. The Ying traditionally paired with an Armoru, but not to be right now. And unfortunately, Proto, not the ideal site for an Armoru.
Yeah, no windows actually at all. Or hatches for that matter. But yeah,
I mean, in theory, you could go into workshop, but it's
yeah,
that's site adjacent. Some would argue.
Yeah. Well, you could go into maintenance as well, run in Dragon Door. I mean, yeah. I mean, we've seen Ysera use it over here, I believe, to get up either into control or the kitchen. It might be break room. But albeit he does. Okay, NK swinging on round, takes down the alibi. Sorry, takes down the Jackal with the alibi. But I mean, yeah, look, Obeng, they're getting aggressive here, and it's definitely working out for them. 2 kills early on. Envied and Joe both to fall. It's not the Finker, but the Buck this time. And I mean, Madness, they're going to have to pick the pieces up now.
They really are. I mean, it's not the end of the world. You lose Joe, you lose Envy to still, but Ysera, that's a little bit harder. Roku and Shivanuts are going to have to look to clutch, but they can't even do that. Glad. Ripper of a headshot. Finds himself 3 in the round, and Shivanuts, well, he's got 5 perfectly intact players to find. The pre-fires, it's going to be a flawless round. Perfectly flawless as well, not dropping a single point of health.
Yeah, well done from Obeng. Really cleaning things up on their last round here of theme. But, I mean, Madness just struggling with Throne a little bit there. Albeit, it's now their turn to defend, and they're going to start things off on Armory Throne. Obeng's spirits are good, though. Smiles across the board. You love to see it. But, yeah, their attack is going to be the big deciding factor here. We do see an Amaru from NK. Not paired with anything too scary, though. Ysera on the Warden, which we did actually see last round from Robust. And, I mean, interestingly enough, we see the Warden keep being bought here. Again, is it just because of the gun and the shield, or do we think it's actually to use the flashbang goggles? Because there have not been that many flashbangs thrown directly at a warden in either of these games so far today, and not even any smokes. I mean, his goggles haven't really been that useful. So I'm really leaning towards the fact that it is just for the shield, maybe, and the gun.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, possibilities galore. I'm not. Yeah, I couldn't say why the Warden's picked. I think it may just be for the shield, given that there's 3 of them. But
Yeah.
what we know, I'm surprised NK is going to willingly. Okay, shotgun shot to the back of Ysera, not ideal. But I'm surprised they are going to stick out this armory Finker combo. The Finker not so much. Armory, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say the Armoru is the only real interesting pick there, but I mean, it allows for quick taking of ground, especially if that ground is on the top floor, which is where Obeng are going to need to sort of force their way in through first. So I'd imagine that's why we have the Armoru. I mean, she can get up into the building in the first, I think it's 7 seconds it takes for her Garrohook to charge, albeit, you know, paired with the drone work that Obeng are going to be doing, I'd imagine that they're going to be looking to pair the swift sort of maneuverability of Amaru with that ground taking requirement and sort of just start to open things up for themselves in terms of an avenue into that top floor. We've already seen Mammoth starting to set up for himself as well. But yeah, Madness starting things off on the bottom floor. There's a lot of the Obeng players already making their way towards these top floor roamers. Madness got to start looking out. But there you go, 2 to go down early. Joe will find 1, but it's a trade, and Madness Obeng come out on top.
Glad finding that follow-up kill on the Shiba Nuts as well. This leaves it in a rough spot. But, I mean, the one redeeming factor has to be that Roku is on the board playing that Maestro, and we got to witness yesterday just what he was capable of with the older 5.56 in hand.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary. Envied as well, defying Glad. Mammoth takes a little bit of damage, not a lot, but Envied finds a second. He's going to be able to drop into blue here as well, leaving Ysera on the top floor for the time being. Whether or not he is going to drop as well momentarily, I'd imagine he probably will. But the Adrenal Surge here to try and keep the health back up for Mammoth. And yeah, with all 3 players have dropped off. This is what we saw yesterday from Madness. They just sort of little bit of trickle damage here, a couple of kills disappear, and they were just rotating constantly, creating that sense of, well, you know, what's going on, where's everybody, we don't know. They only have a minute to play with here, and this is where the choice needs to be made. Do we drone, or do we play for the site? Mammoth to find a big nade on the Envied, though. So, I mean, damaged player down, yes, but still 2 full health players, and as you mentioned, Roku with that Alder, it's going to be a scary prospect coming into the last 45, because they are yet to find out where either of these players are.
Especially given that it looks like they're probably going to attempt the smoke plant. If there is an Evil Eye Cam in position, they could definitely shut this one down. Exothermic onto the armory wall, no breach denial whatsoever, and Envy's going to look to go deep. Roku falls, and that is your Evil Eye God. Ysera, though, he's going to throw a spanner in the works. The pings to come through. It is a known quantity being Envy right now, who is looking for the plant and the pings. Envy's going to have to try and stick it out. He's on the other side of the wall. Ysera just baiting. It's all a mind game, but the plant is successful. Now needs to go for the 1 versus 1 in the heads-up gunfight. Envy is going to win it. And Obeng will breathe a sigh of relief there. That's a big win, and you can see they're pumped off it.
Yeah, look, unfortunate they're not committing to the swing. I mean, the bomb going down, it's probably a gunfight that the Warden would have won in that situation. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you'll take it when it is given to you. And Obeng definitely happy. 4-3. They're 1 away from equalising here. Madness need to sort out what's going on here, because if they can't sort of end things quickly here, I mean, it is defense on Theme Park where, you know, they 4-2'd this team last time they played, but I mean, it went to the full 3 maps in the long term, and Obeng have definitely proven that they can go toe-to-toe with Madness. So I mean, is that maybe something that's affecting the mental right now? Madness just not wanting to commit to these swings, not wanting to commit as much to the aggressive style that we saw from them yesterday, because maybe they're worried that if they do, Obeng are going to be able to counter that, because they definitely seem like a team that has been able to deal with that style from them so far.
Indeed. They are going to go back to Armory and Throne, 4-3 this scoreline, and this is where things become concerning for Madness Esports. A best of 1, remember. There is no do-over. There's no map 2. There's no map 3. If they lose out here, I mean, the closest to a safety net they're going to get is going to be overtime.
Yeah, and even then, overtime is going to be a bit of a difficult prospect. We saw this alibi set up yesterday from Shibanuts, just to get the pings through the wall to play for the wall bang, and I love the setup. It's so wacky to see, and it's like, oh yeah, sweet. 3 alibis just staring at a wall, albeit, you know, she has her moments of usefulness, albeit with the MX4 Storm in the right hands. Can definitely be a deadly operator, but I mean, Obeng, they've already proven to us that they can go toe-to-toe with Madness, at least for the current part of this matchup. It's going to be attack number 2, though. Throne Armory, re-attempt here for Madness. They want to see if they can maybe do something a little bit different to take this round in their favour.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Roku's struggling a little bit today, obviously. Maybe I mean, what, they played 2 best of 3s.
Yeah.
I don't remember, so I would imagine that's incredible. I know for us it was incredibly draining, so I can only imagine how draining it would have been for the players. The Roku probably suffering a little bit from the longevity of yesterday. It was almost a 10-hour broadcast. I say that. I mean, is there such a thing as a reverse caster's curse?
Maybe. I mean, the caster's blessing at the same time. I mean, yeah, 2 best of 3s yesterday for Madness, 2 of which, well, actually, funnily enough, both of the games from Madness yesterday were the 2 games that we had Max OT maps in. So, you know, take that as you will. Glad to find Shibanuts, though, to equalise a 4v4, but half the round gone, losing your Armoru for an alibi. That's a pretty worth trade, but it might look like Glad's about to walk in. Indeed, he will. He's all the way deep. Will spot the Maestro as well. Envy there on the cross. They're actually just flood into Throne here. The Roamer's stuck upstairs. They have 1 player on site that needs to try and do something, but the bomb going down. The ping's now available. Glad will fall, but the Pinkerez is there. The smoke to come to try and confirm, but it's going to be Ysera and Joe re-aggressing into the site to try and find these 4 players, starting things off. Joe to find 1.
Glad was low. They had the toxic canisters to block off, and barrel is still not open. Means it's a dangerous spot. Envy gets aggressive, takes some damage in the swing back. Mammoth in trouble, but he's going to get the better of. Unfortunately, Joe there. It's on to Envy and Ysera. They know the gun barrel, the spot, and Ysera's on the defuse. Finish the Kiritos. Where is the cover? Where is Mammoth Man? What can he do? They might just be able to stick this one out. The swing, the ping. It's all very dangerous here for Envy, but Ysera, he's going to lose to the wall. Bang, they don't have the time. Obeng has stolen round 8 and equalised.
LMGs. It's, yeah. They don't have to stop shooting. He didn't reload once in that whole round, I don't think, but Obeng, definitely happy with how that one panned out. I mean, Madness, they had it. Had they just stuck the first attempt of the defuse and had maybe the reload come out for the MP5 there instead of trying to force the pistol fight. But, I mean, yeah, look, a couple of mistakes from Madness in these last 2 rounds have cost them the lead that they worked hard to get, and now it's equalised at 4-4. Obeng, this is not something that I was personally expecting going into this, provided how well Madness were playing yesterday. I mean, yeah, on these off-pick maps, I mean, Theme and Chalet, they played really well on. Cafe as well was a good showing from them, and now it's a lot... I mean, this has been a lot closer than sort of their first game yesterday, and it's, you know, Obeng is just really putting the hurt on the Madness right now. I mean, Obeng yesterday were just not on form, it seems. I mean, a 7-0-7-3 is definitely not talking about how well they're going at the moment.
I mean, it's absolutely wild. Obeng, I mean, again, last time these 2 teams played on Theme Park, it did go full 8-7. So I think that's probably the trajectory we're going to be following here again.
It seems like it. It really does. I mean, a couple of mistakes from Madness's ballpark, but I mean, yeah, it is really hard to read into at the moment, Pan. So far, it's very back and forth. I mean, 2 rounds here, 2 rounds there, a round for a round type deal. So both of these teams sort of shaping up here to at least sort of walk away with something, because they're not going to get another chance after this. So both are going to be wanting things. But then that begs the question, maybe one of these teams is better in the best of 1 situation. And that then begs the question, which team is better? And we're going to find out very shortly, I'd imagine, here. Well, maybe not very shortly, depending on OT, but still, I mean, 4-4 to start is good for Obeng to find the equaliser.
Oh, they're trying to clear the shield and they will get the job done in the end. So Bart cleanly almost taken it out entirely by himself, but they've still got support. They're getting up onto the roof. And once again, it's a quick approach from Obeng GG to start dismantling this Madness defense.
They've done well clearing Cafe as quick as they did, albeit they don't seem too interested in actually playing for that direct Cafe control. They're going to actually draw some of the toxic babes out here from Madness. Joe to use that canister first. It's better to have the smoke alive and have no utility as opposed to having smoke there without using those canisters. So it's good to see, but Glad walking into initiation to take down this Sarah paired with the E1D. This is actually an avenue straight onto the bomb site here, and with initiation control lost, it's going to make things a lot harder, especially if Glad can find one, but the cross is there from Shibanuts to take down Glad, and without having cleared Office, things now fall back in Madness's favor in terms of positional advantage, because they're going to have to clear out Office here if they want to have any sort of impact on the bomb site.
Do still have the finger in play and one Nanovis remaining, plus that EE1D could prove huge. And NK aggressive on to Shibanuts will take him down with that G8, of course. I believe that was through the hatch on the roof, ironically enough. Made into initiation, they're trying to get themselves that opportunity to push through the breach into bunks, but it's not to be right now. The toxic canisters will make things a little bit harder. Well, this is the last one, unfortunately. So in a heads-up gunfight, this might just go Obeng GG's way. They have been hitting their shots rather successfully so far. And there's so much that could possibly go wrong. The drone in does not spot the Jaeger of Envy. Just tucked around the corner. The swing! Somehow NK loses that. Play it down, but Roku's there from the backside for two. He's done it. Massive stuff. And Joe there to support. We'll find the closer on Envy. Madness, they look like they might have let that slip, but no. The grasp remains firm and in their hands.
Very well done from them. I mean, a situation that arguably wasn't looking great. They made it happen. 2 for the K. Joe to chime as well. I mean, awesome work there from Madness, sort of retaking that control a little bit. They're going to go for lab storage, interestingly enough. I mean, it's a site that we talked about last time we saw Theme Park yesterday. These SEA teams do enjoy it, apparently, which was news to me, but here we are, Madness. Want to try and bust out the lab storage here. I'm genuinely thinking, what is the choice behind having NK on the Amaru here? I mean, yes, the G8, yes, flashbangs. Her utility, though, I mean, other than getting up to the roof early or going in through the first window that we see sort of NK entering, he's not really using that Garra hook too much to maneuver around the map as much as maybe we would like to be seeing for Obeng to justify bringing the Amaru every round, especially when there are so many other operators that could be being brought on that sort of pure fragging role. I mean, Yana, Ash even to some degree, but if NK's comfortable on it, I guess maybe it's just a comfort pick for Obeng.
Well, as that case may be, I mean, yeah, unfortunately, drug storage is not going to be the most. I mean, he could, in theory, just full send them to labs. Or, sorry, that's storage rather. They could full send them to storage, or potentially the showers behind it. If you want to risk that, good on you. I probably wouldn't make that call if I was in this match.
No, not given it's a best of one. That's probably not the safest bet in terms of what you want to be walking away with here, which is the dub at the end of the day, albeit. Yeah, that G8 has proven to be damaging, at least so far. Glad 12 and 7 though. Speaking of damaging on the Jackal, that is a huge scoreline from him, pretty much carrying the team's hopes and dreams right now. Opening things up, Sabat getting the hatches on the roof and allowing his team to get in. But Glad's taken some good control into Gong. He does see that the door to Dragon is barricaded off, so it's going to allow him to walk into the bottom of Dragon and play for some bottom yellow information. We'll spot the rotate as well, but this is a bit of an interesting setup here for Madness, given that it is a drug lab storage. Having that throne extension with the top floor roam as well is going to make things super difficult here for Obeng in terms of trying to pinch this bomb site out, given the spread of players from Madness.
Yeah, Glad taking a bit of shit damage to the red corridor, red 90 at the moment, and Sabata's above him. There's just so much information. But unfortunately, it doesn't help when Shibanuts is just going to aggro swing down yellow stairs. and find your head. And that's the Jackal off the board, unfortunately, in the first half of the round.
Top fragger as well. Bites the dust, 12 and 8. I mean, that's a big play to lose so far here for Obeng, but they do still have NK, they do still have Mammoth. Sobart as well even can do the fragging, but albeit Madness, they got the advantage. 1:10 left in play for them, but Obeng are yet to clear out any of the extensions we've seen from them. They have a player in main, NK full blinding himself here, attempting to either drop down the hatch or force the player out. But they do have some information. There is a player in barrels, but NK on the vault over. He's going to be found, possibly by a player in main. There we go, Ysera there for the cross, almost letting his teammate die out. A lovely headshot onto the main stairs as well, and Joe to find Mammoth, leaving Sobart all alone in a 1v5. Not looking good here, Panda. 40 seconds left. He might find one, but no, he's not even going to get the chance. Ysera for 3 in a flawless round from Madness to put them on match point.
Yeah, I think Ysera's had enough of it. He's not having a bar of it. He closes it out, puts them onto match point, knows that they are 1 round away from progressing and facing off against Dawei again, which, I mean, that is a rematch and a half.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a good one. That's going to be a banger of a game. And that's also going to be a best of 3, Panda, if I'm not wrong. So,
indeed.
Anything can happen in that game format, but right now, best of 1s is where we still are at. And, I mean, Madness, they're looking great to close this one out quickly here, provided they can finish things off in Throne Armory and not let them walk into the site. But, I mean, Obeng, they made it work the first time. It probably won't be allowed to happen this time, but if it does, then, you know, fool me once type deal for Madness.
Yeah, look, they're going to have to do their darndest to stop it from happening. The last thing you want is just that comfortability walking onto the site. So right now, this could be Obeng's last opportunity to generate some momentum going towards overtime. But the site set up, ready to go, and underway. The round will begin. Obeng have to make a dent here.
It's going to have to be something big for Obeng as well. They got to find 2. Garhook from NK to get him up onto the roof early. It's going to go on 6 as well, I believe, down into security. That is the hatch open, but not the drop from the Amaro there. Paired with the E1D. Could be some early aggression from Obeng, maybe justifying that a lot of this upstairs area is clear, but that is not the case. I believe 4 roamers here for Madness, if my eyes do not deceive me there. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the light blue color, but albeit, no, yeah, 4 players on the roam right now, 1 on site. It's going to be difficult here for Obeng to sort of brute force their way through 4 players from Madness on the top floor, because that is a lot of bodies to find, and already a minute having been spent just getting themselves into position.
It's a dangerous game on the attack on Theme Park. Now Novus to come through, looking for the pre-fires. But nothing found just yet. Mammoth looking for a pixel angle as well. And they know that there is someone close. Glad a bit of trouble. In fact, it will be NK the first to fall. Glad looking to push on through and try and take some meaningful ground. You can see the angle from break could be absolutely devastating if played correctly. Glad will walk himself into office, trying to get deeper. Wants to get towards cafe and arcade. Help us support his team a little bit.
We're already losing the pick. Madness again, they're so good at doing this on their own, provided they don't all die. They're just going to disappear completely, forfeit that top floor control, almost like clockwork. Players dropping left, right, and center down hatches, down the stairs, and they're going to go down to their secondary positions. 2 players go back to the bomb site, and the others just sort of set up to hold crossfires from main, to hold barrels, etc., etc. And this is where Madness on the defense for this map just already prove that they are just 1 step ahead of Obeng here. They only have 50 seconds left in play. And I mean, look at this. Drug lab position is largely unknown to Obeng. 2 players on site that have gone back, largely unknown. They've got a player in bathroom that they have no clue about. And this is where Madness are going to look to do their damage in these last 40 seconds. It's a 5 versus 4, but given how Madness is set up right now, things are looking really good for them to close it out here.
Oh, just missing it by a moment. Joe finds one before being traded back out himself. the impact to deny the opening of the wall, and there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing in terms of hard breach left. They've got to force through the doors. What an impact play from Madness on the defense. Sheba Nuts finds Sabat, and it's just a whittling away of numbers. Envy finds himself alone as Glad falls. Roku on the swing will find one, but Envy shuts it down. Madness keep their Ops League playoff dreams alive. They will progress to face Dawei in that best of 3 in the next round. Unfortunately, Obeng, GG, their run is done.
It's a shame to see Obeng go. I mean, they did give it a good go sort of at the beginning of their attacking round, but again, I just think a couple of things culminated into their defeat. I mean, we saw that the roam work from Madness was just clockwork. They had their rotations in, they were playing those chip damage, even opening kills and then just disappearing. I mean, the consistent pick of Amaru was definitely questionable from my point of view. It didn't really provide them with anything at all, and it was sort of just leaving it, 4v5 utility-wise. But at the end of the day, that wasn't everything that sort of culminated there. It was a lot of things, unfortunately, for Obeng, but Madness, really well done. They're going to put themselves into the next set of games.
And, of course, they face off against Dawei once again. It was a pretty brutal matchup last time. It was, actually, no, sorry, that's wrong. They haven't played against Dawei. But, I mean, both teams have struggled just a little bit. Madness probably struggling a little bit more than Dawei did. But, I mean, we get to go to that matchup after this. Of course, we'll just get to see how they play off against each other. This one should be a pretty close match, if we're being honest with ourselves. And, well, look, We'll come back after the break. We'll see you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, but what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult stable, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. opposites attract. Automatic, I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sex magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I'm a dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. You say, na, 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 na. You say, dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, take me with ya. I'll come with ya. I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 you say, na, 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 you say, dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I remember on the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom,
got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe,
opposites attract. It's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery? What spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye, we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder. How could two so different be lovers? Yeah. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name, hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya, oh yes I do. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. You say, na, 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 na. You say, dream away, come away, dream away.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming back into it. Two best of ones already done. The lower bracket quarterfinals. We now progress into that upper bracket semi. And look, Proto, this one is actually no, sorry, upper bracket final. That's right. Roosters versus Invictus, and these two teams are looking very, very hot right now.
Yeah, both of them looking really good. Obviously, Roosters being that APAC South team, Invictus, they definitely speak for themselves as well. I mean, last night, for the final match of the evening, they find themselves a 7-4, 7-0 going into today's game, so they're definitely ready and raring to go. But the Roosters also had a pretty decent showing yesterday, albeit a 3-mapper against Madness. So I definitely think based on that scoreline, they're going to have their work cut out for them today, based on the fact that obviously it is just Invictus at the end of the day. But the map pool as well, Villa, Oregon, and CAF A. Obviously, we saw Villa yesterday from Invictus, a 7-4 victory against Dawei. So, I mean, take that as you will for Roosters. Maybe they can find a couple rounds here as well. We weren't expecting Dawei to, if we're being completely honest, when we went into it last night. But, I mean, Villa's where we kick things off.
Yeah, it's a strategic map, so we are going to get to see a bit of the best of both these teams coming into this matchup, of course. And you can see two prominent teams. Look at them, the ANZ favourites, top and bottom, Nate and Jigsaw. It's great to see them as well coming into this matchup. Ying banned by Invictus immediately. Look at Nate; he's ready to go.
He's raring. You love to see it. Jig seems a little bit tired, but I mean, fair enough. We were up until the extending hours towards 3 a.m. last night. But, I mean, yeah, look, Panda.
It's about to go crazy.
He's about to go crazy. He's had his Red Bull and hopefully, or energy supplement of choice. And he is ready to get into it. Invictus are going to be starting things on the defense this time as opposed to the attack, which we saw them start on last night. So, I mean, do you think, Panda, that Invictus are going to take an early lead here, provided that Hysterics is teasing the Cav, or do you think that this is going to be more of a meme show from them for a bit?
Well, I mean, already we're seeing Jigsaw on the Malusi, which, I mean, that is an iconic pick for him. He's deadly on it with that MP5. So I think we're Hysterics playing the Cav. I can understand it. Honestly, on a map like Villa, is probably one of her best picks, given the depth of roam achievable. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hysterics potentially do some damage on the flank.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, especially if Roosters aren't really ready for it. I mean, we are sort of seeing the double LMG coming from them, Hoven and 8, teasing both of those current in-meta operators as well as their guns. Patology switching onto the Jackal from the Yana. They may have already spotted out Kavira from Hysterics, so they know they want to try and lock this roam game down. But I mean, even then, I'd imagine Roosters probably watched Invictus's game last night. They saw Villa and how Dawei were able to capitalize on certain things during their defense and attack. So maybe the Roosters are going to try and put some of that into their play today. We see a couple of switches, the Zofia and Sledge to swap Jackal to come from Tolji. So, I mean, Roosters have got a half-decent setup going into this attack here, but Invictus, I mean, they're Invictus. They played this map last night. They looked really good on it towards the end when they started sort of taking things a little bit more seriously, and I'd imagine we're probably going to see the same performance here from them today.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. But right now, I mean, Roosters and Invictus having played each other or more recently are, strangely enough, I mean, they played, where was it? IG. That was played A4 of APAC South. It was Bank. It was a 7-1 victory for Invictus. So I think here, Roosters with that quick kill onto Jigsaw are looking for a bit of revenge.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grudge match, I reckon, here between these two, provided they have versed each other in APAC South before. So Invictus are going to be looking to do the damage. However, Roosters definitely have a little bit of the chip on their shoulder here coming into this one to start off. Losing Jig early is not great for the round, especially when he is one of the star fraggers for this roster. But given what we saw from them last night, we already know that the rest of Invictus can pick up the slack when it is required. We see Hysterics, I believe, lurking on the bottom of Brown there on the Cav, and you know, if left unchecked, this could be rather unfortunate here for the Roosters. Ping onto the smoke is going to be coming out. He's already made it back to the site, though. These castle barricades slowing down a lot of time here for the Roosters, forcing them to clear these out.
I mean, it's interesting. This is the first time these two teams are playing off in a best-of-3 format. You don't get it in APAC South unless you make it into the playoffs, and neither team did, unfortunately. Invictus robbed a little, but Hermosa is going to find Hysterics the Cav, not to find much. 8 denies the frag grenade thanks to the MI Mag, who's going to be chased back down the red stairs as well. Great stuff to start off here from the Roosters.
There you go, even better. Hoping to take down Speakeasy, and very quickly, things not looking great for Invictus. However, Mentalist and Nate, definitely the two that could get it done, but with Hermosa taking down Nate for a triple, Mentalist has his work cut out for him. We'll find one, but Ape is there. And Invictus, unfortunately, going to lose round one, but it actually looks like it might have been planned as one of their players runs off into the abyss to go and possibly grab something real quick. A little bit of a tactical... oh, no, okay, no sound, so it's going to be a rehost, I think, here, called out from Invictus. But, I mean, Panda, we saw this yesterday from INV. I mean, they had a little bit of a rough start. I think the half ended... I believe 4-2, maybe. I think it was a 3-3 even. I think it was a 3-3 in the end, wasn't it, Panda? And then there was one round after the switch for Dawei, and then after that, Invictus just powered it home. So, I mean, you know, seeing, we talked about it, you know, OCE teams definitely take more time to sort of get into the groove of things, warm on up, as you would say. I know both of these teams haven't necessarily played today, so that there is going to be a little bit of that, you know, maybe fatigue coming into it. It was a late finish last night. Maybe they've been doing scrims all afternoon, getting ready for their playoffs run today. But, I mean, yeah, look, starting off Invictus, we saw this from them yesterday, a little bit of a slow start. They didn't get too much impact on the board in terms of kills. But, I mean, look, at the end of the day, if it's going to be the same thing that we saw from them last night, it's just going to take them a couple of rounds. But, I mean, to start off with, what a great way to kick it off for Roosters. I mean, a pretty convincing round one, to take the lead early on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Nate maybe had a bit of PTSD there as he saw his teammate Mentalist running off screen. Well, he was there with Order last year, but no, not to be. Luckily, the door stayed shut. But I mean, yeah, I think it's just an ANZ thing. Nate and Jigsaw are two key parts of this roster, and for some reason, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's caused it. I don't know. Okay, my camera's autofocus is having a great time. What I said to going hard, but yeah, they take 3 to 4 rounds to get warmed up into a game. Then once they do, you better watch out. You better have gotten those 3 to 4 rounds, otherwise you're in trouble.
Yeah, it also depends what server are we playing on. I do believe it'll probably most likely be C's due to the fact that majority of IG is going to be on INV rather is going to be on that C server. Obviously, Nate and Jigsaw, they're going to be on OCE, but albeit, you know, ping is something to take into consideration. We saw it a couple of times last night go in both ways' favour. Obviously, you know, a couple of kills here and there, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, once Jig and Nate sort of get into their flow, the ping doesn't really seem to be an issue for them. They sort of just make their own way and you know, do their own things. I mean, we saw Jig getting triple kills like it was nothing, you know, and it really is just a highlight as to why this Invictus roster was hyped up so much and why it is still hyped up to this day. They are a really good team, a really solid set of players. And, I mean, look, going into this, as you said, it's going to take them maybe 3 rounds, 4 rounds. But I think as soon as they do get into it, we probably only going to be good for 2 maps here because, as you said, they versed in APAC South. It was a 7-1. That was a best of 1 sort of set of games. This is a best of 3. And given when Invictus can find that momentum, I think Roosters are going to be in for a whole world of trouble when they can sort of get away with that.
Yeah, look, the Invictus can be a very momentum-driven team. Once they do start hitting their stride, it's incredibly hard to slow them down. So I think if we see them get a couple of rounds on the board, going into the half, they look a bit scarier, and they can look to just shut it down. Well, we've just had confirmation it's going to take a little bit longer to get the lobby back up and going, so we'll throw it to a short break. When we come back, Invictus versus Roosters will carry on in Villa. See you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Sophia that day. The part that made her my sister.
We're coming back into it. The rehost secured, Proto. We head into round 2. Where do we see IG go? Of course, we're seeing them go back to Aviator Games. Round 1, a bit of a bloodbath. We are going to see a bit of a change in trajectory, though.
Yeah, Invictus, I mean, unfortunate for them on that first round, albeit they're going to look to bounce back here. They had a pretty decent sort of opening in terms of, how they performed, but ultimately the frags just went in the way of Roosters, and they definitely got the job done, put that first round on the board, and things were looking pretty good for them. So Invictus are now on the back foot, but again, it is all probably going to be part of that warm-up game that we're expecting to see from them. It'll take them a little while, but as soon as they get into it, things are going to be probably a lot scarier than they are at the moment. But albeit Panda, Invictus, yeah, they're going to go straight back to the bomb site that they just lost. They want to give it another go. They're not ready to give it up just yet. But Nate busting out the Ella is an interesting pick here, and the barbed wire, so no shield. And then the big question is well, does he have the shotgun or not? I'd imagine he might.
We might have it. We have 2 shotguns guaranteed. We've got Mantless running the M870 on Thorn, which, I mean, it is sort of a 50-50 situational call on the Thorn M870 versus the Uzi. But right now, we jump on in. Round is going to be getting underway in just a moment. Nate is playing it close to chest. He's not revealing anything just yet, but given his trajectory, wouldn't be surprised if we see him getting aggressive and walking.
Yeah, I think it is definitely going to be shotgun here due to the fact that the pistol's been out the majority of the round, albeit we could still yet to be proven wrong. But I mean, yeah, look, Roosters attack last round.
It's the Scorpion.
Oh, it's the Scorpion. Okay. Yeah, the Roosters' attack last round was pretty clinical. They did really well, but I mean, Jigsaw's not happy going down first. This time he's going to take Hoven before anything goes wrong, unfortunately. Could also find the second, but no, Nate loses that. Almost kills Tolji. Almost kills Tolji. But unfortunately, the Scorpion not quite enough damage, but Jigsaw is there to take down a second 8 to fall, but it's not the finger, so that's a good start.
Yeah, but you lost your Nomad immediately, followed by your Twitch. So, again, no flank watch, or next to no flank watch. In fact, no flank watch unless you put a player there. Twitch gone as well. We've lost his Derricks, unfortunately. But I think we can probably continue with the round after that. It's not going to be the biggest of losses. Yes, it sucks not to have the cap can, but Jigsaw is already proving that he can probably do this himself.
Yeah, he's already good for 2. 3 more and he's on for the ace. Definitely something you could do. They still have to get through Speakeasy as well because Jigsaw is on track. So they don't necessarily know that the mute is still in play over towards Astro's side of things. And well, it might cause an issue. Tolji's going to take Jig down, but this might be where the refrag comes in. Speakeasy to find him, and he is going to go straight for the drop. Gets away with his life, and there's no refrag there for Roosters at all. A 2 versus 2 is definitely a doable situation here for both teams, but with Mentalist getting aggressive for one, he's going to get both with the CZ. Invictus even down a player. They're going to make the best of it and find that round.
Unfortunate. Well, fortunate and unfortunate. Obviously, they didn't need him, so it's not the end of the world. Especially when Hysterics is kind of... Oh, sorry, Mentalist, not Hysterics. Hysterics is the one that disconnected. Especially when Mentalist is hitting shots like that with a secondary. I mean, it's wild that it was the secondary, given that he was running the M870 in close proximity.
Yeah, look, I think it's more of the site setup that is what the M870 is really being bought for in this situation. I mean, it's interesting to see that Thorn has the ability to bring a shotgun. It does make her a lot more viable in certain cases, albeit it's not going to be bought this round. Mentalist jumping on the mute this time, and Hysterics is back. Welcome back on the Wamai. But I mean, Invictus, they walk away with the round on AVG. They're now going to go to Trophy and Stat. Don't want to go to Kitchen just yet. But I mean, a big round from Jig there, sort of starting to pull weight on the fragging department. But I mean, even still, Invictus starting to get warmer a lot earlier than they were yesterday.
Oh dear. We might have a game on our hands at last, brother. Right now, 1-1, we had to split. It is the go-to transition here. Nothing crazy out of the ordinary. The armory was being contemplated by Tology, not to be in fact. I think the biggest takeaway from this round is whether or not they can get, Hoven and Hermosa in position without dying first.
Yeah, look, Hoven and 8, I would say. Yeah, Hermosa even are probably going to be some of the players to watch out for in this game. They had really good performances yesterday. Hermosa even especially did on the IQ of all operators. But I mean, yeah, speak easy with the SMG 11. Casual. Spawn peek. Jigsaw hit the lol. Yeah, I don't even blame him at that point. That is definitely a lol-worthy spawn peek. I mean, the SMG 11 is not one that you usually see pulling off those types of things. But yeah, Hoven, that's the Nomad gone as well.
2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row. Think easy. What a kill to find.
That sucks, especially given that it's a split site. No longer can you lock down Astro. I mean, you don't have a Zofia, you don't have Claymores, you don't have anybody utility, so it's going to have to be down to a player that on either flank, and Mentalist not helping Roosters' situation, Eddie, with that kill speakeasy. He's just doing dirty. Poor Tricky Dicky getting taken down the way he did. It's your hard breach. Luckily, Tology there, with the G36 is good for 2. But at this point, you've got a Finker and an Ash. I mean, honestly, actually, now that I think about it, this is the perfect duo to try and take this round back.
It really is. They got to send the aggression here. They got to find at least one more player from Invictus to make it worth. I mean, IG have themselves set up pretty well here. 2 below to deny. They do not have the Nitro, I say, in the hands of Mentalist, unfortunately. Nate is going to be back on that LSO. Rougemont Mine's going to be giving a lot away on the push into bricks here, but I mean, the crossfires are set up for Invictus. They have one player deep inside of Trophy. They have one player deep inside of Statue. Gone 6 to come out. Panda, it's 1:20 left. There's plenty of time for Roosters to play with here. But, I mean, Invictus, they're not giving them any bodies like we saw yesterday. They're just playing the slow game.
That's unfortunate. There is still 1 nade remaining. The drone out, and especially, with the time remaining available to Roosters, they are going to be smart to drone things out. They've still got 4 drones available to them, 2 each for Hermosa and Tology, so they can get some extra information. That's big. They now confirm Jigsaw's position. Unfortunately, that does little if he swings out and finds the kill regardless. Mentalist there with the crossfire. Jigsaw with the closer, and Invictus will take round 3.
Yeah, really well done from Invictus. I mean, it definitely is looking like they are already starting to get into the swing of it. I mean, the powerhouse that is IG is just, when they get going, it's not great. But I mean, it's good to see from the Roosters side, it's all smiles and happy faces, even up against a team like Invictus. But, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who wins the most rounds. That's how Siege works, competitive Siege at least. And look, Invictus are looking great here to start taking a few more of these rounds away, given that they've seemed to find their stride early on in this game, in this iteration of Villa anyway. Part of the issue that we might have seen yesterday is that, the game started at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So, take that as you will. But yeah, look, they have the lead here. Can they hold on to it, though? I mean, Roosters gave them a run for their money in round 1, but has the rehost maybe altered their sort of aggression?
Why does it look like Jigsaw is just telling the boys a story about last night? He's just chatting away, like, yeah, nah, me and the guys went out for, you know...
Box, yeah.
You know, we went out and, hit up McDonald's, we were sitting there chilling over some burgers, having a grand old time. Like, he's just nonchalant as anything, just chatting away.
He's living life, Panda. But I mean, again, chill vibes from Invictus, happy vibes from Roosters. It's you know, it's nice to see the players enjoying themselves as opposed to, you know, being deathly scared or stressed or anything like that. But yeah, look, Speakeasy, no SMG11 to spawn pick with this round, but Hoven is actually the one to take Jig down. Hits him with the reverse lol, and at that point, you kind of have to take it. Wrecked. There you go, man. Just jumping in on it as well. We love a little bit of team-on-team banter. Yeah,
I mean, you got to respect it. Again, it's a situation. These guys will all know each other. Like they are intimately familiar with because they're playing, scrimming against, and it's just like everyone, you know, you get some people to chat. Oh my god, but sort of, you know, this horrendous sportsmanship. You can't talk to people like that. It's all just banter. Like they know each other. They get along. I would imagine for the most part, but it's just banter at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of banter, told you to take down Mentalist. It's Invictus now in the deficit. 5 versus 3. It's doable, but I mean, especially with Hysterics finding that Nitro on Atology, big kill to take, especially with the Ash being so pivotal at the moment for them. 8 to take down Speakeasy. It's an hour 4 versus 2. Definitely still achievable. Again, you cannot count any team out in R6, but Nate, he's just playing for this contact with Rix. Whether or not he's going to get it is a completely different question, albeit Roosters are looking good for the execute here if they can just sort of get themselves into good positions and take onto the site. Hysteric's coming up Astro, though. He's going to find one Hermosa to go down, and this becomes more doable every given second, Panda.
Oh, look at the pings. Unfortunately, they obviously have info on Hysterics as well. No pressure, Nate. You've got to find 3 to win the round. There's a minute remaining. It's Regate. It's not going to be helping your cause. Neither is the full wide screen. He is going to prone. Hope that everything just lands away from him. Standing. Oh, this is a cheeky little angle. Hoven doesn't quite step out. He knows where one is now. Saw the gun barrel. Spots the head. Oh, the bulletproof table. Could have been deadly, but Hoven falls as well to Nate's MX4 Storm Spray. Down to the 1v1, it's 8 to try and hold on. Mate, what info does he have? He's got no utility, and unfortunately, 8 knows his stuff, covers the rotate, and that is a big round for Roosters to take.
Still really close for Invictus, though. I mean, Nate could definitely have done that, albeit, unfortunately, he couldn't get it done. Invictus going to be forced to equalise here going into the 5th, but I mean, yeah, look, Panda, Roosters, very well done by them, reading the situation, finding those opening kills, and then sort of just making their way into the building and cleaning up what was left really well from them. It's going to be another Aviator Games from Invictus to try and retake the lead here, but I mean, look at them, they're all having fun, they're enjoying the time that they're having here, and Panda, it's looking good all round. It is good vibes across the board.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, Invictus, they're obviously not too shaken, but I mean, Roosters seem to be having fun. Like they just having a grand old time. They're just waltzing through each round, taking it as it comes, and you love to see it.
You do, you really do. It's good. High hopes, having good fun, smiles across. It's focus up time now, though. We're going to look to get things done in this game. I mean, they already have a pretty solid hold on what they need to be doing. However, the execution sometimes a little bit flawed, and Invictus walk away with the round. But I mean, it's definitely seeming like a little bit more of an even matchup this time between these two teams. I mean, as we already talked about, 7-1 last time they met. And I mean, Roosters already doing better for themselves in this iteration of this matchup. But Invictus are still, I think, yet to hit their full stride, man.
Yeah, look, we did all the way. Oh, Jigsaw, buddy. Almost caught with his pants down in the middle of the bedroom. Not to be. He's going to be safe for the moment in statuary, pulling way back. And the Docker to come into play, the Logic Bomb out, and will force even further retreat from the side of Invictus. They want to play it safe. Night Throw going to be the fade away from Speakeasy, unfortunately. Told you just too far away from the window to take any damage.
Yeah, unfortunate. We'll draw that utility out, though, so that's good to get rid of. Hysterics is back on the Cav, though, so this seems to be a genuine part of Invictus' setup, possibly, but either way, we'll see if it has any effect here. Again, just lurking at the bottom of Brown, waiting for his chance to make the play up Astro. They do have the footprints there, and he is going to be pinged right at the bottom of the stairs. He's going to have to fall away. But the silent step from Kavira can negate the Jackal track if activated. So, you know, that might also be something that he looks to possibly employ. But Tolji so close to the head. Might spot the feet, indeed he will, but no damage dealt. Cross is allowed. And Invictus, with half the round gone, still have 5 players on the board.
Told you, unfortunately, failing to live out Jackal's fantasy there. Not going to be shooting any toes off just yet. Hey, though, primed and ready. They want to get this control over towards Zombie Door. If they can make that happen, they can start to execute some control over Classic as well. But it's about... Oh, okay, that's a softball. That's not ideal. Oh, no. Oh, no. Speakeasy, buddy. Too little, too late.
Okay. Told you. It's just good to clean up too. Invictus, a huge mistake from them, leaving that wall soft. And Roosters now fall and give pretty much full side control over here. It's going to have to be a retake. Hysteric shooting pretty much every single drone available for the attack. It's going to make his way into Trophy. Going to be able to maybe possibly find the 90 repel. No, can't quite find the headshot. Told you planting the bomb. Nate's going to be the only person close towards the site to try and play for the aggression. Hysterics takes a lot of damage through the wall. Nate tries to find the headshot. Can't quite connect though. And Hysterics low HP. Things not looking good here for Invictus after the back of that misplay. A lovely shot from the Kavira. Can't quite find the sledge. 8 there to take Hysterics down. And Nate, he's just going to play to pad the stats. He's not going to get one to start off. Unfortunate.
Hysterics was so shocked at the one tap.
He was.
He had to look at the body to confirm he just killed him.
That is
oh dear.
That's crazy. But yeah, big misplay from them leaving that wall soft. I mean, not something I'd expect from Invictus, but yeah, here we are.
Oh dear. It's it's quality. It's quality content. You love to see it at the end of the day. And some wry smiles from Invictus. I think yeah, Hysterics stone cold in the face. You wouldn't even think that he just hit a shot like that. But we head down to the living room and library for the final round of the half, Brodo.
I mean, Invictus just seemed to be having a little bit of fun with it, if I'm being honest. It's good to see. I mean, we've got the Cav from Nate. He's going to give it a go.
The alternative is lower bracket run, which, I mean, at the moment, they've already beaten one of the teams there. In fact, they've beaten... What, so it's, yeah, Madness versus Dawei. They've beaten Madness. They have yet to beat Dawei. Like, realistically, I don't think Invictus are too stressed about the lower bracket run.
No, I don't think they are. And low-key, that might even be a bit of a play. I mean, Invictus beat Dawei yesterday pretty easily. So, I mean, yeah, look, at the end of the day, it might be the shout for them. It's, well, I highly doubt that is going to be what they're looking to do, but if it does end up, unfortunately, being what does happen for Invictus, you know, I don't think they're going to be too stressed in that lower bracket, albeit they do still have plenty of time to make this their game and the next subsequent maps, depending on if we go to all 3, but, I mean, look, it's still shaping up pretty well for Roosters. They lead at the moment and could be on for a 4-2 half here, Ben.
Could indeed. Drone game needs to be clean, especially with attacking the site. You want to get that vert control and find the avenue into the site. I mean, it's one we don't often see play. But Invictus, they're a pretty smart team. They know what they... Oh, it's Nate on this Cav this time. Speakeasy found the first. He's going to rotate himself back, and Nate is on the ground, unfortunately dead.
Unfortunate, Nate. Cav not having too much effect here for Invictus, it seems, but I think the mean value is definitely more what they're shooting for with that operator pick, albeit 4-4, taking out a sledge for a Cav. It's probably a trade that favours Invictus, especially losing Cav early on. You know, she's so impactful. But I mean, Hermosa takes down Speakeasy. That is something more impactful, but told you to go to Mentalist. So a 3v3. It's just sort of trades back and forth.
Jigsaw, Mentalist and Hysterics still in play. They could definitely hold this one down. Hermosa and Hoven, with the help of Rix, who unfortunately has yet to get on the board. And there you go. Nitro to come through from Hysterics. It's going to knock Hermosa to the ground. Not going to confirm the kill, but you look at the positionings they'd have to get into to actually go for the revive. It puts them in a bit of a split. And Rix, this is a dangerous call to be pressuring onto the side. If he drops the diffuser here, it is well and truly free real estate for Invictus.
I mean, they've got Hermosa pretty low. Given that this is a downstairs library living bomb site, you know, I'm not too sure how they're going to go for this execute. They don't have too much vertical, provided that Sledge has lost. However, Hermosa is going to be using what is left of those breaching charges to at least try and clear some positions out here. But Invictus still have 3 pretty big positions to hold on to. They have the bathroom, they have deep inside a living, and they have that light control. So now Hysteric's being lit. The playing field is relatively even. It's going to look like to be the main entrance execute here. Thermite, as well, all 3 of the players are actually towards main entrance here. The smoke to come out to cover the cross, the flashbang to go deep, but it's Jigsaw on the bomb chassis with the spray down to find the planter. They need to try and take him down. They know he's in the smoke here, but smoke covering his position. Jig through the smoke for a second. Mentalist is on the flank as well. What a way to end the half. Another lull from Jigsaw and Invictus. They're going to equalise 3-3 before going on to attack.
He's just so good. No bias, by the way. No bias whatsoever. But right now, we head back to Aviator Games. This time for Roosters defense, and Jigsaw is going to pick up the yard. But you look at what's available for Invictus on the attack. This is where things start to get very scary.
Yeah, they've got the Flores. They have the Jackal, which we already see. Osa on Speakeasy. I mean, Osa in SEA seems to be just a huge operator. Bought in so many different aspects. I mean, it's great to see that she's being utilized across the board. I mean, her kit is really, really good, obviously with the shields, etc., etc. So, I mean, look, Invictus, they've got a 3-3. It's essentially just a fresh start, but now it's Roosters on the defense. So are Invictus going to sort of take the lead here, or are they sort of going to try and, you know, maybe go that little bit longer? I don't know. I wouldn't imagine that's what they're going to be shooting for, but...
Well, I mean, this is a setup that we've seen a lot, especially in ANZ, especially in Apex South. So I'm not saying exclusively it's an ANZ setup, but the extension of the walk-in closet, even, you know, it's strengthened more by the mirror being in play. But, I mean, Speakeasy picking up the dock a bit. We don't see the Flores in the end, so they opt off that, seeing that there is a mutant animosity in play. They realise that the Rotero's probably just going to be too hard to achieve. But there's a lot of utility train, and only the 2 frag grenades to Jigsaw, plus I suppose the 3 Gone 6s. I think his Dockerby has one as well, if I'm correct, that they can use to clear this utility.
Possibly, not too sure.
I doubt he's running it, but
does.
I think she can.
Yeah, no.
She can
She
have
can
it,
have it.
probably not.
Probably shouldn't be running it. Albeit, Nate's going to lose that drone. He's not going to get a chance to shoot it either. Unfortunately, it's going to run away just before he does get the chance. The line paired here. But Hoven, lovely shot. Speakeasy. Unfortunately, on that propeller's not going to be able to do too much now anymore. But, I mean, yeah, look. Mentalist is going to find at least a refrag on the Rix. I would 6, unfortunately, for him this game. And Invictus, they're keeping it even.
Oh, dear. Slow walk up the stairs. Hysterics does somehow get the best of Hermosa there. Baits himself into thinking that maybe there's a flank coming in from behind, but removing Hermosa is big. Mentalist can start pushing up towards Zombie. That could have been deadly as well. The pre-fire towards the stairs. Smoke below. So there is Hoven down there. And that smoke will cover and give some security to Hysterics pushing up the stairs, going the second. Oh, that's exactly what you want.
Now they know the position of Hoven. So he's not going to be able to have as much impact from below as he may have had the Jackal not been in play here, but does still have the Nitro to play with. So look at all these Prince Hysterics. It's all for one player. They're going to be able to spot out the one. Can't quite take the mirror down. However, somehow is alive after that altercation. 8 takes a little bit of damage, but again, we still have large offsite. We do have the ability for the flank here from one of the players inside of Study from Invictus. Jigsaw's just holding the flank. I mean, they've got 50 seconds left to play with. They're getting themselves set and ready to go. It is just all the point of contention. Where are they going to choose to go through? They've got the spot on the mirror, who has been now droned out, but Hoven made his way up main panda. 40 seconds. Will he be spotted? Yes, he gives himself away, but what is that going to do here for Invictus?
They've still got 30 seconds to work as they can get in and get things opened up, but it's going to be a close run thing. I think by the end of it, Mid Gemma should be popped. Mentalist Health going to kill out of Hoven. That is going to cut down the flank options. The mirror window popped. 8 finds 1, but it's shut out with the nade and the C7E, courtesy of, I believe, yeah, Hysterics there. But either way, Invictus, they are biting back on the attack.
They really are. That first round for attack there is a absolutely solid one from them. Going into round 8, they've got the good, happy mentals. I mean, you can see it across the board. Smiles, Nate's loving it. Jigs even getting in on it. So they're all having fun. But I mean, yeah, Invictus 4-3. They retake the lead. We do see the Cav from Roosters here as well. Hoven looking to bring that one out. I mean, is Cav just an operator on Villa that we don't know about, Panda? Is this the new meta that's coming through here for SCA? I mean, dangerous picks. Dangerous picks. Cav, get that interrogation off. We saw Direwolves do it.
Yeah. Look, that was that was against a team that probably is not quite on the same level. Especially with Direwolves finished top Apex South without dropping a single map. Dubiously, okay, we'll put the asterisk there, given that they didn't actually get to play Invictus because of an admin ruling, but they're still a pretty capable team and they've qualified for the major, so there's excitement to be had there.
There is. There really is. Nate's definitely feeling it, I think. The shenanigans from last night's catching up. But some interesting 6 picks here for Invictus. An Ash, a Glaz, and an Amaru. I mean, we did see, I believe it was actually Speakeasy yesterday on the Glaz, sort of just, laying people out through the smoke, one taps, this, that, and the other. But Nate on the Ash with the diffuser, an interesting choice. Albeit only, 2 people on site right now?
To be fair, this is kind of going back to basics. I mean, I remember casting Nate back in, the day. When I started casting, he was still playing Tier 3. And he was a bit of a fiend on the Ash when he was given the opportunity to frag. So they are going for it. It's a straight in. The smoke, unfortunately, going to bounce off the back, so they don't quite have the coverage. Looking to get deeper to the site. The swing out to deny the push in through. And, well, they might have their opportunity. 8 kicks things off with the kill on the midlist. Jigsaw is just on the site right now. 8 rotating around through Classic. Wants to try and find the flank, but I think Speakeasy should have that angle locked down. Hopefully, yes, it does. The swing in. Oh. It is going to work. Rex gets the down and the kill onto Jigsaw. They've lost control of the site. The setup to Zombie is looking pretty deadly. They have support. You see Hoven just crouch walking his way up the main stairs behind them. Minute 50 on the clock. The site hit does not quite pay off, but they've done some damage.
They definitely have done some damage, but they also have majority of the players here for Roosters locked on this sort of north side. Hysterics takes down Hermosa as well. I mean, the other player's going to rotate to the bottom of red, but I don't actually think Roosters have any real presence inside of the site other than towards 90. I mean, that zombie door now cleared out. Speakeasy with the Class taking down Tolji. Other than this one player behind the bar, that's not really too much for Invictus to deal with here if they really wanted to actually aggress into the site and deal with that player. I mean, obviously now giving position away, Speakeasy's going to lose that fight and they're going to retake into bar. So Invictus now have their work cut out for them. Nate finally going to swing on in to look for this initiating gunfight. It's not going to spot it. It's actually going to go all the way through to Zombie himself, and Hysterics getting the bomb down. It might be a flank from top main. Hoven to retake this shield, and Rix actually pushes on in, but the bomb goes down as Nate finds a kill onto Rix, and now it's all up to Hoven in a 1 versus 2. Hysterics is low. He will spot Nate. He's going to get the down, actually. This is very doable given the position that Hysterics finds himself in. He's playing for the contact close on the door. Confirmation onto Nate. Hoven, I think he has an inkling that the player is close on the door, but the pre-fire from the LMG.
The bigger mag
Hysterics.
wins.
The bigger mag does win. What a play. Well done from Invictus. They clutched it up. They made it happen.
I have to respect Hoven there though. Luison was the play. It just does. It wouldn't I'm surprised it didn't instantly take out Nate there. So it must have unfortunately not hit where it needed to hit, because Luison hits like a truck. It sucks that it wasn't able to happen, because it would have been impressive.
Oh, 100% it would have been, given that pistol is just insane. Even post-nerf, it's insane. But albeit Panda, we're shaping up here for an interesting game. Invictus have started to pick up the pace a little bit in terms of how they want to play this map out. And they've got themselves one round away from putting themselves on match points. I mean, Roosters have a lot to try and do here to at least equalise, but on attack, Invictus, they're looking really good. Speakeasy switching things off onto the Osa. They have the Ash available again for Nate, but I mean, Hysterics onto the Twitch, they're making those changes. And this could speak, obviously, volumes as to what they're going to do. No mirror being bought here, so the Twitch is going to be 6 off by Hysterics onto the Finker. And I mean, this is probably well read by Invictus. Roosters not bringing the utility, so, Invictus don't need to force that Twitch.
Yeah. I'm not sure we'll see the cave again, unfortunately. Okay, I was a little concerned there for Nate and Hysterics starting off at, 5 health collectively. But no, The health bars fill themselves up.
Which is good. Starting off on low health would have been bad, but still. Invictus, 2 minutes and 30 seconds here. Into the round is only 30 gone, and sort of dedicating it for downstairs is clear. It could be a bit of an aggressive play into the kitchen style. They do have 2 roamers downstairs they are going to have to deal with. 8, but as I say that, Hysterics has already walked up the pantry stairs and found that first kill. Maybe they haven't spotted the second player out, but with Speakeasy coming in for the pinch and Jigsaw and Laundry, they're going to look to take Hoven down pretty quickly, and with those adrenal searches available as well from Hysterics, his team is going to be looking pretty healthy in the very near future, provided he does get those boosts off before being taken down. There we go. So very quickly, a 5 versus 3 Panda.
Quick succession, I think, yeah. Invictus, when they hit the afterburners, it is quite telling. I think Jigsaw actually took more damage from the frag grenade than... Can't nano boost that!
Oh, Hysterics. You got to let it go. You do have to throw it. That's usually how they work. Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. I mean... Oh, hang on. Is there a player inside a bike? I actually think there is. Yeah, told you. He's got such a good position here with Jigsaw being on low HP.
With Hysterics having thrown the pin and not the grenade.
Pulled the bit out and just put it in his pocket again. But there we go. Told you, taken down by Jigsaw. He wins that fight, low HP or not. A minute for Invictus in play. Roosters are 2v4. It's not looking great.
Getting aggressive, but unfortunately Speakeasy there covering the angle to shut it down. Rick's from long range across the sights. Gets the headshot onto Speakeasy, but it costs him some health. The Mentalist there to follow up. We'll shut him down. Invictus, they move on to Matt Point here, Proto.
Yeah, and they're pretty happy about that as well. You can see it across. They're enjoying themselves, getting the job done. I mean, look, match point for Invictus. I don't think we expected anything else, Panda, here. Roosters actually currently doing worse than Dawei did, unless they can find another round here to equalise a 7-4. But the way Invictus are going, they're definitely looking to, close things out here, provided that, they don't fumble this round. It is going to be dining kitchen again here for the Roosters, but Hysterics teasing the Monty, paired with Speakeasy on the Osa, whether or not he chooses to stick that. Things are going to be looking pretty scary, provided he is bought. I know we said this multiple times yesterday, and then Monty was switched off. However, I'm hoping that Invictus stick this out, because it's going to be interesting to see how he goes for them on the kitchen side of things.
Indeed it is. But I mean, Invictus will prove they can attack over the site. Hysterics going to be hovering the Monty. Another player who learnt from the great Luna medal when it comes to shield play. I'm excited to see just whether or not this gets stuck out.
No. No, yes, it has. Hold on. Monty makes
It's
it
locked.
through. Mentalist onto Twitch, Nate onto Sledge, but we definitely have Hysterics on the Monty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for an absolute treat here, provided he doesn't, somehow die or something off the start. Maybe a team kill. Let's hope not. But yeah, Invictus, they're bringing the Monty out their game. It might be sort of a rush plant type situation here that they're going to aim for. I mean, that could definitely be the case, but Jigsaw droning himself into the toilet living room side. He's going to be looking to take this cross control, and I think Invictus are definitely going to be going for a pantry plant here, provided that this is the control they're wanting to take.
Can to come out, and Jigsaw wants to be the one to capitalise. Or there is potential for some explosive plays, especially with Mentalist running that F2. Yes, he's been tagged, but it's not the end of the world. It's just a lot of waiting, a lot of priming yourself. I mean, Invictus know that they're in a great spot right now. Why force the issue unless you have to?
Exactly. I mean, they've got all the time in the world really to go for this execute. They're going to jump right on into the pantry. Hysterics does have the hard breach charge here, and with Rix taking down Nate, it's not a great start for Invictus, but ADS Monty is something people don't expect to be peeking into the bomb site, and, with Hysterics getting aggressive with it, he will be spotted out, the shot to come forth. It won't connect, unfortunately, onto the head, but he's going to opt to break his barbed wire before getting aggressive. Mentalist to take down Rix, so the trade is there. Jigsaw finally aggressing down now through into China, but Mentalist being down in the process, that's going to allow Jigsaw to walk onto the site. No one's really close by. He will be spotted from deep inside of the laundry, but Lion Scan is there to help cover the cross into the bomb site. Now with Monty pushing forward to the bathroom, he's going to be able to lock that player out, but it doesn't matter. Jigsaw to take him down. Hoven on through China. We'll get the trade, and Panda, everything's going wrong for Invictus here. Hermosa will find Speakeasy. Mentalist now to fall as well, and it's all up to Hysterics. In a 1v3, he's not even going to get the chance. 8 from above. Invictus. Monty didn't pay off.
Not quite. It's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. There is a possibility for the comeback to happen. And look, there's a bit of chat. Like Nate, he's trying to get the team grounded. A couple of cheeky smiles there from Mentalist. So I think IG know exactly where they stand.
They do. They are still 2 rounds ahead of the competition right now, so they do have time to play for a little bit more of the, maybe just the information gathering, maybe to trying to tire them out. Roosters, this is. Before going on to map number 2, obviously Oregon is more of that back-to-basics style. I mean, Villa does fit into that category. It has been played for, I want to say, almost 2 years now in Rainbow Six. I might be slightly over there in that estimate, but yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. But yeah, Invictus, they look solid on it. They really are just sort of playing their own game and letting things sort of happen as they are. But that multiplay, it actually did do bits for them. Unfortunately, not as much as they would have hoped, provided the positions that were available for the Roosters to sort of use. But I mean, yeah, they're going to ditch the Monty. It's going to be Osa again for Mentalist, it seems, unless he chooses to change his mind in the next 10 seconds, albeit. Other than that, it's going to be the lock-in. Thermite from Speakeasy. No, Maverick from Speakeasy. Jigsaw on Miana. Mentalist on that Osa, and everything is confirmed. A Capitao from Hysterics as well. Nate to finish things off on the Thinker. And I mean, Invictus, this could be the final round, albeit. We are yet to find out, Panda. This could be a couple more, but albeit, I think Invictus is going to look to close things out here as quick as they can.
Oh dear. I mean, look, they've got the tools to do it here. We are going to see a bit of a pivot, yeah. It's still technically a shield operator in play. So, a linear move will call it at the moment. But I mean, surely Invictus know exactly what they need to do to close this one out. We should see them do it here.
I'd imagine that is the case. I'm going to clear some utility inside of the master side, trying to get rid of this Wine Magnet, but Speakeasy can't quite make it happen, unfortunately, at the moment. They might tend to just burn some utility straight away. Jigsaw, a lot of damage taken at the start of this round, trying to get deep into the bathroom side, rather. I believe that might have even been from the vertical, but going to try and drop a nade downstairs. It's going to get stuck, unfortunately, on the balustrades there between the floors, so no nade to drop down, but still Invictus. I mean, they hold the advantage. They don't necessarily hold the man count at the moment. Astro stairs being clear. This might allow Nate to just repel in here. There's no one playing deep in Astro. He's going to be able to sort of dictate this on the drone. And with the nade to follow, possibly onto this rotate, could be the repellent in. With half the round gone, they're looking to possibly make a play here, Panda.
Nate thought he spotted something down below. Still has 3 nano boosts. Could help Jigsaw out, but opts not to. Friendly nade, unfortunately, onto the Gemini. Jigsaw, I'm sure, having some words with his Australian teammate Nate. Mentalist, the first to fall, unfortunately. Hermosa with a ripper of a headshot, loses some significant health himself. Looks to get aggressive, has a shield of his own. These Maverick angles from Speakeasy could spell death. And well, in fact, it's going to be Speakeasy himself, the carrier of doom.
Hermosa,
okay.
low inside of the painting, I believe, actually, maybe? I'm not too sure what the go is there, but Smoke with an eye at least. Might actually close to team killing there, unfortunately. Capital Fire, it's going to force him back to that shield. 2 players from Roosters here sort of stuck on this shield. That, I believe, Fire is going to get caught by the Wamai there, and still waiting for Nate to repel in off Astro. 1 down below, trying to hold for this cross, but it's going to be Hermosa to take down Hysterics, but here comes the aggression from Astro deep into the site. Jig will spot 1 by the trophy, but unfortunately can't quite find the shot. Hermosa to take down Speakeasy, the vault into Master. Nate also losing a lot of HP. It's now up to Jigsaw inside of the site to find a kill, but the players have rotated. Roosters have moved away. 15 seconds. The diffuser not in the hands of Invictus, and Jigsaw is going to go down to Tolji. Panda, we're going to be seeing another round here as Roosters fight back to take us 5-6.
Maximum regulation. We're going to get the full 12 rounds here. Locked in, guaranteed. Which you like to see, especially against 2 teams like this. They are going to get to showcase what they're truly capable of, whether or not Invictus can deny over time. We'll have to see here going into an Aviator Games defense.
Yeah, it's... AVG is the site that Invictus have won, though. Yes, it was a little bit rough, but, I mean, they got the job done.
Bigger mag wins.
Sorry?
Bigger mag wins. That's how it happened last time.
Sorry, yes. Yes, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I was like, what was you trying to say?
Excuse me? What?
No, I just couldn't figure it out. I was like, I don't even think that was English. But yeah, okay, my bad. Bigger mag does indeed win. But yeah, look, Invictus 6-5. I'm surprised we haven't seen attack timeout here from either of these teams. At the same time, I'm not very surprised given that it is Invictus. You know, they're comfortable with where they are currently. They believe in their ability to close this one out here, I'd imagine. However, Roosters, you know, getting as close as they are currently, that is going to be big for their mental going into this next round. I mean, we could definitely see OT here, Panda.
Possibility? Yeah, it's looking quite likely right now. But, I mean, how many times have we seen the team like Invictus boot and rally, especially when you got 2 Australians on the team? It's something that we as a region are known for. The boot and rally is a potent combo.
Yeah, it is a pretty potent combo, Panda, but albeit we'll see if it's going to do too much. The double claymore for Nate. It's the new changes with attack. It's going to get mute jam though. It's not going to be too effective in this position. Nate to open up that window slightly for his drone to enter in. Well, provided there is no Mozzie Pest like there was last time. However, not being in play is probably not going to be an issue. But yeah, I mean, right now, Invictus just taking their time. Nade from Jigsaw could be huge here, provided there's no ADS. Unfortunately, not deep enough, won't connect onto the player close by Brickstore. And, well, Roosters, they're sort of just playing with the time that they have. Jig on the vault, doesn't know the player's close left. Oh, he wins that fired ape. Unfortunately, can't quite get the job done. Told you to fall as well, but Hermosa to take down Nate and Speakeasy. 2 huge kills, and Hysterics now falls as well to Hoven. This is not looking good for Invictus at all, unless Jig and Mentalist can do something big here.
No pressure on the Mentalist. He is the frag leader for the team, so it's not in the realms of possibility that he couldn't be the one to clutch up. Fortunately, not quite equipped for a long-range engagement. Just waiting for info. Pops the camera as well, because why not? I mean, Jigsaw has a lot of work to do, and that mute jammer already proving to be a bit of a nuisance. He's got a drone out Mentalist, given the health disparity is quite significant there. Air jabs going down, trying to cover the wild thing is, there is still a minute 19 in play.
There's so much time, Panda.
Oh,
those kills all came out
to left.
so quickly. Come on.
Oh. There was very nearly a swing there from Hermosa. Oh, I thought for sure Mentalist was about to die.
He might have actually found that kill there, provided he was holding the breach holes, given that Hermosa was going to throw that that magnet disc. But, I mean, Jig, he's got the replicator, he can spot the Jaeger out on the swing. I mean, it's 40 seconds. They're kind of waiting for one of the Roosters players to make a mistake and swing here, but, you know, they're just not. They're not interested in it at all. They're just playing their angles. They want to send this to OT as best as they can. Mentalist and Jig doing what they can with what they've been given. But, I mean, right now, Roosters just aren't giving them anything at all to go off of. I mean, Jig has the nade prepped. It's going to come out. Not going to find it with Hysterics disconnecting as well. And, yeah, Panda, we're definitely going to OT here, I think.
Toxic canister in play. Mentalist has to make something happen. He's got to be the one to force the issue right now. He can't just sit and wait by the door. So he's going to have to charge into the side, getting a bit too cheeky on the angle. Hoven opportunity just missed again. Just by mere millimeters. It's going to be one. Mentalist, no, don't reload. You can't be reloading now. He's going to steal himself with the second remaining. He can't even get the final kill. And yes, you are right, brother. We go to overtime.
Well played by Roosters on their defense half to send it to OT. Invictus maybe playing with their food a little bit here, which is a shame, provided that, you know, last time we saw these two teams play, it was a 7-1 to Invictus. So what, you know, what has changed since the last time we saw these two teams verse? I mean, Roosters have definitely picked the ball up a little bit here. Doesn't help that we've seen a lot of disconnects as well from Invictus' side of things. Unfortunately, that is probably going to be putting a little bit of a thorn in their side too, going forward into these rounds. But at the end of the day, it is OT now, Panda, and this is a best of 3, so they are going to see, you know, 2 more maps at most here. But yeah, I mean, Roosters, hats off. They managed to take it back to OT, even with Invictus having that, I believe, 3-round lead at one point. And, I mean, yeah, that is commendable efforts from them. However, Invictus are going to get the ability to start off on the defense side here, and they're going to kick things off with an AVG defense. So, Mirror being bought by Nate. I'd imagine we're probably going to see a, you know, as default as it gets from Invictus, just to make sure that they close this out here. They don't want to play 3 maps, I'd imagine, in terms of longevity. But, you know, looking at how Roosters have been playing, they definitely are willing to go the whole 9 yards, provided they get a shot at least taking Invictus down here.
Now remember, it was a 7-1 victory. Last time these two teams played, and it was Invictus that absolutely stomped through Bank. Renatus, now Roosters, of course. They find themselves in the precipice. They need 2 rounds to do it. They can afford to drop 1. So potentially we could see a bit of an upset here over Invictus.
I mean, provided it's on the card table now that, you know, Invictus could lose this and go to a 3rd map. But Jigsaw is actually, unfortunately, going to get removed due to ping, which means we're probably going to be looking at a rehost, possibly, depending on what the call is, albeit. Yeah, unfortunately for Jigsaw, his game has crashed, so he's going to have to reload and come on back whenever he can manage to sort of do that, albeit it doesn't look like much is going to happen. But Mentalist is going to call the 45, so it's going to be a continuation.
Because they've already called the rehost.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
So, just some minor issues. Unfortunately, he's just gonna hop on his phone. He's gonna send some Snapchats, check some Instagram, and then probably check back in with us next round.
Yeah, rather unfortunate there for Jig, but you know, it's just seems to be what happened. Seems to be what's been happening, unfortunately, here for Invictus. They've had a lot of disconnects. They've had a couple of bugs. As we already know, they're forced to use their rehost. So, unfortunately, that is the way the cookie crumbles. However, on defense, they already have a little bit of an upper hand. Mentalist is on a heater as well as Speakeasy and Hysterics. So, you know, provided that they can keep that up this round, they should be looking good to at least take the 1st round of OT before Jig gets back. But at the same time, Invictus, things unfortunately not panning out for them in the way that they would have hoped. I mean, OT is not what I was expecting at all, provided the previous scores against these two teams in APAC South. But I mean, here we are, Panda. It's really sort of surprising.
Oh, look, we've seen stranger things happen in the 4 versus 5. Right now, though, yeah, Roosters' best shot to get themselves onto map point and potentially close it out in the next before Invictus can really have a chance to bounce back with the reconnect. Shots going out, and Rex is going to spot that. Looking to try and line it up with the X-Kairos. Not to be. I think, honestly, with the mirror in play, this is the best shot that Invictus do actually have to deny this.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be pretty much the only shot that they're going to have if they want to, well, at least walk away with this round to keep the minute, provided, you know, they have the time to get Jigsaw back in. But I do believe Hoven might have accidentally dropped there as well, unless he's going to go for the vertical nade to clear bottom of the vault, which might be what the play is here for Roosters. But, you know, with that mute jammer still being on the wall and no more frag grenades, it seems. No, they do have. They've got 3. So whatever the hold-up is right now for Roosters, something is definitely an issue for them. There we go, from below. Wall now to be opened up. And it is going to be a vertical nade, or, unfortunately, not going to take out that player just as he moves away. But Invictus, 50 seconds left to play with. It's going to have to be an execute either onto the site through Vault or somewhere towards the study side through maybe even Zombie Door, because the Roosters, it's a 5v4. And Invictus are going to have to try and hold on here for as long as they can.
The biggest problem being, of course, there are only 35 seconds left in the round, and the utility that's available, Nate, taking a bit of damage. Hoven as well, having that nano boost in play is going to be big. Angle almost spotted, will be spotted again. Takes out Mentalist, Hysterics to fall as well. It is on Speakeasy and Nate to hold up and clutch up. And Nate swings, going to deny the plant, but unfortunately goes down himself. Speakeasy has to go huge, unfortunately caught on the reload. Will give Roosters the round. One more, and Roosters will take Villa.
Yeah, Nate is pointing out the unfortunate events here for Invictus. They're going to have to keep the 4v5 going because, you know, they can't get.
They can get the pause and yeah. So unfortunately, it is going to have to be a full rehost because now multiple players have joined out. I think at this point it becomes a tech rehost.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So
multiple crashes becomes a tech rehost. So
yeah, so it's not using up one of the teams. Well, the used rehost anyway. So it becomes a tech issue, and it's unfortunate, but I suppose in its own right is a bit of a saving grace that the game is the latest patch has become a bit more fragile.
Yeah, look, I mean, provided they had jigged that round, I think it might have been a little bit different. They would have had some more fragging prowess on that sort of master side. But I mean, look, it has just been sort of that recurring thing for Invictus so far this game. I mean, we've seen Hysterics, I believe, go out twice. You know, jig to go now as well. It's, you know, internet issues or game bugs are definitely a hindrance right now for Invictus. I don't really think that the score is very indicative of what we're actually seeing in terms of the play here. I mean, we've lost players mid-round. Yes, a couple of times the disconnects have come out. They've already been disposed of. But, you know, first round we had the sound bug. Second round we had et cetera, et cetera. So for Invictus, I think they're just getting the short end of the stick at the moment in terms of game sort of frigidity. But, I mean, Roosters, given the situation, are definitely capitalizing on that. I mean, they currently lead in OT 7-6. Provided that, you know, Invictus can get all 5 players back in and go on to make max OT for that 7-7 chance at that 8-7 victory, you know, we could definitely be seeing 3 maps here, Panda, provided that all of Invictus's games can stand up for these last couple of rounds. Because right now, I mean, as you said, it is just fragile at best for the couple of these players and their games, maybe even internet connections. It's just not looking good for Invictus at all.
Well, I mean, the scariest thing is this is at best a 70% roster because you got Nate and Jigsaw playing on ping. So can you imagine what it is going to be like the first time Invictus shows up on LAN, all of them playing without ping issues in the same venue, and they're still doing this much damage? I mean, they missed out on making APAC playoffs because of internet issues that Nate was having. Like, people, this is an incredibly slept-on team. Like, people should not be sleeping on Invictus as much as they are.
No, definitely not. Provided that, you know, you give them that connection, you know, even if they end up being all in the same region somehow, provided. But, you know, Invictus, when they're all in the same room on the same ping against a team with the same caliber, I reckon they will come out on top 9 times out of 10. I mean, as you said, they're slept on. It's a 70% roster. They just can't play to their full potential that we've seen from them multiple rounds. I mean, we see it. Unfortunately, coming out sometimes, we've got disconnects. We've got, issues with ping. We've got losing fights to set issues. It is just things, unfortunately, culminating all together to be a bit of a hindering experience for Invictus. But even on top of that, currently, they are looking like one of the best teams for OPL, or at least one of the best teams to have a shot at one of those top spots for OPL, provided, Roosters don't win this game. At the same time, I think Invictus will be quite comfortable in the lower bracket, provided that they do, unfortunately, lose this game. And either way, definitely, again, should not be sleeping on them in the slightest, because they are a very dangerous team, even with the issues that currently plague them.
Yeah, and I do believe that this might take a little bit longer than we initially thought. So what we might do is we'll throw it to a short break. When we come back, we'll jump into the rest of overtime here on Villa. And let's close out map 1 before we head to the second. We'll see you back very, very soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, but what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
Unleash your
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Well, we're coming back into it, and I think Nate sums it up best there with big old yawn. We're going into what could be the final round of the map. Overtime match point for Roosters off the back of an unfortunate disconnect. IG hit onto their attack, which does not bode well.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bode well at all. But yeah, we unfortunately going to have to continue on with what we've got. I mean, Invictus, they're down one round. They have to get this to at least put it on to OT, and if they do win this round, then they will go on to defense, which, let's be honest, provided they have a full 5-man, they might be able to get away with. Hopefully there are no more disconnects, because at this point, that would pretty much be the end of Invictus's Villa run here, and we will be 100% looking at a 3-mapper. But Panda, Invictus, they definitely have the tools to make it make it happen. They have the players, they have the prowess. The question is now are Roosters going to want it just that little bit more to take it here, or is Invictus going to be able to push it back to maximum OT? This is going to come down to the wire.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, they have the Flores though. I mean, they're going to stick that one out, the Flores Finca. They can get a lot of that utility clear out. There is only the single mute, so if they can line up their nades and make the plays, this is really doable. Nate, looking to get aggressive early, wants to clear out the utility, clear out the cameras, get themselves in a position, look to execute. Now, last time we were here, didn't quite pan out the way I think Invictus wanted, but I I mean, again, they're a team that are capable of doing it.
Yeah, and we've seen them do it before. Nate's drone in jig here. 90 hatch will be open and the camera is there to watch the vault in. So there is going to be information here for the Roosters on Jigsaw's Rebar. He's going to actually switch up where he's jumping in, but, you know, provided that now there is a vertical angle opened up, he's not going to be able to walk all the way deep into that downstairs red 90. But, I mean, look, 90 window is going to be the choice of contention here for Nate. Going to try and play for an early pick 90, or at least hold off the rotate for Pan to the Roosters. They're not giving anything up early here.
No, I didn't think they were going to work, and I didn't think they were going to, but Jigsaw jumps in and gets the kill, so it makes me stumble everywhere. It's a big kill, removing Hoven from the round. Removing Diego as well, the 416 carbine no longer going to be in play. Nathan's upside down rappel. He's looking for info. Jigsaw should be joining him in just a moment. You can see the rapid pace at which he is entering through that first floor and making his way across. The drone game, also very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the information, just the sheer amount that Invictus have to play with here is, you know, they're just playing for their own flanks, flicking through and you know, playing for that information. The nade from Speakeasy, unfortunately not going to catch that player that was the top main a second ago, albeit smoke now to deny. Nade from Jig here as well, possibly to come. There we go. It's not going to connect, unfortunately, into the opponent's side of the site, but the buck downstairs now to start going to work to open up the floor and try and clear some of these positions out. Nade as well getting ready to pre-place those ace charges for when the mute jammer is cleared out by the players down below from Invictus. And saying so, two very quick kills. Speakeasy to go down, Ricks to find Jigsaw. However, the Thinker now to fall as well, with Hermosa taking down Nate, and very quickly Roosters answer back with a flurry of kills for themselves. They also have Diffuser at their control, but the cross punished by Mentalist, and very quickly turns into a 1v1 with Mentalist going down. Hysterics needs to clutch up huge here for Invictus.
Oh, Hysterics! How has it happened again, Proto? The 1 versus 1 clutch up from Hysterics. Last time, it was because his magazine was better on the Armourer. This time, no. It's on the buck. He backs himself. We are going full overtime. And Invictus head over to the defense. The cracks just showing a little bit.
A little bit indeed. But Invictus, they have defense now. They're trying to pick where they want to go. They don't necessarily know what they want to lock in, but it is going to be trophy and stat with Mentalist on the pulse. Nate on the Valk, which I believe is actually one of the first times, or at least few times, we've seen Valkyrie played on this map.
No, so Valkyrie is banned.
Oh, no, she is, isn't she? Nate, no. Mistakes have been made. I just remembered as well, there's no bans, isn't there?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Rehost? Yeah, true.
So
he did get auto-picked, didn't he? Yeah.
So it is going to have to be a rehost because we forgot to
no bans,
include him in there. So, oh boy, talk about ramping up the tension.
Oh, 7-7. The rehost based on the op bans. I mean, it was in fact an auto pick for Nate, which is a shame. But look.
Well, it is what it is, and we've only seen the 1 round played. So I think, yeah, we'll get the lobby resorted. But while that happens, we'll run a quick ad. When we come back, we'll jump into the final round of overtime on Villa and look to see who picks it up. We'll see you very soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister.
Well, Proto, the stage is set. The stakes are the highest they've been so far this match, and we are going to be jumping on into the final round of overtime. No one walks away with this unscathed. It is going to be win or loss. No in between. No more do-overs. No more resets. And this time, Nate is going to be bringing the pulse instead.
Yeah, look, the pulse is the interesting pick here for trophy stat. However, with a kitchen extension downstairs, which I'd imagine Invictus are probably going to employ, given that that's what we've seen for them previously, it's going to be pretty hectic unless they can clear this bottom floor out. Now, Roosters have had a pretty solid attacking set here as well, when you compare it to Invictus, but this has been so back and forth, Panda, that it's really hard to say anything at the moment. Obviously, with all the disconnects and rehosts, it's been rather taxing on the players, and you can see some cracks starting to form. But at the end of the day, Invictus, they're going to get the defense, which is where they're going to be more comfortable in the situation provided, and with that cardiac sensor as well for Nate, you'd hope that we can see something here come out for them. But I mean, look, they've got this final round to make it happen, and Roosters obviously the same. Hoven is going to bring out the knock and Tolji on the thinker, which means Invictus have a lot to deal with the same.
Round underway. We do see a couple of nitro cells there for Nate and Mentalist to try and deter, but I think those are probably primarily going to be used as a deterrent for entry into the building rather than to try and deny the plant. Hysterics, though, doesn't care. Wants to kill, finds Ape. That is his sledge. Jigsaw finds Hoven, and I think Invictus are just done with it. Yeah, even Hoven's like, what the hell was that?
Oh!
Told you he's going to say the same. And, yeah, Jigsaw, enough shenanigans. And, yeah, even Jigsaw's like, yeah, that was pretty filthy.
Yeah, look, he's not even wrong in apologising for that one, but yeah, they don't have the thinker anymore, unfortunately. So when this health boost wears off, that is going to be the end of its effects. However, Rix and Hermosa are in a 2v5. Invictus still with the pulse available downstairs. I'd imagine Nate probably going to be going for that nitro sometime soon, unless he's playing on site, which I don't think he is. Albeit a minute and 15 is a lot of time to play with here for the Roosters. They're going to try and play for the wall. Whether or not it is going to be available to be actually opened up, I think some of it may be, but the rest of it is denied by the Mutant Mentalist. So, look, it's shaping up to be a bit of a difficult clutch, but Roosters, I mean, we've seen them do similar things before, so 2v5, it's possible.
Anything is possible in the world of Siege. Likely, not so much. Possible, definitely. Hermosa swings, finds Nate, who I'm not sure if that was the pistol or the scanner that he had in hand while trying to go for the kill on Hermosa. Either way, neither of them worked. Going to be tagged from the site itself through the gap in between. There's still 4 to play, though.
Still 4 Invictus members to find, and given that it is Invictus, I'm going to be looking to do as much damage as they can, albeit the nitro to come, not going to connect, and unfortunately, that means that Hermosa is still alive. He will be spotted, the shots to follow. He's not going to get those, though. Unfortunately, no damage either, meaning that the smoke's now coming into play for Speakeasy. It is the last there that they have available. No nitros either. Jig does have an impact, and that's about it in terms of denial on the board for Invictus, but they have the man advantage. Roosters are going to have to force into the site. The Malusi gives their position away, but not the swing from the smoke. Well played from Master. 30 seconds, Panda from split. Jigsaw for a triple. It's all up to Rix to find 4. He's going to get 1, but Speakeasy's there, and Invictus, after a long bout with technical issues, they're going to find map number 1.
Yeah, look, it was a very, very long road. It is just the way the game works some days. But yeah, Invictus, they clawed out the end 8-7, which, I mean, much like Roosters' first match yesterday. The 8-7 on Border, now 8-7 on Villa. Unfortunately, doesn't quite go their way. But, I mean, look, Jigsaw flawless in that final round. Massive stuff. Massive, like 3-0. Huge.
Those first two kills as well to open things up pretty much just cemented the Invictus win there. And I think that's what it comes down to. I mean, Jigsaw, Nate, Mentalist, Speakeasy, all of them, they all have that fragging prowess, and then when it is required, they can just sort of bust it out and go to town and sort of, take away what they really want in the round in terms of frags. And, that is just sort of the ability that Invictus have. When they want to dictate their own pace, they do. And especially when it comes down to crunch time. I mean, that round from Invictus was arguably, pretty clean cut compared to what we've seen from them so far, which then begs the question, well, was that something that they, may have been reserving for a different game? Or is that something that they maybe wanted to hold on to, that strategy or that style, for later on down the bracket, but they've been forced to here due to the fact that they don't want to go to the lower bracket, provided that, they probably would have won this game at a 7-3, had they not had all these disconnects and then gone to OT. But I mean, look, they get it done at the end of the day. So ultimately that is a dub for them on the scorecard. But yeah, Oregon is where we're off to next. And I don't actually believe we saw Oregon for either of those teams. No, we didn't see Oregon in the previous play day for either of these teams. So it's going to be a fresh map for both on stream this evening in terms of their playoffs run.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Invictus played, it was against Obeng in the final play day. That was a 7-3 victory for the side of Roosters. 8-7 victory over Dawei in their final play day. So there is a possibility this one could get a bit dicey. When we come back after the break, we'll jump into map 2 to see who takes in the upper final and moves into the grand final first, to wait tomorrow in that final play day. We'll see you back soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. Villa done and dusted. Invictus take it 8-7 in maximum overtime. Proto. Now we head to Oregon. After what we've seen, is there any cause for maybe an upset, maybe a reverse sweep? Could be a possibility here.
Look, given that, Villa was Invictus's pick, going on to Oregon being Roosters' pick, Invictus should be slightly scared. Yes, the scoreline was as close as it was due to all the disconnects and issues that we were seeing coming out for Invictus. But I mean, even still, provided that there were no disconnects, that was still a pretty close game towards the end. Yes, they led 6-3. They could have finished at a 7-3 half, but it's really hard to sort of dictate if that's what, Invictus's internet is going to be like at the moment. Then, does that sort of spell issues for them? Is that what is going to be a continuation from the front? I mean, other than, those issues, they played pretty much flawlessly. You do have to give them that. Yeah, going into Oregon, it's one of those back to basics maps where a team like Invictus, in theory, on paper, should thrive. And I definitely think that they're going to be able to do that. I mean, again, last time we saw these two play in APAC South, it was an Invictus washover pretty much. So I would imagine we're probably going to see a pretty quick one here from them. They probably want to get it over and done with here, provided that they are having these issues. They just don't want to run the clock down. They just want to sort of play to get things done. So I'd imagine, statistically speaking, we should see an Invictus dub here pretty quickly on Oregon.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's sort of leaning. It's a back to basics map once again. In Apex South so far, we haven't seen a whole lot of them. Their preferred map is obviously Bank at the moment. They played it a lot in Apex South. In fact, I don't think they played one of the core old OG maps. Yeah, the closest they got to that was a chalet, and even still, like they've deviated away from what is traditionally meta.
Yeah, but I think that's also something that sort of sets them apart. I mean, a lot of these teams, given that these maps are new, are letting these newer maps into their play days and then ultimately sort of discovering, hey, this team is very good at said map. And then, they don't make that mistake again. But then they just take them to one of the different maps in the new meta. And then, things change. And obviously Invictus, given that they obviously practice these maps, are definitely really scary. But I think even then, going back to basics for these maps, it is just, even in Oregon is something that Invictus are going to be quite happy to have. But I do believe we are going to jump on into Oregon, so let's get right on into it. Starting off with the bans, as always, Panda. Probably going to see the vanilla picks as I say that. Ging is gone, and that was actually Invictus to ban that out. They have banned both of these maps, so that obviously means that Roosters have a pretty strong Ying presence against this team, and they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, she can be a bit oppressive here, and you can understand why the ban has come into play. Thatcher, the answer, of course. It's pretty stock standard. Valkyrie as well, going to be taken away, which means that we're sort of left in this pit. Do we commit to the cave? Do we commit to the mirror? What is it that Invictus are comfortable leaving up? And we saw the mirror come out last time. The ban is going to be there for them, and it is going to be Kate. So Mira, once again, will be in play here in Oregon.
We did see Mira on Villa. Whether or not she got as much use as maybe she should have is probably the big question. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much in terms of people looking through those mirrors directly. We did see a couple of instances where it was the case, but I mean, we didn't get to see too much of her direct impact on a round. However, Mentalist is going to be bringing her out for round number 1. Laundry Supply here, Jigsaw, patent pending. Malusi is going to jump straight on that one. And, the rest of the team is just going to fill through what they need. Jaeger, Mute, and Mozzie combo. I mean, a lot of what Invictus is trying to do as well is just deny information. Roosters have such a good drone game that, running this Mute Mozzie combo, not only is Hysterics insane on the Mozzie and Speakeasy insane on the Mute, but it is such a good anti-utility, anti-information duo that Invictus just like to play off of, purely based on the fact that they rely on a little bit of that chaos sometimes to make some plays, especially Jigsaw on those roams. Even in late rounds, we saw a couple of times in a couple of the Roosters executes, they had no information on players from Invictus. They had no information on the setup or the whereabouts of the remaining players. And ultimately that then sort of folded over and turned into an Invictus win based off that misinformation. So having that combo already here prevalent on Oregon, I mean, Invictus, they've got a pretty good lineup to do some big damage here, especially getting to start on the defense side, which is where Oregon is the most favored.
Well, there are terrorists coming into play for the Tolji. I'm going to be sending them nice and deep to try and clear out some of this utility, but hopefully the denial is there. Unfortunately, both those ADSs are going to be removed. Jigsaw as well, copping a bit of punishment along the way. Another Rotero drone to come through. Should be able to either flush someone off this window or clear out the Banshee, which is exactly the call that Tolji makes. And within moments, that utility in bunker is completely removed. Unfortunately, so is Hermosa.
Yeah, really good swing there from Speakeasy. Probably would not advise that usually, albeit given that he's an insane fragger. You take those. Almost taking down Hoven as well. Unfortunately, the help is there. Told you find hysterics. Jigsaw to take down Hoven, though. So it's more trade back and forth between these two teams. It's 3v3 very quickly. Only a minute has passed. And a lot of damage has been dealt in terms of both health and kills, albeit Roosters come out on top. They do have 3 full health players as opposed to Invictus with only 2, albeit the blue control is not really there for them. They've lost a lot of that utility, but now with the kills on the board, Roosters going to have to sort of go for a bit of a rotate and switch up the push here. They don't have any blue presence anymore. It's going to be Freezer, but with Jigsaw taking down Tolji out the main lobby, things just got a whole lot better for Invictus.
I mean, this seems to track the way it has so far for the series. Things will just get better for them. Yes, it did take them an 8-7 to close it out, but they were the ones to win it, obviously. You got to remember that. Right now, though, Ape and Rex have a bit of a job to do. Rex has a drone in towards the laundry, but you can see, well, we can see, they can't. We can see that there is presence upstairs, potentially able to flank in and do some damage. There is a lot that could come out of this in the big tower. Oh, we can see, I believe that's in fact Nate, and unfortunately it is no longer. Could have definitely upset.
Could have. Unfortunately, isn't going to get the chance, provided that he is fragged out by Ape there, one of the big fraggers for Roosters, or at least has been in this series so far on the sledge. And well, now there's only 40 seconds left for them to play with. But again, this is where the mutes are going to come into play. We already see that misinformation. The mirror not manned currently in E-box due to the fact that obviously the hatch is open. Playing close on the wall, Mentalist takes a lot of damage and actually goes down, leaving things in the hands of Jig, who's full blind, needs a 4K to win this round, or at least play off of time. But drone coming on through now. It's going to spot him inside of the corner. He's going to have to take the fight. Habana's going to go down. He's got the player behind him, but he has the mirror to play off of, as well as the fuse control in his possession. Panda 13 seconds. Ape has to push on round into Pillar. Jigsaw's just playing for time. He's hiding inside of E-box. The shot's not going to connect.
Run, Jig!
He's going to have to run deep into blue. He's going to get away, but Mentalist... Sorry, Jigsaw. He's going to hold on. Ape from inside on the clock. Well played by Jig. A huge 3K, and what a way to kick off Oregon.
It's the mind games. It was a ring around the rosy, and Jig says, hey, I'm here. Come on, you could have won that. But what a round for Invictus to take to start off Oregon. And that is definitely going to chip away at the mental of Roosters.
What a way to start things off. I mean, arguably that should have been a Roosters round, provided, Jig hadn't got that first kill, but all the same. Second kill, rather. But I mean, Jig's insane. Jig does Jig things. And he's getting the job done for Invictus. As I said, I think they're going to be looking to gear things up here to take this away as quickly as they can, provided that, the misfortune that that was bestowed upon them on Villa. They're going to sort of play to win here. I think a little bit harder than usual on Oregon, not really taking any chances. I mean, Jig definitely could have just gone for the peak there, especially committing into E-box when the sledge was sort of just walking on through the site, but didn't need to play on time. He was just sort of playing for himself, and he didn't really need to overcommit to anything as opposed to just fighting. And that is exactly what he did. Perfectly played there from Jigsaw, but again, there's a reason. He's one of the best, and he was Rookie of the Year, all of that. That's why he's on Invictus, 3-0 right now for them. Panda, it is looking good. A top 4 defense, though, is where they're going to go to the second, and Tolji is going to be bringing them on to.
Well, I mean, that's a bold play against a team like Invictus, who have had some of the best shield players in the region. Amongst them. That's we'll see if Tolji can pull it off, especially given that Hysterics is also running the Legion. That is already a bit of a detractor from the pick. But I mean, look, they get the information on Jig. They want to flush him out. He's already pulled off the angle. It's a smart play so far.
I mean, if the Monty was expected here, which I'd imagine Invictus sort of knew that Roosters might be wanting to bring out, Hysterics being on that Legion is going to be a huge pick for them. But, Tolji just close on this door. It's going to be relaying that information all the way into the bomb site. Thermite has made his way into Master now, so I'd imagine he is going to be the one to try and open up the wall. But starting things off, Nate to take down Ape. Sledge to go early. Not the worst loss, provided that it is a top floor defense, albeit a frag is a frag, and Invictus are going to be happy with that.
Nate getting some revenge from the last round, takes down 8. And Rex has the coverage, so should be able to open up pit and that. Yeah, exothermic will be good. Tucked into the corner, though. Do they have information that Mentalist is there? They will get walk and wardrobe as well. So the progress is very good for Roosters, and they will get confirmation and finish off Mentalist as well. Hoban as well covering the angle. Speakeasy in a bit of trouble. They walk on into Kids. Nate falls as well. It's all coming apart here in Dorms. Down to Hysterics and Jigsaw. What info do they have to try and clutch up? Hysterics coming up. Why is this Jigsaw going for the long run? Out highway there. They know where Hysterics is now, stepping up. Head spotted. Unfortunately, not quite to kill it. Yeah, even Abe's a little confused as to why Jig went out. No, no! Ooh, that's dangerous. That will be the down, the pistol out. What more can he find? Nothing. Hysterics, though, will, you know, at least get the Monty.
I was going to say, Monty to go down is, you take that, but... I mean, Invictus, they had such a good round, early round, and then, you know, it just all sort of crumbled there. The Monty being really sort of potent for them there. They just struggled to deal with that slightly. I mean, they did have a small issue. They are asking for pause. Yeah, we've got the crash, unfortunately. It seems.
Who is it? What do we reckon? Jigsaw?
I think it's Jig. Yeah, I think it's Jig. Looking like Jig anyway, albeit. Yeah, look, dealing with that Monty was definitely an issue for them in that round. However, Roosters at the moment don't look like they're going to be bringing it again here. It is a Kid Storm sort of reattempt from Invictus, but we told you on the glass it's going to be an interesting round, especially if they choose to play it slightly differently than they did to the first. But yeah, look, unfortunate, especially with Nate finding the opener. But yeah, look, sometimes it just happens like that, Panda.
We'll have to see just how this plays out. We should be able to get him back in due to the pause. It then should be an auto pick, I would imagine, which, I mean, if it's Jigsaw, should be Malusi, which I don't think he's going to be too upset about. But, yeah, look, that last round was a bit rough. Mentalist got punished quite heavily in that pit position, wasn't able to get out, and Jigsaw trying to go for the long run out from Big Tower window was never really going to have too much success. But, I mean, look, it's a round. It's not like they've just dropped the half, so they could still do this.
Yeah, especially now that they know the Monty is going to be a point of contention here. Should Roosters choose to bring it back, they did have the Legion on board, but you know whether or not that is a operator that we're going to see again is probably a big question. If I'm being completely honest, obviously Jig is going to have to pick what he already had locked in. I don't actually think he did have anything locked in, so at least he's going to get the possibility to pick what he likes still. Albeit, yeah, having Legion, well, even Malusi is going to be a good operator to have, just something to slow that initial sort of push down, because Monty got really deep very quickly, took pick control, pretty much had everything deep all the way up to the Master rotate, and then, sorry, to the Dorms rotate, and then from there on, it pretty much just all fell into place, you know, for the Roosters. They had the control, they had the walls, and then they had the control deep inside of Attic, cut the rotates off, and everything was pretty much cool, cut, and polished from there. Invictus couldn't really retake into that as much as they wanted to, which is a bit of a shame, but at the end of the day, hats off to the Roosters. Well done. They're going to equalise at least.
Just waiting on the pause to come through. Oh, obviously, Jigsaw to return to the server first. That'd be ideal, if we're being honest with ourselves. Obviously, you want the match to be played out in a 5 vs 5, but just the plague of tech issues that Invictus are struggling through. There he is. He's returned. See, you complain enough about a problem, and it will fix itself.
Complain and you shall be heard. Albeit, Jigsaw's back. Told you on the OSA. Not the Monty, but we could still yet to see the change come out with the attacker repick. And I mean, Invictus, I'm going to go back upstairs. They want to give it another go. They bought the mute this time to try and deny the wall, which was opened up into the bottom of the pit. That was also a big part of, I think, what went wrong for them that round, albeit no Monty so far from Roosters. I don't think they are going to be bringing it. I say this. the end of the day, I could be very wrong. Twitch from Tolji, Off of the Glaz, and Havana from Rix, as opposed to the Thermite. So a slightly different play. Maybe the Monty being a one-off strat call from them. Definitely seems like that is the case, albeit Invictus, they're ready for it to some degree. They know that it has been played now once, so they could assume that it might come again, albeit Hoven onto the Capitao. Invictus have a decent roster lineup to deal with what is being repicked here by Roosters. And now it's just going to be whether or not they can open things up with kills or at least play for time, because Roosters are sort of doing really well in Oregon so far.
Yeah, they really are. Doesn't quite feel as early as we really are. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in. This is the third. Feels like we're, decide a map already. It's been a long run. We're almost 5 hours in. And we've still got, the last best of 3 of the day after this. Not as long as yesterday, though, thankfully, bro.
Yeah, look, we take those blessings where we can get them. But yeah, it's a bit of a slower start here for Roosters. Obviously, with the Monty not in play, they have to actually drone everything this time instead of sending Monty in to do all the checking for them. That being said, Invictus, Noah Rooney this time to slow down Hoven, so he's going to be able to set up his claymores and play for this door contact without really giving too much of his position away, albeit they're going to spot the smoke. Speakeasy, what's going on there? A bit of a miscall possibly for Invictus, but that is going to cost them dearly.
Yeah, Hoven in a great position not just find that frag. We capitalise on the player in pit as well. Lock down a long angle in through the site. Hitting that halfway mark and your smoke already off the board is, it's a nightmare situation for any defensive team. Ideally, the smoke is a player clutching up at the end of a round. Nade is great on the Hysterics for some significant damage. They want to open up this walk-in wardrobe wall, and they're going to do just that. Rick's on the job. X-Cairo's out in that walk-in position. Now Games as well, ready to be threatened and potentially a cheeky little plant into the corner. With a minute remaining, Roosters have done everything they need to pick up this round.
It's not looking good here for Invictus at all. They just haven't found as many impact frags as they possibly needed to. They got 4 players left alive. Losing Speakeasy early is going to definitely hurt them in the post here. With no nitro available for Hysterics at all, 40 seconds. It's going to be a plant in the corner with the Capitao, fire and smoke. Bolt smoke to come first. No, fire. It's a little switcheroo here from Hoven's. Not quite too sure, but there we go. The fire to cover the cross. Flashbang onto the team. Make things hard, but the smoke now to follow for the top white and immediate cross. Rick's, I'd imagine, going to go for the plant here. And Roosters indeed getting this bomb down. Invictus yet to make something happen, but Hysterics is going to find one down below. Jigsaw to be taken out by Hermosa, the nade in hand now, trying to make some damage happen, but Panda the bomb is not longer being planted. It's 15 seconds. They're going to have to reacquire the diffuser and go for a plant. Hermosa is going to be the one to do it, but Nate to fall, 8 to trade Nate, and now 7 seconds left. It's getting desperate. They have to find all the kills. Mentalist to take down Abe. Tolji and Hoven need to make something happen, but it's Hysterics and Mentalist to try and hold on. They're going to spot one, but can he get the bomb down now? Hoven needs to find the planter. He's swinging on round.
Oh
Indeed,
my
he will.
God.
Mentalist! What a clutch from Invictus. Well played by the Jaeger of Mentalist, and they're going to win that round off the back of an insane clutch.
It's in the name. The man just knew. It's all in the colossal brain that he has. He backs himself in it, and he knows what needs to be done. And Invictus, they pick up a second round. We talked about how, round 1 was going to chip away at the mental armor of Roosters. That round, you're driving the knife through the gap.
What a play, though. Post-plant, get the planter, trade a player, trade 2 players, and then playing for that recontact on the bomb. And then from there, Invictus, well played, Mentalist, hats off. Really sort of, again, speaking levels as to why Invictus are definitely no team to be slept on at all. They're going to be going back downstairs, which is the round they locked it out to start with, on the bottom floor from the clutch from Jig. Bringing the mirror back to play as well. So Mentalist is going to be busting that one out. But look, for the first 2 kills for him, but what are 2 kills to find, and what a round to get them in. Start to put an early lead on the board, but again, we saw this happen in the previous map Panda. Roosters came back to equalize, multiple times until we saw it at 6-6 eventually. Do we think that that's going to be a reiteration of the case here, Pan? I mean, so far it's been very back and forth, but I mean, Invictus, that last round, it was way too close for comfort, provided that, you know, Zofia was almost there for that frag to stop Mentalist getting that kill. What are we thinking is going to happen?
I'm going to be honest. I think Invictus want this match done. They want to break until tomorrow. They don't want to have to mess around with any of that nonsense. So I think they want themselves a nice early night so they can get rested going tomorrow. Nate balls will be finished off by Hoban. The Armory straight into T3. That's a big play, and that is ambitious, and has already found some great success.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that this Amaru has actually paid off, and Nate's going to be the one that sort of bites the dust due to that fact, unfortunately. But I mean, look, Invictus now down a player. Roosters, they're just going to be sort of setting bodies down the back stairs here. Very early sort of aggression towards Pillar. They do have the Osa here to support as well. But the swing on round from Mentalist, he's going to be good for the first. Unfortunately, not the second, as the shield is going to keep Tolji alive. Albeit the information now provided, Mentalist knows that there is some presence on those back stairs. And that information is most likely going to be relayed to the rest of his team. They do still have presence upstairs. However, whether or not that is going to be big for them is a big question now, with Hysterics falling to 8 and the mirror inside of blue being cleared. Invictus, they're losing bodies very early, as well as a lot of their positional advantages.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough here on the defense for Invictus. Well, Roosters, it seems that they're trying to slowly reposition towards bunker, sorry. Like, it just seems that they're shifting a lot of their utility. They're trying to shift their bodies over there as well. Told you will pick up the shield. In fact, pick up both shields, it would seem. As he wants to clear out the barbed wire. So, I mean, that's huge information from Roosters right there.
It really is. That Yana Replicator spotted so much, but now it's the push into the bottom of Pillars, and the remaining members of Roosters have pretty much covered all the crosses. Mentalist takes a lot of damage from that frag grenade. Speakeasy will spot one, possibly through the smoke. Whether or not he realizes that's the case is a different question. The smoke now to cover the cross. This could be big. He could play to walk through this here, but I don't actually think it's gone off for some reason. Hermosa, Mentalist will be found. Y8 on the trade, Speakeasy on the Nitro. Oh no, it's the connection. Jig's good for one. Rix is there for the trade, but now in the low connection, Speakeasy's going to find the first. The 1v1, definitely doable. M590 in hand, the pre-fire for the first. It's going to be the swing from Rix here to try and make it happen. The flashbang with the M590 from Speakeasy. Invictus walk away with round 3. Another huge 1v2 to put another round on the board.
Why are you sprinting, Rix? Why are you sprinting? You know where he is. And he's ready. He gets the M590 up first, of course. That's just, it's, brutal.
Wow. Wow. Invictus clutches are just that much hard hitting. I mean, especially for the mental of Roosters. They have had 2 rounds now that just should have been theirs any day of the week, and you know, out from the back of it, from underneath them, Invictus claw their way back to the round win. And I mean, look, awesome. You love to see it. Clutches always make the game better at the end of the day. But Invictus, what a way to kick things off for Oregon. 3-1. Roosters, yes, they have got a single round on the board, but since then, no more. And I mean, look, yeah, as you said, I think Invictus are looking to just close things out here as quickly as they can, even in those deficit positions. They're making the best of it, and actually walking away with a considerable amount of rounds here, provided that, you know, a lot of what we've seen has just been clutches and you know, very clenching situations.
Well, that's what, 3. Every single round they've won on this map has been a clutch.
On the clutch, yeah.
1vx. Oh, yeah. Invictus, they are making the fans sweat a little bit. Want to make them, you know, earn the performance that they're giving. Oh dear, you'll have to see it. Right now though, looks like Kitchen dining on the cards with the Echo in play. We are changing things up a little bit. Tolji wants to get himself in a small tower early so he can start to apply that pressure from above. But there is presence here trying to deny.
Yeah, Invictus did actually have a player close to them. That was almost a headshot from Tolji through the window, but not quite close enough, unfortunately, there. We'll hear the reinforcements as well through the window that he just previously opened up. However, it's going to be the reload and the roof safety for Roosters. They have already got Hermosa in towards Trophy and Master. He's going to be sort of droning himself forward with that impact, I believe it was, from one of the players, being Jigsaw. He's looking to come and collect Hermosa to go down on the Yana. There are two there to try and play for the trade, but Ape's going to be the one to find Mentalist. Speakeasy to take down Ape on the trade, and I mean, Invictus, they're just playing their crosses perfectly here. Jigsaw is even still at large, and he's actually going to be able to get away safely back towards his teammates and kids.
Speakeasy there as well. So we've got two incredibly potent SMGs in play. Oh, cheeky little angle. Rex getting aggressive towards top white, but it's the pull off. Doesn't realize that Jigsaw is still hanging around. And that is huge. Speakeasy will still find Tolji before he falls. The sliver of health. Hoven, unfortunately, has to go for the defuse pickup. Jigsaw slammed out of existence. And the pickup will be good. Hoven now needs to get onto the site. He's going to drop in. Does he have info on any of those yokai drones? The edge having a security to cut off the angle. There's two players. They can play for the bait. The pre-fires through the wall. Nate, no, they're not going to stick it out. They're going to play the numbers game, knowing full well that it is Nomad in play. Oh boy, this could get scary. The yokai. Yeah, the yokai baits. No, Nate falls. This could be an absolute whiff. Hysterics has to go huge. Oh no, the flash caught by the magnet. This is the time, Hysterics. You need to push in. Hoven, he might just do it, and he does.
Oh,
IG
Hoven.
blog the 1v1.
That's one clutch that they're not going to win. Had three players left. Jig just needed to play passive in that corner. There was no real information that he was there, and as soon as he let that go, dropping straight into the site, there was no avenue for Invictus to come back. The Echo Drone's out of place. They had to go for the Echo Drone rotate. I don't actually even think they knew that he was planting until the post-plant was already in effect. And at that point, they didn't even play the trade. Jaeger just sort of walked on in, and there was no real, refrag potential there from Echo. Sort of just feeding the ones with the positional advantage there for the attacker, and you just have to give it to Roosters. Very well played. They're not going to take the lead, and they're not going to equalise. So Invictus could look for the 4-2 here, but I mean, that was a huge effort from Hoven there to put Roosters back into the driving seat just a little bit here for Oregon before the split. I mean, 9-3 for his team right now. It's kind of insane coming from the Nomad, but at the same time, Invictus still leads. So, he's going to have to carry a little bit harder if they want to equalise a 3-3 half. But, yeah, at the end of the day, Invictus, I'd imagine they're probably not going to make that mistake again.
You'd hope not. You would surely.
Well, yeah,
hope.
you'd hope so.
But unfortunately, that is not always the way it goes. We will have to just bear through the storm and see if they can bring it back. I mean, Invictus, they still take a three rounds and a half. If they get one more, that's perfect for them. If they lose, it's 3-3. That's still doable for them as well. It just sucks the way that they lost that last round.
Yeah,
and then losing Jigsaw.
And Jigsaw now. Yeah, not great. Unfortunately for Invictus, it just seems like these are issues that are just recurring for them throughout a lot of these rounds on both of these maps so far. But given that this is a kitchen bomb site, and I don't actually think we have too many players from Invictus towards the back of the site. The nade from Tolji. Good utility there. But the nade to clear the nuke jam inside of the site.
How many bad nades have we seen this weekend?
A lot. I think at least 6.
That drone, though, from Tolji will spot the player just tucked inside kitchen. Back it off for now. They are just going to hold firm. The follow-up nade. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to provide much either. Rex is inhaling the gas. We'll finally get the exothermic off onto the kitchen wall. 8 finds the first. That's Mentalist to fall. Loses a significant chunk of his health. Jigsaw is returned. Unfortunately, too little too late in the round. Speakeasy falls as well. Pings onto the player who drops down. Tolji lines up Hysterics to follow, and it's now Nate to clutch up the shotgun. And now it's Nate's turn. Why are you sprinting? Tolji, I mean, technically an ace, given that Jigsaw was disconnected.
Unfortunate there for Invictus. It could have been such more of an eventful half had they not made a couple of mistakes and had those tech issues again. But, I mean, Jigsaw's back at least, so that's a good start with the no rehost. But yeah, 3-3 is not the end of the world here for Invictus. It's not a great start, but it's a decent sort of footing for them to go into their second split. But now with Roosters going onto the defense, arguably they have the easier, more favourable side to start things off here for the second split. But I mean, Invictus, we saw them have a really strong attacking half. Yesterday, we saw them have a pretty strong attacking half, albeit it was an 8-7 in the game previous. So while it may have been an 8-7, Invictus definitely showed some prowess on the attack, provided they can most likely do that on Oregon. Again, this is one of those back to basic maps. This is a map that Invictus, in theory, should be relatively proficient on, and I'd imagine we're going to see exactly that from them, Panda.
Well, it's round 7. It is going to be Roosters on their defense. Speak Easy brings something a little bit different here. The change up, and not a single hard breacher in play, just the 0 and the secondary hard breach gadget.
Interesting that they're going to rely on that pretty single-handedly here, but told you, how does he get away with it? He's going to find Jig here if he's not careful as well. No
There is
drones.
no breach denial in play either, so I suppose.
Yeah, true, yeah. What went wrong there for Invictus? No drones, they're just jumping on in without any info. And it's going to cost them so close to taking a Moser out, but at this point, the damage has already been dealt. Invictus, not a great start at all.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But, I mean, the chip damage isn't, isn't the worst situation. Jigsaw going down, though, that is a bit rough. 8 with a big kill there. And the secondary hard breach gadget will be able to pop open Attic, and they can start to potentially clear it on from this side of the map. The Argus can get a spot the player in trophy, and I believe that is Hoven, if I'm correct, with the Uzi, the reinforcement to come off, which, I mean, that gives Pitt entirely up to Invictus. And the concerning thing is that could allow for a play to be made, especially with Hoven falling the way he does. Kids as well, the wall popped and ready. Speak Easy taking some big ground. Unfortunately, they lose Hysterics. Almost another bit. Homosa covering the angle. It leaves Mentalist to the site for 1. Needs 3 more. He's ducking, he's diving. He's going to go for the reload, Proto. He might just be able to pull this off.
He's got a minute and 20 to play with, so provided he can actually find a couple here. As I say, I'm just going to stop storytelling. Roosters on defense. What a way to kick things off. They take the lead here from Invictus. I mean, I don't know if it's fatigue setting in or, Invictus are struggling with these connections. Maybe someone is lagging or they just don't have the right information. But, I mean, yeah, jumping in small tower there, two people deep, no drone, no information, instantly just gone, punished by Tolji on the Warden and, losing your finger, surprisingly, first. It just... yeah, I don't know. It felt like a bit of a sloppy round from Invictus. At the end of the day, capitalised on by the Roosters, so they're going to take what they're given. But it's their defence on the downstairs now. No mirror being bought. It's going to be bringing the Oryx as opposed to the mirror.
Well, I love some Oryx play. Honestly, it's really exciting, especially in a map like Oregon, where there are those number of hatches that you can get spicy with. He's charged headfirst through a wall already, as well down in the basement. Roosters, I mean, having that lead in the half, defense on Oregon, the likelihood of us going to either side of map, it's looking likely.
It is. It really is, which is interesting to say. Provided that last night Invictus looks so good. Minus those 4 rounds that they lost. Because other than that, it was 14-4 for them. So, I mean, look, at this point, if the Roosters can just keep that pressure on, the group's slowly tightening. Invictus, they're going to get choked out on Oregon here, and then we are going to be off to Cafe, and that's when it'll get really, really spicy, because I mean, we have seen a cafe from Roosters. It was a 7-3 victory for them, but I mean, you know, it depends how it's going to pan out. With the Mercer finding the opener, take down Jig and almost Mentalist through the wall here with off the back of the beeper. We'll find the head of Hoven though, so at least there's the trade. But at what cost, Panda? A lot of damage dealt to Mentalist here.
With no finger and bleed. Well, I'm just going to make things that little bit worse. Mentalist falls. Nate, though, good for one. To bring it back into the 3-3 territory, he does lose a significant portion of his health as well. So, as much as they are making plays, they are also struggling top white. Unfortunately, Ape just overstaying his welcome a little bit and will be taken down. And for some reason, despite how aggressive and successful Roosters were being, they still find themselves at a deficit here. The drone, is going to spot Tolji. He wanted to make the play, but unfortunately, timing was not on his side. Nate there, good for a second as well. We'll take down Rex. It's on to Tolji to try and clutch up the 1v3.
They know that he's offside as well. Has had the drone already. Top green spotting him out. He's going to use the impact for the misdirection play, but he hasn't quite spotted Hysterics close on that freezer door. Also has to deal with the player on the shield inside of blue, and there you go. From behind, Invictus, they're going to equalise once more. 4-4. That is more of what we were expecting from them, I think, Panda, going into Oregon. That was a very decisive round in their best. They lost those opening picks, but the trades were there for Invictus. They had everything going in their favour. Everything sort of cascaded there towards the end of it. But, I mean, yeah, at the moment, this is starting to pan out very similarly to how we saw Villa begin tonight. I mean, we're going to 4-4. From 4-4, we found ourselves on 6-6, and then from 6-6, it was 7-7, and then you know how it went. But Oregon is definitely proving to be a lot more of a mission than I think Invictus was sort of counting on. I don't think that they thought they were going to be playing for this long by the looks of how they're sort of going at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, the reattempt down into the basement, I don't think it was the site that was the issue. It was the off-site presence from Roosters that was the issue. The overcommitment to gunfights. Yes, 8 did some decent damage, as did the rest of their off-site players, but IG locked it down, they hit the shots, and they brought it back.
They do indeed, at least to an equal point, where they can now try and retake the lead and make something happen here on the rest of their attack. They have all 5 members, touch wood, no caster's curse, please, for this round. Hysterics on the line as well. I mean, having the line available is going to be huge for Invictus, provided, you know, Hysterics doesn't go down early, because locking down this roam for Roosters is going to be such a big part of what is going to help Invictus here in this situation. Given that they're relying heavily on these roamers to do damage, it's going to be absolutely paramount that this line is paired with the entry here to try and shut down that play. But Laura's doing big work in blue, getting rid of some of this utility. I'd imagine probably one of the Malusis, maybe some of the ADSs, albeit Smoke has aggressed all the way up. Mentalist could lose his life here, provided the angle being held by Smoke is the close one. Indeed it is. Nade to come from Jig. Going to be the execute here, running deep. He's going to be good for 1. Jig's not there for the refrag. Rix is good for 3. How's that happened? Hoven's going to get taken down by Hysterics, but at this point for Invictus, a bit of a misplay on the rush at the moment. It's not going well. Told you to take down Nate. Now it's up to Hysterics on the line. It's all over. Roosters, they're gonna absolutely clean up shop.
How was Rix allowed to line up 3 of the massive stuff from Tricky Dicky? And he absolutely 60% of the players off the board there for Invictus in a single SMG-11 spray. That is just colossal.
Yeah, look, I don't know what the play was there from Invictus. I don't even think they droned Elbow from the looks of things, albeit. Yeah, they've done their best to deal with the issue, but unfortunately for them, didn't really work out that way, Panda. And now they're going to find themselves obviously down 1 round, but you know, based on what we've seen so far, I'd imagine the equal is going to be here for 5-5, and you know, very similarly, all the other same sort of rounds that we've seen from them to take it to OT. It's looking more and more possible with every given round that we see, Panda.
Yeah, stoic faces from the side of Invictus. Both teams, in fact, looking at, just blank slates across the board, not showing too much emotion. Kid Storms, we see the gridlock in play. The tracks thing is going to be utilised. All 4 of them now.
Yeah, with Gridlock's buff, she's actually become a whole lot more kind of useful, if you will. As well as the fact that they sort of deploy a little bit faster, etc., etc., etc. They are really good to bring. So having Gridlock as opposed to the Nomad is probably one of the better operator sort of decisions we've seen here for Invictus. Well, not even Invictus, just throughout the night. I mean, we've seen Amaru's how many times now, Panda? Which, at the end of the day is unfortunate, albeit a bit of a slower, more methodical start from Invictus here. They're good at playing both styles, so why not utilize this? Going to take their time, dedicate where everybody's at, set mental stuff on the main window to possibly play for this cross into kids, maybe even lock down the top right rotate, but it's actually going to use one of the track stingers possibly to clear, to clear the Renegade. Unfortunately, missing the first one, but yeah, right now back bunk is clear. A site's looking good.
I mean, it's not the worst actually, because it does allow for post-balancing positioning outside the window. And it does deter the jump out as well for Roosters, should they look for it. I'm not saying it was a great idea, but Hysterics, that headshot was a great idea. Nate chimes in with another. And all of a sudden, the 2 double digits players for Roosters have been removed from the server. Well, not server. From play in the server. We'll keep it that way. And the nade. Just tickling the toes. Jigsaw not quite cooking it long enough.
Unfortunate for Jig. We've seen him do big things with those nades, but nade actually with the bloom, I think. Being taken down through the floor. Jigsaw can't quite seem to find the Jaeger, but coming down white, there we go, with the headshot. It's there to take down Hermosa, baiting perfectly with his teammate, who can self-res. Rick's to go as well. Nate there for that frag, and now Tolji left. Speakeasy knows exactly where he is, and a flawless from Invictus. What a way to answer back. And again, they're going to equalise, Panda. I know we've said it a lot, but it just keeps going in that fashion.
Big stuff. I mean, it's just literally a case of just waiting for Invictus to say, all right, we've had enough playing around. We're not going to go to overtime again. Unfortunately, we're going to get guaranteed maximum regulation once more. Full 12 rounds to be played. Invictus, they need 2 to deny overtime. Roosters, they need 2 to deny overtime. Both teams need 1 for overtime.
Oh, Panda, it's definitely been an interesting series here between these 2 teams. I mean, not one that I think we were expecting to go on for as long as it has, provided that our next game is going to be Madness versus Dawei. That's going to be an absolute banger. But I mean, Invictus, Roosters have been doing phenomenally this evening in this first matchup. I mean, you do have to sort of commend them in that respect. They have put on an absolute show here across these 2 maps. I mean, to take Invictus 8-7 to 2-8-7 and now 5-5, possibly OT here, depending on how things pan out, is definitely nothing to be shy of.
Yeah, indeed. Look, it's... Roosters have been a bit of a pressure there coming into this competition, and Apex South rather more than this, because they've been here since last year. But they came into Apex South. No one really expected much from them. They not only do they take down the ANZ's #1 hopeful seeds, they take down the ANZ team order that was in the competition, and they come in and they actually. Okay, Jigsaw's crashed. Jigsaw's crashed. 100%. He's crashed. He's about to leave the server, and Nate just wanted him to get out of the way.
Don't blame him. Don't blame him at this point. Yeah, there we go. It's not even funny at this point, unfortunately. Invictus, it's just unfortunate. It is sad even to say, but look, Roosters are definitely going to be happy with that as much as no one from Invictus is. They've done it without Jigsaw, though, a couple of the rounds in this game so far, and it is on the top score, so definitely more doable here than, say, maybe a downstairs take, but even in saying this, a loss of a player is a loss, and it is going to hurt to some degree for Invictus here, but they can find a pick to at least equalise. Things will be looking a lot better, and with Speakeasy making his way into Attic, things are looking pretty good, especially if you can find this player inside of Trophy.
will pop with the go on 6 there. Argus can declare the Saria gate and another one deep to get information. And, well, actually, it's not going to be cleared out. Jigsaw, he's back. Unfortunately, again, too little too late. Still 90 seconds left in the round. And, I mean, what a word it would be in Siege if your player that disconnected just stood there and waited until they return. Unfortunately, Hysteric's not going to have that option.
No, Hysterics isn't going to have too much, unfortunately, left to work with. Speakeasy does get a little bit of damage on the Rix, but unfortunately not enough to take him down. And that is actually going to be all of Rix's smoke canisters sort of forfeit now. And it's going to allow Invictus to push down through Attic, actually push onto the site completely. Obviously, Hoven is going to have those blooms set up, but other than that, there's not really too much available in terms of direct denial here for Roosters. They do still have a player close on the door, Hermosa, to take down Nate. And, I mean, very quickly for Invictus, things are starting to dwindle. The hope is falling. Mentalist will spot 2 at the top of White, throwing the disc, but Rick's on the floor, making it happen. Speakeasy will find 1 at least in compensation, but it's a 1v3 panda. Can he pull it off?
Possible, doable, and unfortunately that Razor Bloom's going to make it hard, and Hoven will step up and finish what his gadget started. Match point for Roosters. Invictus, that looked it. Nate, he's looking a bit tired.
Yeah, Nate definitely needs a nap or a hug or both. I think it's sort of getting to him a little bit. This is it is getting a little bit difficult here for Invictus to deal with. This is the second time that they're going to have to fight for OT here. Jigsaw, I mean, he's back, but at what cost? The mental must be absolutely just hurting for Invictus right now. I mean, how many disconnects is that now for Jigsaw? 5?
I think we're beyond that.
Yeah, it's especially with, paired with Mentalist's disconnect and Hysterics disconnect. I mean, it's all just been a bit of a rocky ride here for Invictus, and I think it's all sort of just culminating now into these rounds because it definitely looks like it's taking a toll. I mean, Nate, Jigsaw hasn't really moved from that position in a couple of, pretty much this whole map.
Jigsaw's disconnected, so of course he
has he? Yeah, I was going to say, he hasn't moved. Yeah,
him and Hysterics have disconnected from the video calls. I think it's just to try and avoid any further tech issues caused
extra
by
pings,
yeah.
Either way, I was going to say, Jigsaw, he's really good. He should do
solid.
those things in the street where they like paint themselves with a statue. But yeah, that makes a bit more sense. So apologies.
That would also be required to go outside, like as a siege player.
Oh yeah, true. Siege players don't do that. Yeah, no.
It's not like by the end of broadcast we will have done almost 18 hours of commentary over the last 24.
2 days. Yeah. Oh, it's a rough prospect. Nate, he's going to put out 1 at top main though. Unfortunately, not going to get that. That kill. They may would have. Albeit, they have Jig available at the moment, so let's see if he can do some damage.
Oh dear. I mean, they want to close it out here. The last thing they want is to push to a 3rd map. Unfortunately, with Hysterics falling, it looks like it might just be Tolji as well. And Jigsaw. Proto, it looks like we are going to the 3rd map here in the upper bracket. Final 8 to kill Mentalist. It's going to be a flawless from the looks of things. Unless Nate could pull it out of the bag. Unfortunately, he is no Emo Rin. This is not an Ella FO12 clutch. And the shots are good. Rooster, they take it. And, I mean, look, maybe this just goes to show that if it had been a best of 3 rather than a best of 1 in Apex South, it could have been a different result.
Oh, Panda, at this point I don't even know what to say. I mean, Roosters, what a game from them, but at the same time, you do have to take into consideration there have been so many disconnects for Invictus. So much of a disadvantage has just sort of befallen them. I mean, yes, they've got 2 players paying on ping on top of this. It is really all culminating here for Invictus. I don't think, personally, that this scoreline is indicative of how these matches would go, provided the perfect circumstances. But unfortunately, it's the world we're living in at the moment, and that is what is happening in the lobby right now. I mean, 8-7 to Invictus, 7-5 to Roosters. Cafe is going to have to be a pretty insane map here for Invictus, provided that nothing, fingers crossed, goes wrong for them, because at this point, so much has just gone wrong for them that Roosters have been able to pull these scores up. I mean, 7-1 in APAC South. You know, looking at even the scores from yesterday, I mean, Roosters had a 3-mapper against Madness, and that was a struggle for them. They did come out on top, but it was a struggle for them compared to Invictus playing against Dawei, an absolute wipe. You know, only 4 rounds lost across 14 played, and it just doesn't add up at the moment on the scorecard based on what we've seen. But at the end of the day, as we always say, it's Siege. Anything can happen. And right now, anything is happening. We go into a third map, and that's really not what we were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, well, we are going to throw it back to a break. When we come back, we'll go to the decider to see who makes it into that grand final and who has to play that lower bracket gauntlet. We'll be back soon. Cafe Dostoevsky. See you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
I'm dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town.
Well, we're back after the break. We're getting ready to jump on into Cafe Dostoevsky Proto. It's been an interesting road, plagued unfortunately by tech issues. Can Invictus overcome and close out the series?
Honestly, I'm leaning towards probably not. Given the tech issues have been pretty prominent for them, and it just seems like a constant issue that has sort of plagued them throughout these two maps. Roosters also picking things up on the back end. It's not looking good for Invictus, if I'm being completely honest. I know we hyped them up. I know they had a really good day last night, but yeah, today has just not been their play day at all. It has just not gone well for them in any aspect.
Well, let's get on into Cafe Dostoevsky and see how this whole best of three plays out. And Invictus, yeah, look, the yawns, the stretches, Nate, he's looking a bit slower. He's not as hype as he was at the beginning. I think fatigue is definitely setting in a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like something that has become a little bit of an issue possibly here for Invictus. I mean, playing super late last night, I know for Nate and Jig, they were getting off at around 3 a.m. Not great. But yeah, look, it's unfortunate for them. It's just the position we find ourselves in. And look, Cafe is going to be where it all either ends or where we see something start for Invictus here, the fire to be rekindled. But it is going to be Valkyrie to go. Invictus get to pick whether or not they want to leave Mirror up. It's most likely going to be the Cade band, provided that they're on the defense here for this map. And I'd imagine it's most likely going to be Mirror that is left in... No, okay, it's not. It's going to be Cade left in play. Mirror's going to go. It's an interesting ban for Invictus, but albeit they want to let her stay on the bench this time.
I suppose given the verticality of the map, there's 3 floors to be playing with. Cade is easy to deal with if you can get soft breach in. Mirror is just a right pain. I think you'd be, better off without her in play than a Cade. But right now, look, Invictus on the defense, they need to go big here. They want to shut this down sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something, based on the last 2 months. I mean, 7-5 on Oregon, 8-7 for the Villa. Obviously, 1-1 apiece, and it's going to come down. This is it. This is essentially just the best of one, Panda. This is the final map for both teams, and there is no second chances. So Invictus are going to have to do something pretty big here if they want to walk away with the victory. Obviously, they have to keep their fingers crossed and hope that nothing else, unfortunately, falls upon them in terms of technicalities. But at the end of the day, it's just how the cookie crumbles, and look, it's going to come down to the latter parts of these rounds.
Oh dear. Unfortunately, the issues have not stopped plaguing. And there we go. Jigsaw out once again. I just... What can you do to stop this? Barring, obviously, you know, like a full format of your hard drives. Okay, Hoven. First kill of the game. Rick's there as well. My God. Roosters are so good. They can take out their own team and still win the round.
Pretty much.
But unfortunately, Invictus might just lose this on the back of a series of very unfortunate tech issues. That's brutal.
Yeah, it is. It's really brutal. I mean, we already saw, you know, the infamous internet issue that plagued Nate in their playoff game, and look, look, given that it is something that has been an issue for Invictus throughout their sort of, you know, longevity as a roster, it definitely does come into effect and sort of cause issues for them a lot of the time. I mean, so far in this matchup, I think we've seen in excess of 10 plus disconnects just from the side of Invictus, which at the end of the day it's just, you know, it's just not what you want in a competitive setting for them. It's going to be trashing the mental, it's going to be trashing the flow of gameplay, and everything for them is just going to be slowly eating away at them between these rounds. I mean, another thing is all these disconnects. It allows teams time to talk. I know we haven't seen anything for Cafe, but I mean, think of all the extra tack timeouts that we've had from these reconnects that have allowed Roosters to sit there and go, this is what needs to be done. This is what we need to be doing. I mean, just think of all that time they've had to talk about it. Whereas Invictus are going to be in VC going, guys, I can't connect. What's going on? It's just going to be stress. And, you know, it is going to be a big issue for them, and it definitely seems like it's something that has really cut them at the knees here.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention on top of that, it's just soul crushing to have to battle through rehost after rehost and pause after pause. But while we wait for that to get sorted, we'll sort to a quick break. When we get back, we'll hopefully get Cafe underway. We'll see you back soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day.
Well, Proto, we're back. We're getting into it. We haven't even seen the first round played, but we are going to be getting into it hopefully here. Hopefully Jig's issues have resolved themselves. Even look at Mentalist. He's the mental strain right now he's showing.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's it's coming through. Oh, it's been one of those nights, Panda. The best bit is this isn't even the last game. This is not even the tip of the iceberg for these matches tonight, which
We got
It's
another best
unfortunate
of
for
three.
Invictus.
Woo!
I was going to say, yeah, woo, so fun, another best of 3. I'm so looking forward to it. Even with the early start time, it's looking like we're going to finish at the same time we did yesterday, given Invictus's unfortunate tech issues. But yeah, it's unfortunate as it stands. And hopefully something has gone right for them. But I mean, Roosters, they look like they're having the best time in the world. I mean, look at them. They're just laughing. They're loving. They're living. I think they're more just excited about the fact that they actually made it to map number 3. So there's that.
Yeah, look, they're here. They're honestly, they're just having a grand old time. They've got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain, and boy, are they gaining.
Big gains. Big gains. I mean, it's only dubs for them. You know, especially if they can take IG out here for their first game. But I mean, you know, even in the lower brackets, I don't think Invictus are going to have too much of a struggle, provided they, you know, they don't win here, which at the end of the day, I don't think is going to be the case. I hope it isn't the case for Invictus's sake, but at this point, given everything that's gone wrong, it's definitely shaping up to look like that unfortunately is going to be the case. But look, Roosters, they're going to have to keep up that momentum we've seen from them so far, and Invictus, they're going to have to do something pretty miraculous to make this happen.
Scan to come out, 8 on the window. Oh, Mentalist. The first to fall, and I think that headache is just, it's growing ever more potent. The gnawing, the drilling and behind his right eye, and Jigsaw finds to kill onto Hoven at least to answer back. So it's not like it's an impossibility, but that is their nitro off the board, unfortunately.
Not great. They do still have smoke from Nate to sort of play off for the Nile. He's already used one elsewhere, but Hoven is going to be the player from Roosters to fall first. So the Ash for the Mute, probably a worth trade dependent on how much soft breach that Roosters were going to be relying on having around, albeit. Invictus still only have 4 players, as well as Roosters only having 4, but with Hysterics finding a lovely shot onto Rix and Speakeasy chiming in as well with one onto Tolji, things very quickly look a lot better for Invictus with 4 alive as opposed to the Roosters 2. Ape and Hermosa, they have done it in the past, but can they clutch up now in the dying minute of this round? Invictus look good to maybe take round 1 of Cafe here, provided they don't do what they did against, I believe, it was managed yesterday, but albeit, there we go, closed it out. Invictus, very well done. Against Dawei, sorry.
Yeah, look, it's a very solid round on the defense. It's what we kind of expected out of Invictus, and it's, you know, good to see them kick the map off that way. Hopefully they keep it rolling.
Yeah, look, it was a good round from them. They, you know, provided Jig disconnecting at the start before we even got into it. That's a good way to come back, especially losing Mentalist early. But you can tell it's definitely hitting him hard. He's feeling it, unfortunately, in terms of the strain. I think right now for Invictus, they really do have to play pretty conservatively here, almost like it's a 4v5 every round, because, you know, if Jigsaw does unfortunately just disappear, it's obviously going to be that deficit position they find themselves in. And then aside from that, they've just really sort of been struggling in these early rounds. I mean, we've seen them lose the opening pick a couple of times, you know, and Invictus just haven't been able to get that traction in the last map, especially on Oregon. They were close, but it was not there. They clutched so many rounds as well, Panda, for it to all amount to not a lot in terms of the round in the map win. But here on Cafe, obviously being their final chance, I'd imagine we're probably going to see some of the cleanest siege from Invictus that we've seen tonight, just because they want to walk away with a victory.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the hammer fall, as it were. Unfortunately, I think Roosters are going to be the nails that receive the hammer fall, unfortunately. Yeah, well, yeah. You can see Roosters have definitely slowed a pace.
Well, they're scared, aren't they? They're sort of just trying to do their best and take the control that they can find without getting punished, because Invictus, albeit sometimes losing those opening picks are very well at dealing the opening blows usually. So, I mean, Roosters slow things down and take their time is something that is good to see from them, especially making the addition of this Jackal, slowing this roam up even more. Nate, obviously, on the Vigil is going to be huge, but it's going to be the first track here for Hoven. It's going to get, I believe, Hysterics on the mark there. He was just playing at red previously, but it's going to be Nate to find 8 first. That is going to be your Zofia down. That's actually a big pick for them to lose, but Hoven at least is going to trade back with 1 onto Jigsaw.
It's unfortunate, but not the end of the world. I mean, already Nate, having confirmed that kill that Hysterics set up earlier. This Gemini going in deep up on this 3rd floor. They want that information. And the jump off Cocktail Balcony, yeah, it's going to reveal that the drop down has already happened. Hermosa finds Nate, just catching him before he can sneak away. 3 versus 4 for Roosters.
Oh, Roosters, they found themselves a good few picks. Jigsaw and Nate taking down both the Australian players off the board. So, Derek's Mentalist and Speakeasy, they're going to have to clutch things out here. I mean, Invictus, they've got the players alive, especially the ones that were going to be able to clutch this in any instance. And they got some good advantage on the side of the site. They have, obviously, some denial in the hands of Speakeasy. Mentalist does have 2 impacts, which in a pinch can be used, but other than that, 50 seconds, they've got time sort of starting to come on their side. Hysterics has been called on this flank, though. Hermosa is ready and waiting. The Z pings are there. Whether or not he knows he's been spotted is a big question, but the impact to come through, the flashbang to follow, it's actually going to force Hysterics back down towards the waiting hands of Hoven. And very quickly, Panda, Mentalist, and Speakeasy find themselves in 2v4.
Mentalist and Speakeasy could definitely, hold on and batten down the hatches. And, well, there's 20 seconds left, so it's looking possible. Oh, Mentalist, how is he still alive? Speakeasy falls. It's over. The swing in. The kill's good. That's all 2. 12 seconds. Unfortunately, he swings out. There's 2 of them waiting. But, I mean, maybe if he'd held his position, he could have clutched it up on the time.
Yeah, look, really well done there by the Roosters, albeit very close to losing out that round. I mean, Mentalist found a good couple of kills, but unfortunately, the 2 coming through the double door. Had they been separated, I definitely think that might have been an Invictus round, albeit time was there. Definitely had the ability to make something happen, but look. It is equalised again, Panda, 1-1. Again, very early stages. This definitely feels like it's like the 5th map or something of this this matchup tonight. It has gone on for so long at this point. But yeah, look, it is very back and forth. We've seen that style of play, and it is going to be what team makes the first mistake. We saw Invictus make it on Oregon, but given that they are currently only 1-1, yet to sort of make that mistake, Jig has survived. Touch wood. I keep having to do it for an extended period of time here, so hopefully he doesn't go anytime soon. But yeah, look, Invictus, unfortunately, just losing a couple of picks in that early round that just cost them the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm keen to see this chunky come into play. It's something that we don't see as much of. Yes, it's still played when, the likes of Smoke is banned. Smoke not being banned means that it's an optional pick here that Nate has decided to go with. Told you, okay. Interesting that we see an air jab placed outside. Maybe reading into the rotate more than he should have.
Maybe. I mean, it's good to have the bases covered. He does have 3. And ultimately, if you look at it, it's a middle floor site. So really all you need to be air jabbing is going to be red and white stairs. So, using one of those air jabs elsewhere isn't going to be the worst thing for him to sort of sacrifice that single part of utility, which, let's be honest, not bad at the end of the day. But, I mean, Invictus doing some good damage here. Jigsaw to at least find 1 before being taken out, and that's 8 to fall on the Zofia again. It's not Finka. It's now Zofia that started to take this curse, Panda. And, I mean, for Jig, that's a good trade to find before going down. And albeit Invictus, a good way to start the round.
They're going to start to clear across, but, I mean, they're going to have a harder time of it given that Ape is off the board. There is only limited utility clean out available to Roosters. So that shield from Nate could be utilized quite successfully, as well as those banshees. It just makes for a slightly harder time getting themselves into the site and getting the big plants down. But with a minute 30, there's so much time for them to coordinate.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to clear out what's left of Invictus on the top floor. That's even if there is anything of Invictus left, which indeed there will be. One player just on the side of this balcony. Tolji has spotted out the Jaeger. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the drop just yet here for Speakeasy. He wants to hold on for a little bit longer. The ADSs are there to keep him safe. Three flashbangs to come. The drop now as well, but Mentalist to find Hermosa on the cross from White. It's going to be hoping to take Speakeasy down. Hysterics isn't going to win that fight. The LMG just really showing why it's so potent at the moment from below to Changa to try and stop that push, but Mentalist has managed to re-aggress up White. He's taken that top floor. Invictus, they have a good positional advantage on this top floor flank. Whether or not Nate can hold on to the site, though, that's the big question with only 40 seconds left in play.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the tools to do it. That's the wild thing. 4 Shmika grenades can stall out time, and the DP27 plus that SMG11 combo. Look at Nate, he's prone to the table. He could really do some damage here. X-Kairo's going out, unfortunately. Mentalist just getting too audacious, pushing through. Tolji will find it. The drone will spot Nate, and he knows he's in a dangerous spot. 17 seconds, though, the plant is going down. If he can find a vert angle from below, this could be huge, but no. Looks like the plant is going to be successful. He's got 60 rounds at a drum mag. He's going to punch out the drone, and unfortunately not check the top of the stairs where Hoven is prone waiting for him.
Unfortunate for Invictus, it really is. Look at the ecstatedness from Roosters. They're very happy with that round under their belt. Look at them. They are loving it. They are loving it indeed. We've got another game crash, though, from Invictus. It's just... Jigsaw is not having a good night. He really is not having a good night at all, is he? It's so unfortunate for Invictus to keep seeing Jigsaw connect. I mean, he's currently 4-2, which at the end of the day isn't the worst given his current position, but the fact that he just can't stick around for more than 3 rounds in a row is just, it's so hurting here for Invictus. It really is.
Yeah, just look at Mentalist's face. I think that basically says it all. Just the the single finger between the eyebrows, that where the pressure is mounting for him, and Nate has just lost all life. I mean, it's one thing ANZ teams playing on ping and Apex South, but having to deal with consistent, repeated tech issues of disconnects, that's just another beast entirely.
I mean, as you said, ping is one thing, but tech issues are a completely different beast. Jigsaw's back. He's going to jump on the Wamai here, which, interesting choice. Hopefully he can do as much as he does with Malusi's MP5, albeit I think he's going to maybe play a little bit more passive, provided that, the Wamai is more of a time-sensitive operator. Albeit...
Yeah. It's just...
It's just rough.
You want to sit here and you want to break it down and be like, yeah, no, they can still come back, but it's just... What, we're hitting double digits on the disconnects now. It's like climbing upstairs and then every 2 to 3 steps you just slide back another 2. Like, it's just... Yeah, you're still in the match and you're still contesting round to round, but it weighs on you so much mentally.
Yeah, there really isn't much to sort of break down for it other than the fact that it's happening. And for Invictus, it is sort of really hurting them. I mean, they have been doing their utmost best, given the situation, that, provided that these disconnects are so frequent, it is just a huge issue. And they just really are struggling with it, Panda. It's just not great for them in the slightest, albeit you do have to commend them for at least doing their best given the situation. But it is going to be Invictus down on the top floor again. Sorry, no, middle floor again. They're going to try and reattempt this bomb stun. I mean, they weren't too far off from making it happen, but the setup from Roosters here is definitely sort of indicative of a possible pillar rush. Indeed, it is. They're all set up on the door. I'd imagine when the EE1D comes, we're going to see a rush straight through that door with Tolji on the flank. There we go. The Bucks come on through. It's going to be a rush straight into the back of the site, but it's going to be Nate close for 2. Hermosa to trade, but they're deep inside of the site. He's retrieved the diffuser. Mentalist is going to be there for 1. Jigsaw in the fray is going to disconnect, and it's a 2 versus 2 when it should have been 2v3. Tolji for 1, but Hysterics and Speakeasy, after the fray of things, are still alive. They now have diffuser control as well, deep inside of the bomb site, and the Roosters, with 2 minutes left, are going to have plenty of time to at least try and recover it, but with Speakeasy finding Hove and things, for Tolji just got that whole much more difficult.
Look, at least that round brings a bit of levity to the whole situation. It was funny. Nate just sitting there. I mean, it explains why the mag for a DP27 is flat and circular. It's like a plate because it was just eaten up as they ran through the door. And Jig disconnecting. I mean, it's the single round where it actually hasn't had any significant impact because Nate was able to do some damage. Nate through into reading and Speakeasy, taking a bit of chip damage. There's a lot of pressure onto Hysterics to try and help out with this clutch.
Obviously, being the knock, there's not a lot of sound being made on that push through. He's pretty much in here completely undetected by Invictus. They've got a minute. It is just a bit of a stalemate though. I mean, Hysterics with a smoke, Speakeasy low HP, just holding their crosses here. Speakeasy going to be first point of contact with Hysterics there for the trade, but 50 seconds. It is so tense, Panda. He's going to activate the hell, going for the silent walk through the side. He's going to be able to find the first on the Speakeasy. A lot of damage dealt onto Hysterics, but very similarly, he's going to take some himself. He's going to have to go for the readjust. Smoke to come out. The hell activated again, completely silent as well. Not seen on the camera, but giving that away his position, shooting that default. Invictus need Hysterics to come up huge here. Running in the corner. Tolji most likely not expecting this. Again, activates the hell. He's coming down the red hall now. 15 seconds. He's not going to spot him, and Hysterics is going to win it, but that was an absolute nail biter.
Tolji had the right idea. That's the scary thing. He was looking for the low angle. And, I mean, the only thing I think possibly could have changed how that went is the drone being thrown out. And look at that. The pause happens at Jig's back. He's working on his timing.
You'll have to see it. You really do. But yeah, Jig's back. Welcome. You know, he's made it back after the round. As you said, Nate has already done the big work at the start with the Chanka. And look, getting things done. 2 kills, arguably, is what won them that round on that initial sort of push. But I think, you know, as soon as that buck went off, as soon as that Lions game was ready, Invictus were relatively prepared for that rush straight through pillars. You know, they had it pretty well set to sort of hold on to the site. I mean, you know, they didn't get the smoke down, they didn't get the Chanka down, but other than that, it was really well done.
Going here into the 5th round, of course, at 2-2, it's neck and neck once again, and the concerning thing has to be that Roosters are going to be heading onto the defense next in that second half. So Invictus, they need to make some real dents into this half. And you can see Mentalist on the Clash going to be bringing something to help stall out the push. They pair it with the Castle. And that's where things could really start to get a bit scary. There is so much utility now to clear. They've got the Zofia. They've got 4 frag grenades. And the Gone 6 as well. So they do have some utility to clear it out. But even then, there's still going to be a lot of ground to cover and a lot of players to make. Tolji on this Twitch, though, could really clear out some of that defensive gadgetry if you can find maybe the Whammy magnets, maybe one of those prism. It just makes it that little bit harder. And no, Tolji's first drone has been spotted and shot out. And Proto, I mean, this is where Invictus need to pop off.
It is, it really is. I mean, given it's 2-2, given that they're going to have to find at least a 4-2, you know, given Jig's unfortunate disconnects and et cetera, the more rounds they can get, the better. 4-2 obviously being the best that they can find given the current position. And Roosters, well, they're not going to let their foot off the gas for a single second here. They want to walk away with that upper bracket spot. But, I mean, look, they got a lot of burn to do still. They need to clear out Pixel. They're going to open up top red here. And they still haven't cleared out a lot of the positions being held by Invictus on this roam. So whether or not this roam's going to come back and bite them, they do have the dead pings, but at the end of the day, it's not enough to secure that kill just yet.
Yeah, this downstairs hold could be a little bit tougher to deal with. The Gone 6 and a backstock is just going to hit the wall. That clash providing so much information. They need to be concerned, because if there is players to support, they can coordinate quite comfortably. Mentalist in a bit of danger. He's going to eat the nade. Jigsaw disconnects as well. Hoban though, I mean, taking down Mentalist is a big pick. Losing Kolji is rough, but Speakeasy on the job. The rest of Invictus stands strong where the team falls. And this is exactly why this super squad was assembled. Toxic canister deep. Mysteric's in a bit of trouble. Another toxic canister towards Cigar, and that could do some real damage. Hoban tanking up the smoke. That's deadly. They've got to reposition. 2 nano boosts remaining. 50 seconds as well to do it. This is going to get chaotic.
No more smokes, unfortunately, for Nate. No nitros left to deny either. Hysteric's being on low HP. Hoven does have 2 nano boosts left to use. He's going to pop that one straight away to give his team the health that they need to attempt to clutch this round. A 3v3 is definitely doable here for both teams with only 30 seconds left. It's going to have to be some super aggression into the site. It looks like, no, it wasn't going to be a Skylight drop. It might actually be the new Barrel Propel for Rix to try and make it in with the diffuser. Going to get all the way down, set himself up. The flashbangs to follow. It is going to be Hoven and Hermosa to walk into the site. They're already deep by the long bar. They're going to have to find all these kills. Nate all Hysterics as well. But Speakeasy's good for a double. He needs a 4K here to win it. He's going to get the ping as well. Speakeasy for Invictus. He's going to get the job done with a double spray down. You can tell that they're absolutely ecstatic after that one. At this point, I think the mental is just, it's in the bin slightly, Panda.
The objective is no longer to win the match, it is just to survive the match.
Especially given Jig's situation, he's struggling so much to just stay in for a round at this point now.
Honestly, it's 1 to 2 rounds now. It's we are getting close to 20 drops today.
Yeah. I actually think we might have even just got 20, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, the amount of disconnects here from Jig, I know it is not necessarily his fault, but it's insane. You know, what it is doing to Invictus behind the scenes. I mean, you can already see, like, that's a pretty insane clutch that was just hit, but the reaction was, you know, minimal at best, and it just speaks levels on, you know, the mental and how it's affecting them, you know, round around here on this, in this matchup.
Oh dear. Oh, look. 3 to 2. Yeah, even Nate has to get up and walk around. This is probably one of the most stressful situations I think Invictus find themselves in, and that's including Apex South and missing out on playoffs. This is ruthless.
It's not great. You know, it really isn't great at all. I mean, this being one of the extended sort of disconnects for Jig, but I mean, you can see it. Look at the available cameras there for Invictus. No talking.
Nate's genuinely just trying to he's trying to preserve energy.
Yeah, he is. It is 100% coming down to that. I mean, there's no talking. You know, there's no communication. They're not even discussing what's going on. They are up. They do lead 3-2. But I mean, look at the side of Roosters. They're conversing. You know, they're laughing. They're having a chat. They're sort of discussing what's going on. Whether or not it is game related is a different question. Albeit though, you know, this is valuable time for both teams. And at this point, it just speaks to levels of what this is doing to Invictus. Yes, it is so unfortunate to see. But if they're going to lose this map, you know, and ultimately the series based on disconnects, it is just such a shame.
Well, honestly, I'm tempted to throw to a break because we don't know how long it's going to take to get him back in. I think we might at that. We'll start to a quick ad roll when we come back. Hopefully Jigsaw will be back and we'll be able to get it back underway. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この 果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お。
ここに。
Well, we're back into it. Jigsaw, for the moment, is still in the lobby. This is just painful, Proto. Hopefully there can be some resolution. Hopefully he can stick around long enough to help Invictus close out the game. They only need 4.
Yeah, they do. And look, from there on, you know, then they'll win. It's only taken an unfortunate amount of disconnects for it to hopefully be the case that they can walk away with a victory. But I mean, look, speak easy. He can keep doing things like he did in the previous round. It's going to be a big dub for Invictus if they can keep that up. But given that the Flores is in play, they're going to be bringing it Hoven. It's going to be pairing that with the Maverick and the Thermite. But I mean, look. It has been rough for Invictus, yes, but at the end of the day, they're still in the lead. So again, it just sort of highlights how good this team is.
Oh boy, maybe they should have prayed to the Adeptus Mechanicus. It would have helped potentially, but either way, this is rough. Hopefully,
either that or...
yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Like, skull for the skull throne, whatever helps at this point.
You know, even paying off the Lightkeeper. They should have done something. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's still here. He's doing his thing. I think. Obviously, you know, we don't know what's going on here. But Roosters have a pretty heavy presence outside of Bakery. It looks like that they're going to be possibly going for a rush, maybe into prep. But with Nate welcoming Rix and Jigsaw actually chiming in onto Hermosa as well. While he's here, he's going to have an impact.
He can disconnect now. Like, he's got his one.
Say, yeah, he can go. He's got his kill. He's 5-2, surprisingly. Like KD wise, he's up there.
Every kill, for every disconnect, he's got a kill. So you take those.
Exactly. You do. At least he's 1 for 1. The Nitro to at least attempt to try and find that frag. And I told you, it'll be not deep enough just yet. But Invictus 5-3. I mean, given their issues at the moment, they're sort of making the best of their situation.
You know, I wonder what the solution is. Maybe Jigsaw pulls out his old laptop, plays on the trackpad. Something to get themselves in this. The ping there, head spotted, but Nate, provided the opportunity, will find the frag too. 5 versus 2 now, Proto, and Invictus look primed and ready to pick themselves up the 4-2 half.
Yeah, look. With Nate finding a triple, looking for a 4th here, he's going to be able to get that air jab. Unfortunately,
I think he got the drone, not the air jab.
Oh no, Jig's gone. At least it's not a disconnect though. That's great. You'll have to see it. I know that sounds sarcastic, Jig. If you're watching this, I apologise.
Look, we stand the ANZ players. We want them to be able to finish out this game with some dignity, because this is just not fun to deal with for them. Even more so than us. And Nate, look at that, 4th of the round.
Yeah, it's bedtime for Nate. He's had enough. And at this point, I mean, how long has this game taken, Panda? The best of 3 has turned into, I believe, what are we on, hour 3 now for 2 maps? Hour 2.5.
Well, we're 6 hours into the broadcast.
So yeah, it's definitely taken its time. But look, Invictus at this point, they're definitely looking to close things out. It is going to be attack now for them, and they're going to put Jig on the finger, which means he can sort of take a little bit of a backseat, provided if his game does sort of commit the no work, albeit the boosts and adrenal surges, if lost when the disconnect does unfortunately happen again, if it does unfortunately happen again, touch wood, you know, then obviously they will lose that utility, albeit it's probably better than losing the Yana, which we will see Mentalist take over from, and then look to push towards utilizing that information more as opposed to losing the Adrenal Surges if Jigsaw should disconnect again. Albeit though, I mean, Invictus to find a 4-2 half, given the circumstance, is definitely a great way to start off their attacking half here, provided now that Roosters are going to be the ones on the defense. And, you know, Invictus is a team that's to sort of play that attack, especially on Cafe that we've seen from this roster previously.
Well, we'll have to see if the backseat thinker is going to work for them. Castle in play means they've got a bit of utility to play to get themselves in scar. I mean, they've only got to get 3 product. How hard? 3. Just 3 before Jigsaw disconnects again.
Yeah. It's not great. You know, Jig's internet sort of situation, but you know, he's making the best of it. He, as I said, he's still positive, which is great. But yeah, look, Roosters, they've set themselves up on the top floor here relatively well. They're playing quite passively, so no picks just yet within the first minute. But Speakeasy looking to use this Boros drone to clear out some utility inside of the site. It's going to clear out that barbed wire and any other utility associated around there. But look at this as well. We just saw on the drone there with a small flick from the Roosters. They've reinforced the bottom of red. And they're actually going to be allowed to have the top of red stairs without any real contention. But Speakeasy does spot one in the sky. No, I don't think he actually realised that he spotted that player out crossing there from Shiko. So, unfortunate for Speakeasy, but, you know, Roosters, they're going to get to keep that player alive.
Jigsaw trying to catch out anyone flanking below as well, just providing himself options on this hold. And, yeah, I think Speakeasy realised that there is now someone below him. Fortunately, with no Roteros, he's going to have a hard time flushing them out. Nitro is tossed, and it went straight back down, I think.
No, it was shot.
It was? Okay, it looked like it just went straight back down inside.
Mentalist actually one-tapped it, if I'm not wrong. But all the same, 1 minute left of play here for both teams. Invictus, they've got 5 players alive, but so do the Roosters. No heal, so technically the health advantage goes in favour of the attack here, provided Jigsaw hasn't used any of those Adrenal Surges just yet, holding onto them actually for the time being. But 40 seconds for this execute Panda. It's going to be a 5-on-5 towards the site, and it's going to have to be huge kills from both teams here.
It is going to have to be indeed. 30 seconds remaining. Asterix out on the rappel. Goes to pop the window. He's going to go for the hot reach. You love to see it. In through Cocktail. He's good for 1. They do lose Speakeasy on the return, but he's in the sight. Ape is just absolutely huge. Shut down by Jigsaw on the long angle there from Cigar Lounge. They need to make the play into the site. Hermosa down as well. Player top White shut down. It's Rex to fall. Jigsaw comes in after the disconnect. Oh. And how has he hit that on the fly? Invictus rapidly trying to make the close.
Jigsaw really just hit the IRL reconnect, jumped into the site. He's back in the lobby for 3. You love to see it from him. He's making the best of his situation. I mean, 5-2 from Invictus now. This is more of what we were expecting, I think, Panda, across these 3 maps. I mean, given that this is the 3rd, Invictus have definitely had enough at this point, I think we can see. But, I mean, going into the end of that round, I mean, it just sort of goes to show even just the mechanical prowess of the team. 5-on-5, no real control. They've done a lot of utility clearance, but they didn't have anything really other than the repels and piano, and that was it. Excuse me. But, you know, sending it in on the hot breach, dropping down the skylight, or you know, wherever that second player came in from, and it was just, you know, it all sort of fell in part there for Invictus. Obviously, it helps that Jigsaw sort of cleaned up shop, but at the same time, everything was just falling into place for them there in the end. And Invictus definitely looking very good to take Cafe here, provided that they can keep that momentum up.
Oh dear. Down at the first floor, Roosters trailing by 3. They had the opportunity to make it work here, but they've got the hard yards ahead of them. Jigsaw, I mean, You can do nothing but admire his resolve. Facing these issues, he still comes in and pulls out a round like that.
I mean, the fact that he was allowed to play for that long, we'd like to thank the PC gods. We really would. But I mean, again, just think of what Jigsaw's scoreline would look like provided he'd been here for every round so far played. I mean, it would be insane scenes, I think. But, albeit, unfortunately, he has not been allowed to play for that long. And it is going to now be the burn here for Invictus. They want to try and clear the shield out of Bakery. He's actually going to finesse the Rhodes Hero drone away, but the player in prep going to be there for the cross to at least shoot that drone. And without the smoke, it's going to make things difficult to get that drone in, provided that, you know, they can't quite get it past two players, especially when both are looking. It does sound like they managed to get one deep into Bakery here, but Jigsaw going to be the first point of call on the entry, possibly for the walk-in. Waiting. See where the swings come from, but they are very hesitant here, Panda, to push this play. But there we go, the nade and switch. It's going to be Jigsaw. Stake down A, but he's going to be full blind. No boost there either. A little bit of damage dealt, actually a lot by that smoke canister, but that's a pretty good pick to find for Invictus.
Oh dear. An unfortunate loss there of 8, but I think, you know, like we the other day, Madness, they got that kick up the butt, and they realized they'd made too many mistakes and need to shut it out. I think IG is at that point right now. Hysterics, unfortunately, will fall. Courtesy of Hoven with the SMG-11. But yeah, I think Invictus have had that wake-up call. They want to close it. They don't want to mess around. The last thing they want is to draw it out and risk Jigsaw disconnecting again.
Yeah, no, the longer they are here, the more risk they run of Jigsaw disconnecting, and yeah, he's gone. So, you know, losing him in this 4v4 is not the best, or at least, sorry, what I should say was a 4v4. Now falls in favor of Roosters, but Invictus still have the tools to get the job done 110%. They just need to play for these contacts and go for these picks. They don't know that there's a player hard right of the breach for Roosters here. They are going to be able to find one onto Hermosa, but this player, Hoven, I believe it's Hoven, hard right on the wall, or Rix, one of the two, is just going to be such a thorn in the side, especially if he's not found out momentarily. Speakeasy will find him, though, on the cross, and it's actually going to be a push onto Red. No, they're not going to find the kill, but Nate's deep. He's going to have to go for the plant here. He can get this down, but the verticality being opened up above with the bulletproof means that they're going to have to try and get this bomb down elsewhere. They will start getting the bomb on the floor, but from above, the shotgun through the floor, unfortunately, enough to down the already hurt player. Invictus, they're going to lose that round, and again, we're going to be waiting for Jigsaw's reconnect. At this point, I don't even know if they're going to wait for it. They might even just continue play.
Yeah, I mean, there was talk of playing at the 4 versus 5, and I think they might just have to commit to it. I mean, at this point, at this point, I would just imagine play the game, let Jigsaw reconnect, go into the next round. I mean, you've still got a round to at least play with. But
yeah, this is some scenes, Panda. It really is. It's not good for Invictus at all.
It's like a TV drama. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, this is something out of home and away. It's ridiculous.
It is. It's, you know, there was someone has left, someone comes back in the next season. Jigsaw left, Jigsaw comes back in the next season. He's like the lost boyfriend or something from Home and Away who keeps showing up every couple of seasons and then disappearing.
Alf's long lost nephew.
Yeah, Alf's cousin or something that just keeps reappearing every now and again. But, you know, at the moment we're going to be waiting for that season to start. I think we're only on season 3 right now. We're waiting for season 4 to kick off. But I mean, look at Roosters. They're doing the same thing. They're going and grabbing snacks. They're walking around. Look at Invictus. All of them are they're on their phones. They've had enough. And I mean, this is coming on to be probably one of the longest BO3s I think I have ever had the privy of casting. But now Jigsaw being back, hopefully they can get into this round and make it match point for them. Nate just woke up. Jigsaw's back. They're going to be straight on into it here. They're ready to go. Thinker locked in once again. And I mean, if Jig was alive that round, I honestly see that going in favor of Invictus. But
well, Yeah, Nate would have been healthier. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Would have been able to nano boost up the entire team. Oh, like it's literally Murphy's law at this point. Anything
It is. So we should stop talking about
will
Jigsaw.
go wrong. Yeah, let's talk about Hysterics. He's doing fine. Speakeasy, but he's doing great.
Yeah, Nate's pretty cool too. You know, from what we've seen from him so far. So there's one player that we can't mention who's also doing pretty decently on 9-3. But you know, we don't talk about that.
Actually, Hovenhurst is actually 10-5. You've miscounted there, but we'll allow.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad. I forgot to add a couple there. But I mean, look, Invictus, provided what's currently going on that we won't talk about, they are doing really well. The fact that they have a 2-round lead at the moment, and the fact that they looked really good to take that as well, provided the health boost was there. You know, this is definitely looking like a very doable situation for them, even if they do have to play in that deficit, provided that, unfortunately, that, you know, may happen. The call's been made, though. Instead of using the sleds, they're going to use the Habana X-Kairos here from Nate to open up the castle barricades on piano windows, and, you know, that's probably a sacrifice that they can afford to make at this point. Sledge, not really super useful, but that is an insane hot drop down. Jigsaw going to be going in with his teammate there. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Roosters weren't ready for it. Jigsaw good for 2. Hysterics will be traded out at least, but the flashbangs to cover, and there you go.
2 before
he versus 3.
He's gone.
He got 2. He got 2. You do have to give him that. He found his frags before he disconnected. And, you know, we take those. It was literally just a guy's run up to the roof, drop the hatch. I don't actually think Hysterics was supposed to drop with the Jigsaw there. It seems like the play was sort of just like a get Jigsaw in the building as quickly as we can to shoot at people. And they did really well in doing so. I mean, the execution was there, but Panda, 3 versus 3. Again.
I mean, at this point, it is impossible to contest that Jigsaw is one of the greatest players our region has ever seen.
Yeah.
And
no
honestly, if not for COVID, I am intrigued to think where he could have ended up beyond. I'm not saying Invictus is a bad team or a bad org, that he shouldn't have ended up there. But you got to imagine the possibilities of what could have been had COVID not been in play, where he would have ended up. It is what it is. We just carry on. We move on. Pretend it doesn't happen. Oh my lord! They get there in the end. Final minute. Let's go.
That has to be one of the most scuffed Tabata breaches I think I've ever seen. But
appropriate given the match we're casting.
Yeah, 100%. You know, appropriate given what we're looking at, but. Look, 8 to find Speakeasy, make it Nate as well. The triple for him in the round. The red breach not quite opened up. Mentalist to find the head. He does have the ability, 30 seconds, and the gun to get the job done. Going to walk into the longbar. Actually gets all the way deep to freeze. He might get the kill onto Rix as well. All he needs to do is find Hermosa, but Jigsaw with the double disconnect in 1 round. It's a new world record for him. He's going to go for the rotate. We'll spot the Jaeger's head as well, but the pre-fire from Hermosa. Red into 2 well, and Mentalist to fall. Invictus so close off the back of an insane play, but Roosters, they're going to hold on for that 1 more round. So much closer to equalising.
Oh, I think the call has been made. It's just going to be a 4 versus 5. If Jig can get back in, cool. If not, they're not going to hold up play. This has already gone on for so long. They're just going to play. I mean, what a wild story it would be though if they still won in the 4 versus 5.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if they can pull the 4v5 off, which I genuinely think they can do, provided that, you know, they have this lead that they've gained for themselves. They have this 1 round buffer that, you know, if they can find match point, they arguably have so far done a 4v5 pretty much this whole game. I mean, let's be honest, Panda, the presence from Jigsaw, yes, while it may have been momentary, and the kills that he got were definitely extremely impactful. I mean, he was 11-3 on that final disconnect there. And then, you know, comparing all of this, it's just Invictus definitely have the keys and the tool to get all of these rounds that they need to close this out, provided that they play some of the best Siege that we've seen from them as a team. I mean, it's good to see their spirits are still high, possibly laughing at Jigsaw.
Honestly, I think at this point, the call has been made. Go away, reformat your computer, and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. Reinstall Siege overnight type thing, but they're going to have to go for some pretty wacky plays if they want to make it happen, Panda.
I just believe it, Nate, on the Zofia as well. Like, we're going to see him return back to basics in the fragging department. They've got the thinker. They don't have hard breach, so they are literally just going to ranked style push everything, I think. I think we are just embracing, 6 frag grenades, everything. It is just full monkey swing time.
And honestly, it's the strategy they need to be bringing, provided that, the situation they find themselves in. They're just going to completely negate all the presence on the top floor, or at least most of it, towards top red. They do have vertical angles to worry about, but Nate, imagine, is probably going to open up this wall after they've done some drone work and sort of figured out what is clear and what isn't. Silent drop here from Hysterics onto the top of red. He does have one player inside. He knows he wants to.
Feel it.
Just he knows.
Embrace the ranked. Pre-fire it.
Embrace it. Shoot at everything. It's just, look. They've taken some good ground.
Do it for the clip, bro. Just make it happen. But no, they have. They really have. They've taken some good ground. There's 90 seconds, and that's a bit... How did Hermosa not react to that? That is brutal.
Jigsaw's back.
It's effectively a 5 versus 4. Well, I mean, it's 4 versus 4, but now there's 5 in the set. We'll call it as it is.
Jigsaw is here. Hoven takes a lot of damage. Invictus, as I said, they're going to be able to pull this off, provided they play some of the best seeds that we've seen from them. And with Mentalist repelling in, I do believe the player inside of that cigar box... he hasn't fallen off, so... if Mentalist actually exposes himself here, it's going to be pretty rough, especially due to the fact that he's most likely going to get taken down on the long angle, and there you go, exactly what I was expecting. 8 is there with the SMG to make it count, and he's going to take down Mentalist, and now Speakeasy knows that there's that player upstairs, but Hysterics with an awesome shot onto 8 through the hatch. He's there to close that out, but now with no top stairs presence at all, the hatches are going to become a huge point of contention. Speakeasy just testing the plant spots out with the unreplicator. This is actually quite a big brain play from him. Spotting the player on white, though, he's just seeing what is safe. I think he's going to start trying to call for his team of where he wants to try and get this bomb down, provided the safest location.
Ping's there, they know where they want to go for the plant with 17 seconds left, and Nade, unfortunately, not going to find anything, but they might just make Hysterics just go to work. The swing in, 10 seconds now, the vert, everything is just lining up there for the side of Roosters. The vert angle is there in play. Mate has to do everything, but there's only 3 seconds, and unfortunately, it will be Roosters to equalise.
Look. Invictus did their best, given what they had, and it looked really good for them finding that opener, but as soon as they didn't get drones in upstairs, as soon as they just sort of went for the the push and the send it style of siege, yes, it was sort of beneficial for a small portion of time there, but as soon as Roosters sort of found their kills back and retook that verticality on that hatch and shut it all down, it was really just Invictus's round to lose. And as they equalise, Jigsaw is going to be back for, well, hopefully an extended period of time, albeit, Invictus could definitely do with a hand. But, I mean, Roosters, as I said, I really don't think that this scoreline is indicative of how good Invictus really are at all, just purely based on everything that has gone wrong for them this evening. It is not fair, I don't think, in the slightest, that they've had to put up with that. Albeit, it is unfortunate. That's just how it goes sometimes.
He is still second most frags in the server, somehow.
Yeah, he is. It's insane. As you said, it sort of points as to, Jigsaw is one of the most insane players we've seen. It's just, if he had a stable connection, I genuinely think that this would have been a solid 2-mapper. But here we are, 3rd map in, and, however long he gets to Jigsaw for this round is a big question, but at the same time, Invictus, they're making the best with their situation.
Doing what they can. Oh dear, Hysterics is going to pop both the hatches. I mean, it's really how do they get Jigsaw in to do the most damage before he potentially disconnects? And that's the question that Invictus must be asking themselves, especially given how close a couple of these rounds have been without him. Jigsaw, shots connecting. Rick's in a bit of danger, will be forced off the position. They might just pulled off the drone at the worst possible time to spot what I believe is Tology coming down through VIP Hall. But right now, they are being stalled and waylaid by Rick's. And I think Rooster know it's just a matter of time. They've just got to stall.
Yeah, they definitely have sort of changed their playstyle up to just deny time to see if they can sort of force the disconnect from Jig, but with 8 finding one on the Mentalist. And the smoke's been employed really early. I mean, Jigsaw's dead, so the disconnect doesn't really matter anyway now that he's fallen. And, you know, Rooster, they're going to be able to get that reset as well. But Speakeasy's actually going to walk right on by. He's going to find 2 on the entry into Cafe, looking for a 3rd. The LMG Mouse 1 going to try and do as much damage as he can, but he's already deep. He's taken some good control here, found some big kills for Invictus. Roosters now, they need to think about repositioning, and indeed they will. They're going to send 1 player upstairs to play on the vertical holes, which I'd imagine are opened up like they were in the previous round, or at least here we go, the C4 to make those holes. Invictus, it's going to be difficult.
I'm sorry, look, we've been broadcasting for so long between yesterday and today that my brain's going a bit loopy. All I'm sitting here thinking is, where in the hell does Zofia keep all these massive box mags on her person?
Yeah, true. I agree with that train of thought. I don't even know. In the pocket, maybe?
But every time she reloads, she pulls one out. So there is a pretty significant supply of them somewhere in her body.
Yeah, an infinite amount of box mags, but told you to take down Speakeasy. Hysterix will find Hoven at least, so this leaves the, I believe, final 2 players on the site here for Roosters. Invictus going to have a big couple of 30 seconds here to make this happen. Swinging on from the bottom of red, Hysterix will spot the head of Jaeger. However, the swing from Mimosa proving to be the more fruitful of the 2, and Nate now left in the 1 versus 2. 1 player to his right, 1 to his left. An insane crossfire set up here by the Roosters. The stand up from Tolji, and they're there for round 11. Invictus, they now fall match point in favor of the Roosters, and it's just, I don't think that this is speaking any type of levels as to how this game should have gone, but at the moment this is how it's going.
I mean, Invictus do have the chance at overtime. They just need to win 1 round, right? They go third
Exactly.
floor. The last time they played the site, it was a 4 versus 5 set. As long as Jig can do some damage this round, that is his job done. And Nate's still there. He's still providing the words of wisdom. He's still chatting the team, giving them the info that they need and the words of wisdom to keep them playing. But it might be the lower bracket run for Invictus tomorrow.
It might end up being that, Panda. I mean, provided that, you know, given the situation we found ourselves in, Invictus have done an absolutely monumental effort, and they still do have that possibility to hold on for that 1 round longer and take it to OT. And then, I mean, we saw them do it on Oregon. Can they do it on Cafe? I mean, sorry, on Villa, not Oregon. Can they do it on Cafe, though? I mean, OT is definitely a position where they can do the damage, provided that they have the right mindset. And Jigsaw for, you know, an extended period of time. But, I mean, he hasn't... I'm not going to say it. You know what? We're not going to talk about it anymore.
He hasn't slacked in the server today.
Exactly.
He really has. He's been a standout player so far, and his contributions would not be without, you know, misgivings if they weren't there for the team. That's probably not even the right words right now. My brain is just that fried. But he certainly would be missed if he hadn't been here. Right now, they want to get themselves in. They want to take this 3rd floor site. They want to get overtime. That is the first step of the way. Mute Jammer and play is going to make that little bit harder. So first step is clearing out red, clearing out through Cigar Lounge, and getting into the building with a significant footprint.
I mean, yeah, Jig's been on this position here for the last couple of rounds. Flashbangs to come out, and I imagine this is going to be the burn. They're going to get rid of the bulletproof camera here. Lovely nade in deep, and no pixel shield actually at all. It is going to be to clear the castle. Finger boost to come out. I believe the castle has been cleared, so that is going to give the remaining members of Invictus some avenues to start dealing with some of these players. Rick's to fall first, and that is your castle gone. Rick's not having the greatest of games, unfortunately, on Cafe Speakeasy now to take Tolji down as well, and very quickly Invictus looking very good here to put us in OT, provided that they can keep this up, because Roosters, we've seen them do very similar feats in terms of taking the rounds that, Invictus have done so well to make a dent in, but right now, Panda, a 3 versus 5 is definitely looking good for Invictus.
Oh dear. Minute 20. So unless they all funnel through onto Hove, and unfortunately, yeah, look, it looks like we are going to overtime. Hove is going to find the first. He is going to go down after the fact as well. Hermosa, who has found a couple of very big frags so far this map, can't find Jigsaw, and we are going to T. Invictus, they get 3 more rounds to make it happen.
There we go. They hold on for one more. It's OT now. 2 to win, Panda, for Invictus if they want to make it happen, and they do get the defense side to start things off, which is going to hopefully make their life that little bit easier. They are going to go for the 3rd floor as opposed to the kitchen. Jigsaw in play on the alibi. We are going to see one of the Roosters players get up to go grab something, albeit on the attack. Obviously, they had time to sort of go and do that. We've got the 45-second extra rest time. They don't have to set up the bomb site. So, Invictus, I mean, first of all, before the game even ends, it's a congrats to Invictus for getting this far, provided the situation. But, look, the game is not over yet, and they still have a very hot chance at making this work. I mean, 6-6 is no small feat, provided what's been going on. So you do have to recognise that.
Yeah, I mean, look, on top of that as well, Jigsaw and Nate, just a credit to our region. ANZ players, this should be what you're aspiring to be. Even in spite of everything that has gone wrong for Invictus up to this point, they are still bringing their A game. Invictus call the rehost. What is it, a crash? Yeah, crash again. Yeah. This is just brutal.
It's insane. Oh, we've got, what, crash number 25, Panda. It's you look, it's
minted crash number 250. We're releasing a line of NFTs, each one signed by Jigsaw. Oh,
each one a screenshot of Jigsaw has disconnected in the top right, and with a number next to it, and it's all signed by every member of the Invictus squad. But yeah, look, at this point, Panda, I know we're joking about it, but it's just this best of 3 has taken upwards of 4 hours to complete. And it's not even because every single match has been to max OT. It's just, it's just been such a shame to see from Invictus.
Yesterday was a 10-hour broadcast, and we came in today. Yeah. First round, 2 matches, best of 1. Surely there's no way we get over 10 hours. We got another best of 3 after this.
Yeah, we do.
And Madness, a team that has notoriously gone to 3rd map 2 series in a row. We might get another one. We might be 20 for 2 days. That's the big numbers. What we're gonna do? We'll wait for the reconnect. Wait for everything to get sorted. We'll throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we jump on into overtime.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, but what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, The perfect students. The perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ。
We're coming back into it. Proto, it has been a long, brutal road, and of course it ends in overtime.
Yeah, it's honestly at this point, I am impressed with how Invictus have conducted it, given, you know, everything that's been going on, albeit we are here for OT now. It's good to see smiles still on their faces. They're having as much fun as they possibly can be, given the situation, and, you know, you got to give them that. But yeah, OT Panda, they clawed it back, and now they're going to have their chance to take this game away. This is obviously the last of a 3-map series. So this is the final chance that they have to take it.
The last of the 3-map series, but not the last 3-map series, unfortunately.
No, because we got another one after this. Yeah. Please don't remind me.
Oh, what a day.
I'm trying to forget, man. I really am. That's why I'm drinking this lemonade. But
There is no forgetting,
albeit
unfortunately.
there is no forgetting, no.
But we're into the round. Jigsaw is still in the server, and we are good to go. First round, Invictus on the defense. They get 2 defensive rounds to make it happen here. Roosters, I mean, they looked like they were struggling a little bit on the attack.
Yeah, they did really. You know, considering what's going on, but they really were struggling to really make stuff happen on their attack. I mean, Invictus had 3 rounds that were, you know, clutches, and it was the same on Oregon, it was the same on Villa. There were so many clutches back and forth from them, and you know, that has to obviously be talked about. But you know, now they get the defense on the first round of OT here, which means that if it does go to a 7-7, they will also get the first round, well, the last round being defense. Albeit, it might not even get that far, especially now with a minute now being spent by Roosters, dedicating what is clear and what isn't. Obviously, with Hoven actually a decent amount of the way up white. He's just waiting for this hatch drop here. And, I mean, this is going to be huge for Roosters if they can find an Invictus player on the rotate, because Jigsaw was on the roam, but where he is now is a completely different question, because his position is empty.
Now, Roosters going to have to refigure out where they would approach. There's not a single point of damage dealt so far, which uncharacteristic for this series so far. Mate 43 in play, and I mean, IG have great tools on board to hold off this push.
They do, they really do. They've got plenty of denial, Nate, on the smoke. They've got the Nitro from Mentalist as well, but look at the bulletproof cameras, 2 for extra information. You know, they have a lot of the tools required here to make this happen. An aid trying to take down Hysterics will clear out the shield that they had in Cigar Lounge, but the double repel here from Roosters to try and find this Invictus player deep inside of this position. Hysterics takes a lot of damage from Hoven down below. Actually is somehow still alive. I'd imagine another nade's possibly going to come here from Hoven. They're trying to drone him out. They will spot him here up on the vault position. His position now known, and possibly another nade from Hoven to follow, which could cause the loss of 2 players, with Hoven and Hermosa taking down both. Now Hoven to find Nate as well, and you know, Jigsaw and Mentalist in a 2v5. Things are not looking great, especially now with Soldier taking down Mentalist. Jigby's good for the first. Needs to find the second, but Rix is there. Roosters' first round of OT, their attack. I know we said that they didn't look great on it, but that round was almost flawless.
Which now puts us in a tough spot, given that, I mean, IG really struggled on their attack. And Roosters, having picked up the first, they are on match point. They are good, looking good, like they could close it out now. It's oh
Okay.
no!
Oh, Panda.
I think you just play it out. Honestly, I think you just
Yeah.
play it out. Like, get it over and done with. End the pain, end the struggle.
At this point, you kind of have to. It's such a shame to see it go like this, though. It really is. Albeit, I mean, look, at this point, Invictus, it must just be an absolute struggle for them. They've fought so hard to get to this position, and they're now staring down the barrel of the loss. I mean, with Roosters on at match point, they're obviously also a lot better off on the defense than they were on the attacking side. And I mean, Jiggy's back, but you know, at what cost? Record speed, yeah. I mean, at what cost though? At this point,
I mean, at least they can play it out. But heading onto the attack, that's not ideal. Oh dear. Well, let's get it going. This could be it for Roosters. They could shut it out here on the first floor defense, kitchen, and prep. Invictus, if they somehow manage to take it to final round of overtime, that in itself would be a miracle, but it's certainly not for a lack of trying.
no, it really isn't. They have put in the hard yards here on Cafe Dostoevsky. I mean, to get it to this point that we're at currently is just a monumental effort from them, keeping it so even. You know, given the way that they find themselves in, it is a highlight again as to why they are one of the best teams, I think, in the region. Provided, you know, they don't have the issues plaguing them that they've had this evening. But at this point, look, they're going to be doing their best with what could possibly be the final round for them here on Cafe Dostoevsky. They're obviously going to have to see if they can make a dent in this defense. First nade to come from Jig. This could be huge. Ooh, some damage to Hoven, but unfortunately, I don't think it went deep enough. And look, not the opener that they might have been hoping for to start off with, but a good attempt at least.
Just needed to long arm it a little bit there. He wants to go. The pings to come to confirm. That could be a great little nade over the top of the wall. No, unfortunately, not quite enough. Started to code check. Jig somehow gets the best of that. Looking for more long range. He beats up Hermosa, who gets too involved in the gunfight. The ideal situation. Jig just needs to stay alive for now. Toxic canister is going to be there, but he's still got the 2 nano boosts in place. So Jig, he should want to get out. He should want to be able to use them. Hysterics finds the follow-up, the third in the round. And somehow Jig gets a third. Somehow Invictus are going to push to the final round of Otay. They might even do it here.
Otay.
Hey,
Sorry,
bro, my brain is cooked.
It's getting late. It's getting late. We've got the flank being held here, though, by Hysterics. The one going down from Nate. Jig's going to go down somewhere. I don't know how.
He just got shinned.
I was going to say, yeah, he got shinned somewhere. However, Tolji is going to find one, pistol in hand. I don't think he's got the ability to find all 4 here. Rix actually is the one to leave the game now. And at this point, I mean, Invictus, they're good for the post plan. I believe this might even just be the call to just wait around. No, Tolji's going to go for the send. But no, he's... Oh, okay. I thought he was going to run outside for a second there. I mean, other than that, Jigsaw has also left the game. Yeah, look, hand up. Invictus, they're going to walk away with this round, surely based on the whole the time thing. Tolji's padding the stats a little bit, but at this point, yeah, look, unfortunately for Invictus, they're going to have to wait for Jigsaw again. He's just going for a run. He's just sending it. But yeah, Max OT is where we're at, and Panda, it's 7-7. It's the full 15 for this match. I mean, look at Mentalist. I don't even blame him at this point.
If we had $5 for every TAC pause there'd been today, I think we would have doubled our money for the broadcast.
Yeah, we would have.
I just don't even know. I just don't even know what to say. Like,
it's so hard to analyze it.
This has been the most high intensity lead up to a final round. Oh no. Is Jig on the wrong team?
He is. It's going to be a rehost.
Of all the things to possibly happen, how has he ended up on the wrong team?
Wait, no, hang on. If Hysterics joins first... sorry, if Rix joins first and then Jig joins first, it should balance it out, right?
We can hope.
So... I was going to say we're going to have to wait for we're going to have to wait and see when Rix joins whether or not it'll equalize it. But hey, Jigsaw was back in even a better record time.
We are entering a level of technical issues that I have never encountered in this game.
Yeah. This is a first, ladies and gentlemen. We could turn this into a match.
Apparently it was Rix with the power cut too. Nate, after all this, yeah, come on, FF, bro, come on.
GG.
Surely we just throw it to a 1v1. Like,
guys, let's do Mentalist versus Hoven for the final round.
Or do we just play 4 versus 4? Like,
do we do 4v4? What's this is shaping up to be. We've got Nate and Hysterics locking in the GIGN duo. Nate's keen. Look at him. He wants to go for it. He's got Rook locked in.
How about
Mentalist.
this? All right, we go for the knife fight. Lock in the Nomad. Everyone
knife fight.
Circle
Get
up.
the Nomad.
Whoever's left standing wins the game.
Whoever's left standing gets a high five.
Oh dear. Look,
This is a
don't even
scene.
know anymore.
It really is a scene. I mean, the power cut, the disconnects. It's just. Panda, it's going to be a rehost.
Yeah, let's forget it. No more talk. Just send it to break. We'll come back when we're ready to go.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。 敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling of I learned to fly. I'ma never stay here in this town.
Quick, we're not wasting any time. Let's get into the round. We don't want it to end with Jigsaw crashing. Come on, Frodo, let's get it done.
Let's finish things off. A 5-hour game. Let's go indeed. Speakeasy definitely as happy as we are. Ecstatic that it's gone on for this long. I mean, you know, the technical issues speak for themselves. We have a sub in for Roosters. Sunan jumping on the Hibana. Unfortunately, you know, Rix can't jump back in. Highest Cade ban. Look, at this point, why are we asking? Let's just keep playing. Let's get it done, ladies and gentlemen. 15 rounds. And guys, can we get a rehost? Can we get a rehost?
Oh
yeah, true. Don't Invictus play Cade? Oh yeah, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. But Pando's all going wrong, isn't it? It really is.
I have like. No, we'll just carry on, please. For the love of God, just don't. Just end it.
Just end it. End by suffering.
Look, I have had huge respect for these teams for the longest time. In fact, Invictus, I've been a fan of their organisation since, you know, early 2000s because of their Dota team.
Yeah.
Actually, not quite that early. You know, like 2010, their Dota team and the longevity of that. Trinitas, they've done nothing. Well, now Roosters have done nothing but impress me since seeing them join Apex South. And the fact that they are just pushing through, the dogged determination makes me respect them all the more.
The respect is running high. I mean, based on what we've seen, just the sheer amount of unfortunate events this evening is insane. But look, here we are, Jigsaw, to find the opener onto Sunan. So the super sub for Roosters, the first one to go down, unfortunately. But I mean, look, if you're Invictus, you're going to be happy with that pick. This is the final round. It only took us 35 minutes to get here, but we are here for the final round, Panda. But yeah, we're... oh, Jigs, good for two. Come on. He's making the most of his... Well, the final round here. Panda, Invictus.
he might disconnect. We'll see.
He might. He's yet to possibly disconnect.
Oh dear, Jigsaw, no, he's on for three! He's gonna finally fall, but he's done the damage he needs to. We've waited, we have battled through this entire damn map, but here we are. 4 versus 2, Invictus, 2 kills away from ending our pain and suffering.
I mean, Invictus, they've had enough. Or at least Jig has. I mean, 3 for the round, he's already had a massive impact. But I mean, here we are, Panda. Roosters, 2 left alive, Hermosa and Tolji, the 2 players that could get it done. Well, the 2 players that are going to have the opportunity to try and get it done. I mean, they're the only 2 left alive, and there's no extra rounds after this. This is the end of the road for one of these teams. Whether or not the 2v4 is going to come out, or is it going to be locked out by Invictus? A lot of damage dealt through the floor there to Nate. Some dealt back onto the buck, but it's a minute left of play, Panda. It's going to be a force down white here, it seems, and it's just, I don't know, Roosters are in a bit of a bind.
They are at that, Tolji, and then close. We're going to have to go absolutely massive in Tolji. Look at the flicks, the shots, the different angles they have to worry about, but no. We're heading to the final 45, Proto. The final 45. We're not going any further than this. This is the final round, the last time that they will be playing. Hermosa walks down the stairs. 2 players in whiskey spotted. Nate falls. Can he get more? No. Speakeasy there to support, and it's Tolji alone going to the final 30.
And look, Panda, as much as I would love to sit here and say that Tolji is going to do it, they're going to be able to resonate an Invictus with 15 seconds left after the sheer amount of issues that we've seen, technical and player related. Tolji might find one. Jigsaw is going to go already, but at the end of the day, Invictus, they're going to hold strong, and they're going to finally close things out after one of the longest best of 3s I think all of us have ever been a part of. 8-7, and what a hard-fought victory it was.
Jig's just gone. He's gone. Like,
he's out.
Look, as much as I want to sit here and break it all down, what more can be said? Invictus into the grand finals. Roosters will have to make that lower bracket one, facing the winners of Madness or Dawei. No, product, don't say anything. We're going to break. We'll see you guys soon for our final match. We'll see you in the final match today. See you soon.
Roll the thing. Roll the thing.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella! Father would be ashamed of you.
Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？
フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ、
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, maybe I'm caught up in your mystery, 'cause nothing about you makes sense to me. opposites attract. It's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery? What spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye, and we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder. How could two so different be lovers? Yeah. Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit. I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet. I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. I'll be right by your side. Na, 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 na. You say, na, 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 na. You say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me with ya, I'll come with ya, I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young.
And the first I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling of I learned to fly.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。 敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
As we approach hour 8 of our broadcast here at the second day of OPSI Season 5 playoffs, we go into our fourth technically and final matchup of the day. Madness Esports taking on Dawei, Chalet, Cafe, Oregon. Please, please, for love of all that is holy in Siege, do not take us to Oregon.
Guys, come on. If there's ever a time we've wanted to see a 2-0, 7-0 across the board, 14 rounds and nothing more, this is that time, I think. As much as, it's not anyone's fault, what happened here this evening, jokes aside.
It does not make it any less painful.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. As my sports teacher always used to say, quick game's a good game, and we'll hopefully get to see a quick one here. But I mean, given what we've seen across the last 2 days, these two teams have both been to a 3-map, and look, if that is the trend that's going to continue, Blue Panda, I don't know how we're going to fare going into hour number 8 and possibly 9. I mean, it's going to get dire here, but look, let's get right on into it. Enough talking. Starting things off on the on Cafe. Sorry, not Chalet to start off. So we're going to go straight back to the map that we just spent 2 hours on.
I don't even care. I just want to get.
What's another hour at this point? I was going to say, yeah. What's another hour at this point, right?
Can we rehost to make it Chalet, please?
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia. The strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult stable, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
Proto, look,
Are we here?
we're in round one. They paused for us, the lovely players. What I think is ironic is we can't, it then went to the Ella Sophia cinematic, and the first line of it is, "This was never meant to be easy," which could sum up today perfectly.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't supposed to be easy. We didn't get the first round of play, so we are going to be fresh off the bat here.
They paused it, so...
Oh, they paused it.
round one.
Okay, there we go. There we go. This is fresh off the bat then. There we are. Straight into the thick of it. Panda. Finally.
I have to say, though, I need to express my disappointment at the Seas community for leading us wrong. That it is Runchi, or Runchi, not Raven, which I was told the first time I cast him. So, the Seas community has done me dirty.
Yeah, I even said, I was like, it's Ranchi, and then I was told by Blue Panda, he was like, nope, chat told me otherwise, so...
Chat allies.
I feel like we've been had here, Panda, a little bit. But you know what chat doesn't know? They don't know Dawei.
No, they don't.
They don't know Dawei. So, hopefully, Ranchi, as he is, no longer Raven, can do some damage in this game. But I mean, look, it's off to a quick start here, already breaking into the bottom of Red Panda, Dawei, making their way up to the roof. then starting to do some damage. They're going to get these castles open inside of the Cocktail Bar Lounge and start to do some damage.
Yeah, well, apparently his old name was Lunch, so I mean it's Runchy, I would imagine, going off what I've been told. But even then, I'm not even sure I trust what I've been told now.
At this point, how do we
I don't
know
even.
we
What's
haven't
even
been double
real?
swindled?
What's even real at this point?
What is cake and what isn't? Ah, look, Panda, a minute gone, Dawei. They've got some good control, bottom red. They obviously have a Robust down here on for the possibility of this flank, provided that his team can give him, you know, the ability to be allowed to make those plays from the bottom floor. But albeit, Madness, they've got a decent setup here for the top floor. Castle extension with the mute in play. But I mean, Hennessy, just on the cigar balcony, is going to be holding down the default spots. I mean, we do see a little bit of a thin spread here for Madness on the top floor.
Indeed. But Roku kicks things off with a good on a boost. Joe there for one as well. God most of the ball, but Joe answered back immediately with that big LMG in the hand. The thing is off the stem as well. Robust there to take down NB Cool. All of a sudden, in quick succession, that differential is equalised.
3 versus 3. Again, make it a 3 versus 2 as Ysera takes down Robust, and very quickly Madness walk away with the lead. Hennessy still does have 2 of those Adrenal Surges left in play. Surprisingly, we haven't seen one of those to come out yet, given that he has lost a little bit of HP. The Nitro to come up from beneath, but unfortunately caught just in the nick of time, and very quickly the utility starts to dwindle. They have some Z things, but Pan are only 30 seconds left for them to execute. Raven just eating up this toxic canister damage. The heal was there, but it's going to be a good attempt at least here from Dawei.
Oh, the push on could be clean. He's got the bullets to do it. 41 in mag. He only needs to connect 2, in fact, to win the round. You get a little free fire. The bulletproof cam cleaned out. Mouse 1 goes hard, but not hard enough. He hasn't really got much time. Nano boost there, not going to be a factor either. And Madness Esports, they will take round 1. Now, Proto, we'll carry on. Do you know what masochist means?
Depends on the context, Blue Panda.
No, so a masochist is someone who enjoys others' pain. A sadist... Masochist is someone who enjoys pain. A sadist is someone who enjoys someone else's pain. And yes. I'm going to embrace my inner sadist right now and tell you, historically, Madness has not escaped a series without going to a 3rd map so far in playoffs.
Oh, stop. Stop. Don't tell me things like that. Oh, Panda. Well, if that's the case, we're in for an interesting evening. But yeah, I mean, in the playoffs so far, you're not wrong. Madness have been to 3 maps every single game.
Well, the 3rd map is always quite fast, so at least there's
It is always quite fast, yes. It is that. It's usually, well, and on top of that, they've had a max OT game in every 3. So let's celebrate that. So have Dawei, actually, surprisingly enough. But, I mean, Panda, I don't think it's going to come down to a 4-hour stint like it did for the Invictus game. But, albeit, at the end of the day, look, a good start so far for Madness on the defense. However, maybe they're going to be looking to break that streak.
One could hope. One could hope. I'm not going to pray because, unfortunately, our prayers don't get answered as casters. We're not entitled to that level of benefit yet. And, well, God Mode in, we'll find the first onto Roku. And remind me which of the maps that they played in those best of 3s were the ones to go maximum OT again?
So, for maximum OT, the Madness games, Oregon 8-7, Trinitas beat them. And then versing Roosters, it was 8-7 on Border, and Roosters beat them.
Yeah. So the first 2 maps, likely one of the 2 is likely to be a full 15-rounder. We'll have to see which one it is. But I mean,
and then the final is very quick, usually.
Yeah. So we're gonna have like 1 medium map, 1 overtime map, answered back, and then overtime. Then a bit of quick one close it. So Madness, if they are merciful, they will do it in 2, or same for Dawei. Either one. We'll let either one of them take it here. We're not picky. Nuts finds 1 before going down, shinned out by Hennessy. Again, Dawei equalising well as Joe also falls.
Nice shot from Envied there to take a life back. But Madness, they have the Echo Drone to play with. They're going to be setting it up as well here. Well, no, sorry. They're going to be using it to drone out the position of Dawei and not actually set it up for the post plant here, but it is going to be the walk on into side. Envy to find a second on the cross inside of red. Ysera doing a lot of damage, but God Mode and Hennessy to finish things off. Dawei, we've already been Panda. It begins. It starts. Oh, please, Madness, no.
I'm going to guess no sound because that's traditionally what it's been.
Yeah.
The early pauses. Oh no, we can't pause. Well.
Oh, we don't have the lobby pause. Someone's done it though. Thankfully, they figured it out.
Yeah. It is
lost in the sauce, lost in the pause.
What sauce are you lost in, Proto? Personally, I'm a bit of barbecue mustard.
I'm thinking a hearty bolognese.
Yeah, Sarah has power.
Don't give your Sarah that power. Don't give your Sarah that power.
Oh dear. Everyone in the lobby has
be...
to tell him he's attractive before he'll unpause.
I was going to say, this is going to be interesting now that they're going to have to relay to Ysera that they want the pause. How long the pause has to last. Oh, Panda, this is... It's all going a bit, skew-if, isn't it, this evening? It has
all
really
a bit
been one of the
one-eyed.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night of Rainbow Six here on the OPL, but yeah, we're having fun.
Oh dear. Honestly, I have to say, G-Wing behind the camera, he's done a phenomenal job of just powering through and making sure it all gets done tonight and yesterday as well.
He has. Yeah.
I gotta respect it. Absolutely love working with the guy. Right now, though, we finally get the unpause to come through. 1 round apiece, Proto.
It's equalised, so, I mean, we haven't really seen much in terms of a lead early on here at the start, but again, it's still very early stages. It definitely doesn't feel like it. This feels like the 9th map we cast in today, but, I mean, still, yeah. Madness, unfortunately.
We might get 8 today. You're not even close.
Okay, Panda, just don't, we don't, let's just not talk about it, alright? Let's pretend that it didn't happen. But yeah, look, I mean... Given the way that Madness took round 1, then Dawei answered back with a second, let's be honest, it was actually really close there for Madness in that second round. They got it down to a 2v2 from a 2v4, and ultimately almost did manage to pull it off. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Dawei managed to find that round. So, look, it's still 50-50 in the opener, but based on the next 3 rounds, we're going to sort of have a little bit more of a narrative to go off based on who can find what here in the opening rounds of Cafe Dostoyevsky, because traditionally, as we know, the first 4 rounds are indicative of what is going to go on. But come on, Shibanut. How do you not see that? He's lost
in the sauce again.
He's lost in the mayonnaise.
He's even spinning. He doesn't know what's going on. Joe, though, first all smoke off the board. Unfortunately, we're not going to see too much of the old Torres and Fletcher yet. It's given that Torres, Fletcher is banned, of course. But right now, honestly, I wonder if this would be a different game with different guns. And I mean, could you imagine if the G28 was in this game?
G28 with M61s in this would be dangerous. It definitely would, especially if you could put a Reap-IR on it, but Hennessy doesn't need that. He's going to find Shibanuts' head from that repel here. Might even go for the repel in. If he wants to take this fight at top white, he does have, obviously, the Zofia stuns to play with. He is going to get that direct impact stun and force, I believe it's Envied, back to the top of white, possibly for the vault over to run away. But, I mean, at the moment, Dawei, they have the man advantage. They are 5 strong. With half a round left as well, by the way, and no nitros left on the site to try and do damage upstairs, which means Roku's going to have to go to town with a shotgun. But speaking of work, Ysera is there. He has the power to pause the lobby, but also has the power to send God Mode onto the cameras for the rest of this round. Dawei, they still have a good lead though.
Indeed. Hennessy on his 6-1 nonsense right now. He'll look to try and make that 9-1 if he can. Envy will win the fight against Vooz at the cost of significant investment of his health. Relays himself back to the site. Robust playing above, wants to try and catch him, but it's the wrong site to be catching him, unfortunately. We'll be able to recover that diffuser. But with limited verticality, they've got... the only real option is to force onto the site.
They're going to have to. I mean, it's going to come down to gunfights. Envy is low, so they do have that in terms of a benefit, but Robust has diffuser upstairs. They're going to... almost blowing Hennessy up. He's going to go for the entry. He's going to get deep. Very similar position to where we saw the knock in the previous. He is going to catch Mute on the rotate. Shots not hitting initially, but will take down Roku in the end. And
Hennessy's on for the ace.
Some more health. There we go. Quad kill for Hennessy. He wants Ysera as well. Is he going to get it though? Robust could be there to steal it. Unfortunate for Dawei.
Yeah. It is what it is. We just keep moving forward. Positivity.
Positivity, all the good things, you know. Dawei 2-1 though. They're gonna take it and look. No ace for Hennessy. We've seen them from Runchy. This is gonna
Ranchy. Let's call him Ranchy like the sauce.
Ranchy? Okay. Yeah. Ranchy. Yeah.
We'll get confirmation. Actually, no, we won't even get confirmation after the fact. We'll figure it out for the next one that he's on. Ranchy
or Raven, can you please tweet at us and tell us how you would like your name pronounced? We need to know. At this point, the only person that won't lie to us is yourself, surely.
Yeah, look, if you want to, please let us know at Nuttery ANZ. Make sure you DM us or make a really loud post. Yeah, let us know.
Yeah.
And we'll figure that out.
With a really interesting GIF as well. Just make sure we see it.
Really out left field. Like, we don't want to understand what it is. We want to have to figure it out on our own.
Yep. We're going to have to Google it. That's how insane it's got to be, okay? But yeah, cheers, thanks. We appreciate that. You know, we oh, man. Panda. Dawei, 2-1. Surely they push it on the 3, but, I mean, look. I keep saying this. It's going to come down to whoever can find the mistake and just exploit it, really, at the start here. It is going to be another attempt at the top floor for Magnus Esports, and, you know, they are having a little bit of a struggle so far on the defense side of Cafe, albeit Dawei are definitely making good work of this. They're taking good control. They're playing off their utility. I mean, Thinker, let's just go with that, is going to take a little bit of damage, but so is Roper. So, nothing horrible.
Not the end of the world. And, I don't even know. 8-1 right now. The Hennessy, who's just been a demon on the number game. And there we go. Old Ranchy. He's dead again. Hit the hands of Joe. Unfortunate.
It's
more scuffed. More scuffed.
I was going to say, Nate's looked better than that. But, yeah. I think it's just a summary of what we've had to do here today, Panda. Envy to take down Hennessy, though, so, you know, Dawei's numbers slowly dwindling. The nade from Vooz here. Attempting to do some damage. But at the same time...
the key word.
I was going to say, yeah, attempting is definitely the key word in that sentence.
The nade right now through the drone hole could be big. Is it skating enough? No, not quite. Hoping maybe just a little bit further there from Robust. Vooz finds the kill on the Shiba Nuts. Smoke down once again. And 3 versus 4, salvageable here. But Madness, they want to push on and they want to claim that second point.
They really do. 50 seconds left, only a minute left in play. There's an interesting castle setup. It's not going to allow for a swing onto New Balcony. However, the window on that new rappel is obviously one that we've seen a large amount of contention from tonight from most teams. So it's good to see that it is castled in this instance, albeit Godmo making his way into the site. Has to take an opening gunfight here and at least find one before trying to get this bomb down in the default position. Joe to find Vooz, though. It's a 2 versus 4, a double kill for Joe as well. They haven't even opened up the castle into Cigar Lounge yet. And with Joe taking Godmo down, Robust downstairs, just sort of doing his own thing, is going to be left in a 1 versus 4 with only 20 seconds left. coming towards white. It's going to be his first issue. Don 6 to clear the
Oh,
way.
boy.
He's not even going to check close. Yasera is there, the man with the power. He's going to close that round out.
Yeah. From the looks of it, we've only got one Madness player remaining on cam. In fact, it looks like we've only got one player from each team on cams still at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much.
All the rest of them are disconnected so they can avoid the same problems that Jigsaw was suffering earlier. And smart of them to be doing that.
I do have to rate Shibanaka's cap there, Panda.
Yeah.
I like the drip. I do rate the drip. But, look, going into this Runchy, 0-3 on the Finker, I think it's possibly the name stuff that chat's been sort of throwing around. It might just be messing with him a little bit. But at this point, look, 2-2, Dawei managed to equalise off the back of that round. And, sorry, Panda's equalised off the back of that round. Panda, it's getting late.
It is just gone midnight here in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's getting late.
So, yeah, we finished at 5 a.m. my time. I went to sleep for 6 hours, woke up, went out and got lunch, came back home, got back on to start the broadcast day. At least tomorrow should be a little bit laxer. I mean, we're still potentially looking at another 8 maps, given it's a best of 3 and a best of 5. Yeah, you got other commitments that you might be having to fulfill. But right now, Madness, they want to, they want the match against Trinitas, or Roosters, rather.
Yeah, look, that's definitely what it seems to be. Madness want to give it a go. And in saying so, it's going to come down to how these 3 maps, possibly 2, play out here this evening, given what we've seen so far already from our matchups this evening. It's going to be interesting that Munchie's drones put it out there. Which means Yasera is going to be known, but given that he was droned out, he's most likely going to move away to his secondary position. But a minute spent sort of gaining this control and information. Panda, not too much has happened from the side of Dawei just yet.
Yeah, I mean, still making good timing, wanting to get an above, and there's little to no congestion on this western side of the map. They are over towards Cocktail, little pop nade into the bathroom. Don't think it's going to find much of anything, and yeah, it won't. They're all over towards Cocktail.
Yeah, top white stacks is where we are going to see most of the Madness players sort of stacked up, ready to wait for that contact, as well as obviously this freezer shield, which is going to be a big issue. Yasera deploying Hennessy, though. Madness looking to at least start this round with a couple of frags. The smoke now being drawn out as well towards the freezer side. Runchy takes a lot of damage on this push with the shotgun in hand. Shibanats does so much damage to Runchy there to finally close him out, and from inside the freezer as well. It's all just starting to fall apart slowly for the way here on the top floor.
The push needs to be clean. The health bar is not the healthiest, and Runchy has the nade to land on the Roku and the final nano boost to come through. 3 versus 3. This isn't even the site though. Robust, unfortunately, caught mid-nade throw, will go down. And the 3 versus 2. Now, look, I need to know. Okay, so there are a couple of people in chat who claim to be experts. So I'm gonna give you some options as God mode falls. It's our final player. Now, is it Runchy, or Runchy? I want to know. I need to know. Is it 1, 2, or 3? Runchy, or Runchy? Let us know. We'll figure it out.
Because someone has said Runchy now.
Multiple people have said Runchy and Runchy. And...
Some people have said Runchy. Then there was Raven. By the way, whoever told us that initially, yeah, thanks for that. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Albeit
not a fan.
Yeah, no, not having fun. It's hard. It's hard trying to figure out some of these names sometimes.
We'll figure it out. Maybe Chad will let us know. Maybe Chad will just lie to us again. And, we'll go from there. I don't even know. Round 6, though, bro. That's what I know. We're in the final round of the half. Runchy. Okay.
There we go.
So, we'll go
awesome.
Runchy.
Locked in.
Runchy.
Locked in.
That's locked in. Final answer. No phone a friend. it is staying as Runchi. And
From now on,
we'll
see
carry
in the
on.
future.
Final round of the half. It depends on whether or not Dawei stay in the tournament or not. So it might be the last best of 3 that stays as Runchi, or if he ends his journey there.
Oh, look, Dawei, they're going to have to find their own way because right now they're trailing Madness. Only 1 round separates them both. But, I mean, look, Madness, they're looking for the 4-2 half. Kitchen is going to be the final attempt for a defense here for them before we switch things over and Dawei get their attempts. Now, Flores being in play here, Robust is going to be bringing him out. Thatch obviously being banned in this situation means that, you know, it's going to be... it's going to be available for that utility to be brought out. However, Robust, the only good thing that he's going to be really needed for here to clear is going to be this bakery position. And based on the yellow pings, that definitely seems like the point of contention that they're going to be going for with that utility at the moment.
Oh, now that we've got all that Runchi nonsense out of the way, we can actually get back to the game here, Proto. Nade dumped towards the shielded bakery. God mode escaping death narrowly. Nades as well as the Rotero going in. It will be thrown, and that position should be flushed out as the team's already vacated now for Madness on this defense. Nade pop into prep will need to be utilised to clear the Mook Gemmer. And Booze, he's biding his time on it, wants to go for the swing. Deep nade towards Bakery, goes to the swing with the gun instead. We'll take down Ysera. That's your Echo off the board.
Lovely shot as well for Vooz, cleaning things up there. I mean, now Madness losing Joe to the DBNO. He's not quite finished off yet, but they are going to have to extend a body over towards where he currently is to get him back up into the fight, or he can choose to live drone for his team, albeit there he is. It's going to be picked back up, put into the fight, and Madness are still good for 4, but Dawei, they have a lot of players left. Runchi will go down to Shibanuts. And very quickly, a 4 versus 4 is definitely doable for both teams. Madness have found themselves that equalizing foot in the board, but Panda, full health is still in favor of Dawei.
It is in that. Unfortunately, losing out of the Finker, though, means that that could change on a dime if they are not careful, if they do not play their angles correctly. They could be fragged out momentarily. Well, the coverage is there. They know that there is someone in coat check. Whether or not they know it's Envied is a different story. But there is support. God mode falls to Shiba to that MP5 once again. They're just missing out on these opportunities. There's so many angles to have to lock down.
In saying so, Hennessy to find Shibanuts refragged, however, Roku to take him down, but from the back of the site, Robust has made his way in to take down God Mode. Envy there to trade at least on Devuz, leaving Robust in a 1 versus 2, 15 seconds to play with. He's got full HP, Joe is also low, but he has to retrieve the diffuser, which is inside of Bakery, protected by Envied on the Ella. And he's going to have to get past 2. 7 seconds left to retrieve the diffuser and find 2 kills. From behind, he's going to hit a lovely shot on Envy, but with 1 second left, he's going to be able to get into the site and start planting the bomb. But Joe, now, he's going to come on in. He's going to jump off the diffuser, and Madness, they're going to find the 4-2 half here before going over onto attack.
It's exactly what you're looking for. Madness want to make this a clean deal. I mean, I would imagine it's getting late enough over there. They've got other things they want to play. They say other things they want to be doing. Chances are they want to finish this and then go play some rank. But who am I to get in their way? Let's get it done. Let's get it done cleanly. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's get it done. Madness now on the attack. Obviously, looking to make some dents here, already getting that 2-round lead before going onto their attacking side. And I mean, it's good to see Envy already switching off the Finker onto the sledge. We are yet to see the addition of said Finker back into the addition of Madness and roster, but there we go. Joe's going to switch on over. All I have to do is say it and it happens usually. I hate how, guys, we're not going to see Monty. Monty's not playing. In this instance, Joe's going to jump
manifest success. We are going to see Monty. Exactly. It will be played.
We are going to see Monty. He's coming this round. In fact, it's going to be Roku. That's going to jump on him. Oh, look.
Monty's coming this spring to a theatre near you.
Yeah. It sounds like I'd go watch that movie. I really would.
Montaña
de Rock. But yes, look, based on what we've seen so far from Madness.
Heartwarming love story about a man and his bulletproof
And he's
shield.
a man in his shield. One man, one shield this summer. A love story like no other. Coming to theaters near. I'm sorry, G. We apologize.
Man leaves his bulletproof shield on a train and has to go on a journey across France to find it again.
To find it. Little, where are you?
Triple A movie produced and directed by Ubisoft. Yeah, look, I rate it. It's the Ubisoft Rainbow Six cinematic universe.
I was gonna say this is the next cinematic we need. The love story between Monty and his shield. But you know, we spent a minute waffling on about this, Ben. I can guarantee everyone behind the scenes at OPL has had enough of hearing it. And look, in saying so, Madness, they've definitely had enough as well. They're taking some good control here. The drones are coming out and getting everything dealt with in the normal fashion that it is required. Getting dealt with. God Mode's going to have a quick word with Joe, put him down for the remainder of the round. And I mean, the way to start the round, Finker off the board first, surprisingly.
Who would have thought? I mean, it's just completely out of left field. Never expected that. Oh boy. I'm losing the feed. I got audio still, but the feed is a bit janky. So. Alright, I'm back in. Alright. We did for a second. We went to get an HSP and get ourselves back into the matchup. Chibinut brings it down to the 2 versus 3. Roku to fall as well. Effectively a 3 versus 3 as Roku's getting pro'd his way backwards to safety for the pickup. And right now, Madness. So Joe died. They then lost Booze and God Mode. And now we find ourselves here with 40 seconds remaining and everyone on Dawei is very hurt.
Wow, okay, so what I'm hearing is Madness should be able to mop this up relatively easily based on the health advantages. Of course, as I say this, Envy to go down on the long angle here from the Alibi, and they are going to be able to get the revive off, but with only 20 seconds left to play, they're going to have to funnel into the angles that Dawei are already going to be holding, and Isira going to be able to provide cover here and force that Alibi off the angle to allow his teammates to walk on in, and indeed he will. Envy is actually going to be getting the bomb down, but Robust doesn't matter. He's still going to find that kill anyway, and very quickly, things for Dawei here are looking so much better. Trying to bait the jump on in, but with the low health, he's going to be able to find that kill. Raven to take down Roku, and Shibanus, the diffuser not planted. Dawei, what a round from Runchi. I think I called him Raven, I apologise, albeit the lie. A huge play there for the defense.
If it weren't our jobs, I'd say we need to stop talking, because every time we say something's going to happen, it goes wrong.
Yeah, my bad. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll cop that.
Why are we so cursed as casters?
I'm sorry, Madness. I really am.
We don't actually have any power. In fact, the only power we have is exacerbated frustration. The fact
Ysira has more power than us.
Oh, he does. He does right now. Big mistake.
He holds the keys to the castle.
Dear. Oh, dear. Down to the first floor, though. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, it's always good fun. Look, it's getting silly, Panda. I think at this point, our brains are just. I'm excited to see how you end up tomorrow night. It's gonna be a doozy when we jump back into Pride VC. But still, the one thing that was a doozy that round, no way they should have walked away with it, albeit Madness, unfortunately, just not able to win those gunfights and not covering their crosses properly. I mean, the bomb going down in probably the most unprotected spot, especially due to the fact that they hadn't cleared Freezer. They did have the repel on the east side, but I mean, at the end of the day, it just was not enough ultimately to close out that round. I mean, as we saw, 20 HP, even less, on pretty much all of Dawei. Actually, no, all of Dawei that was left. And yeah, they still walk away with it. Commendable effort from them, but Madness, we saw them doing this yesterday though, Panda. They're going to have to tighten up a few of these rounds.
Yeah. Hopefully they can make it happen. The last thing you want is for things to slip at this point in the matchup. Yeah, they're going to play it slow. They're going to play it reserved. They don't want to just commit full send in the start of the round and risk losing bodies and equalize the round count. So, yeah, top down, clear the smart call.
Yeah, the full 3 floors here is probably the best point of call for Madness. And look, they probably going to have to do a full clear majority of these rounds. Due to the fact that, you know, there is no real easy way to get around Dawei. I mean, they have players like Runchy, they have players like Hennessy on these roams that can be so deviant, hiding in certain corners, hiding in little places, and then coming on for, you know, 2, 3, 4 kills. You know, they really do have to be careful with how they're doing it, but they have control of third and second. Now they've got to make their way down to first.
Wow, that was some great math there, Proto. Third, second, down to first, reverse, 3-1. You love it.
Yes, sir.
Every now and then we hit the mark. Oh, Joe spotted the feet there, but didn't quite cotton on. That could have been a devastating frag onto, I believe it was Hennessy. It looked like an alibi. Either way, this is going to be an interesting push on into the site and then to clear up VIP, given that they're tucked right back, and you see. Yeah, it looks like it is. It must be Hennessy or Godma. It's either Malusi or the alibi. They can get a bit confused, and they do have a similar frame. But this is going to be a hectic push.
It is going to come down to the dying moments. Unfortunately for Envy, can't quite find the shot at all onto Vooz there through the verticality. And with only 30 seconds left, it is going to have to be a bit of an interesting execute. They obviously are looking to go through Freezer. They have the ability to drop on down. Godmo takes a lot of damage. The nade follow. Robust actually to open things up with one on the Asira though. And now things very quickly shift into Dawei's favor. They've got the man count advantage. Going to have to play for the first contacts. A Nitro from Robust for his second in the round. It's going to be a push-up red. Joe to find Hennessy. Runchy to shut down Shibonats. And very quickly, Joe enters with one back. The Booze for the trade. Roku now, the last alive, is going to find the first. Needs to get 2 more, but it's not there. Dawei, they're going to equalize. 4-4.
4-4. This is... So we're getting the overtime matchup out of the way early. That's good to see.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's great. It's great, Panda. It's awesome.
Can you tell that this is, what, 18 and a half hours of broadcast in the last 2 days? With just the 2 of us.
Just the 2. Oh, wait, copyright. Hang on, I'll take it back.
Just the 3 of us, because G-Wing's here as well, so...
Exactly, yeah, G-Wing is actually here. Shout out G-Wing, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
He's been right here with us the entire way, putting up with our absolute nonsense.
He has to listen to us. On and off stream,
MVP.
Yeah.
Legend.
Out here.
But, okay, round 9. Proto, we get into round 9. We are going to be hitting the reading and fireplace defense. The typical 3rd floor hold. Denying that verticality, denying the pressure. But what I'm not seeing is the reinforcement into backstock. It's just that con side of it.
Yeah, they're not too interested in playing the freezer extension we saw from Madness, which, you know, provided was actually kind of an insane hold. It wasn't cleared out at all and sort of led to a pretty big loss of bodies on that top floor. So, you know, interesting that Dawei aren't trying that strategy out. But at the same time, every team has their own, and, you know, maybe this is what they feel most comfortable currently playing with. At the end of the day, obviously this is a playoffs run, so they want to be doing their utmost to lock in their position here. But in saying so, 4-4 is definitely about as even as it gets in the current situation based on the rest of the evening. But right now, we got the drones coming in. They're going to try and take the top floor methodically as possible because Panda, as he said, it is back to basics. Cafe is one of those maps, and I'd assume that is exactly what we're going to see here from both of these teams.
A lot of information being gathered. You see it on the job with the Torres, as we so lovingly call it, and the drone getting in with the help of the Twitch. That's huge opportunity there. The coordination between the 2 former Invictus members absolutely ripping apart the utility game. Shield cleared, everything cleared. The drone as well, going to clear out the bar as well, so they can potentially deny anyone sitting behind it. It's all coming together. You love it when a plan comes together.
You do, especially with Envy being able to find that pick. They've locked this player in upstairs inside of bar. God mode now to go down. Shibanuts is there, but Runchy takes down Joe. The nade caught by the Wamai, but on round from Envy. Hasn't quite spotted that that player is in Newbelt. Shibanuts seems to have some clue. He's going to be checking his teammates' angles, but again, Runchy caught in that angle. Found out, though, by Shibanuts. Ysera also now to take down Hennessy. Robust in a 1 versus 4. Coming through mining into the bottom of Pillar. No. Maybe chooses to just stay in mining. It's a good position for him to be in as long as he can find 1 or 2 before being taken out. This is definitely a doable situation to find himself in the drop in the pillar, but he takes the wrong fight first. Shibanuts there for 2. Madness. They're going to end it this round. Take the lead again.
Stimulation overload. Too many options. Not enough time. Yeah, unfortunate situation there to be swinging into 2 players. You got to hope that you can maybe make the flick from one to the other, but no, couldn't do that either. We go into round 10 here. Proto Madness have the opportunity to push on to map point. They will be attacking 3rd floor, bar and cocktail this time though.
Look. Here we are. Possibility of a match point for Madness. So far, the defense from Dawei hasn't, unfortunately, accumulated to too much, given that we've seen 10 rounds so far, Panda. As we know, it has been very back and forth, and Madness haven't just found that lead, but at the same time, the way they've been doing so much good, and then those last couple of rounds that we've seen from them just haven't been as prominent as we would have maybe hoped, seeing how they've been playing throughout the rest of the tournament. Albeit, you know, not the end of the world. They are still only 1 away from equalising, and again, as we said, might be the OT game traditionally for Madness that we are seeing got out of the way first, albeit. Yeah, look, bit of a switch up for Dawei. They have the Echo in play for this top floor, paired with obviously the Malusi and the Wamai. So, good utility. The Mute still yet to put down 2 of his jammers. I'm not too sure if God Mode is still just doing some site setup, or maybe those jammers don't necessarily have a place just yet. Maybe they're Mute tricking, but albeit, Madness, they got the Twitch, they got the Flores, they got a lot of utility to try and deal with that.
Well, God Mode did have one in hand. He was going to place it, but decided not. So I think he's stuck here in by stage. No, never mind. I was wrong. That was Booze. There we go. Confirmation. Yeah, Godboth's got 2 pocket mute jammers, and they will remain in pocket for the rest of the round.
Not good. Not good at all, especially when that utility could have been very useful elsewhere for the rest of the team. But Booze now to go down as well. From behind, Ysera, very well played with the Retiro drone. Some insane driving skills from him. But I mean, look at this. Just going all the way through. Hennessy will at least find 1 onto Shibanuts. So there is some consolidation prize there for Dawei, but with Vooz down, he is in a relatively unsavable position. He's going to be finished off, I'd imagine. They have the Z ping. There you go. Vooz now finished. And there we are. They've got 3 left. Robust, Hennessy, and Runchy. The last time we saw 3 alive in this situation, they actually won it on the top floor. So don't count them out just yet. Albeit, yeah. Runchy finding Envy. It's starting, Panda. It's starting again. Oh, thank you.
And Custer Curse. Well done, Proto. It's good to see you getting your money's worth on the broadcast. But that is a big kill. Runchy, 7-7 currently. Tied with Robust in second. And oh my god, Roku. Taking down Hennessy. It's on the Robust. The swing, and he can't do it. Joe with the F2. It will be Madness. Moving on to map point here, Proto.
Yes. That point is a good place to start. 2 rounds are all that separate. Well, 1 round is what separates Madness from the dub. But Dawei are 2 rounds behind from equalising. And look, if speculated as such, we could definitely see that. Speculated. I don't even know what word I'm saying.
We've speculated about Torres and Fletcher and their impact on maps so far.
At this point, I could write a whole book, and it wouldn't make any sense. But Look,
The world's worst thesaurus.
the speculation is there, and you know, Fletcher and Torres have had huge impact this evening, especially the Flores. Trying to think about them and say them, it's just undoable.
The worst bit is that last one was completely unintentional. He wasn't trying to screw it up. It just went sideways at the last minute. He embraced it. Oh dear. Look, that point, Madness Esports attacking into the top floor once again. I mean, this has been a site that has worked for them. If they play their gunfights comfortably, if they take their angles and play the numbers game, Madness should by all means win this.
Yeah, look, the attack last round was, not flawless, but it was very well executed. They had themselves set up infinitely better than the last time they played it previous to that round. So, given that they had got that comfort in winning it now, they should be able to at least do some damage without hopefully closing it out. But, with closing it out rather, should I say. Hopefully not letting it go the round. At the end of the day, they have had the 3-map curse for pretty much every game. Joe takes a lot of damage on the start. Unfortunately for him, he's not dead just yet, which is a plus, albeit unfortunate that his health now dwindles. And Panda, it's taken them almost a minute to get up here, but they're going to start making their way in now. Madness drop into red. They look to take towards Scar Shop and Lounge.
Oh, stupid nuts got debated there. He didn't realise there was two. That could have been hugely detrimental. Knows that there is a player on the shield in the bathroom. He's looking to clear it out. Banshee going to be triggered here in a second. They want to be able to clear it out without the risk of death. It's the game. It's the timing. It's the opportunity. Minute 46 on the clock. 5 players available for each team, but Booze gets aggressive onto the angle and Shiba Nuts drops with the nades in hand.
Unfortunate here for Madness, not paying attention on that cross, allowing Booze to walk on out and find that kill, which not great given the situation that they find themselves in, being on match point and all that, but still, Dawei, they've got to try and hold on for at least a couple more if they do want to take it to OT. We've seen Ystera do some good work with these Flores drones. It's going to be clearing out that C1 here, so that the position is no longer fortifiable. In that sense, you can't sit behind it. Therefore, it makes it easier to spot said player does try and sit behind it, albeit Panda sort of dwindled down to a bit of a slow here for Madness. Kind of not too sure what to do, really.
Yeah, they've lost a key piece of information gathering. They don't have the finger in place, so Joe is as low as he will remain until he dies. Yes, there, a little pop flash into the white stairs, and there is a player close to the left for him, and the run out from Hennessy's absolutely huge. They will remove Ysera. They find Joe as well from long range with the cocktail. It's shut down. It's a flurry of kills, and it's on to Roku to clutch up secondary in hand, but player White Stairs shuts him down. Dawei will take us into the 12s. We are going full regulation rounds, potentially the OT in map 1.
Look, we talked about it. We said it was a possibility. As much as we're sitting here hoping that it isn't, OT is definitely on the cards for Dawei. Madness now have to do kitchen, and it's definitely doable for them. But I mean, Dawei, they found that last round. They have the momentum behind them for the previous win, and could definitely look to make this round theirs and take us into OT. But again, I mean, Madness, they've seen these 3-map series in every single game that has been played in the last 2 days for them. However, Dawei have only seen the 2 maps, and the 1 map this morning, which I don't know if we count due to it being a 1 map, but yeah, Dawei have only seen 2 maps in both games. Invictus, 7-4, 7-0 loss, and then against Obeng, they got a 7-0, 7-3 win. So they haven't actually seen a 3 map yet, Panda.
Well, might be the first time. We'll see. Madness, they need to win it here if they want to deny overtime. And of course, you'd want to imagine that they do, given what a long day it has already been. We are rapidly approaching our 9th hour of broadcast. And, well, I mean, you got to remember, Madness kicked the day off with the first best of 1. Oh.
But yeah, okay. Look at a moss check on Robust. Nice little warbang there. Envy bites the dust. Pledge to go as well in the opener of this round. Cafe, is a map that tends to have a lot of spawn peaks, albeit I don't know if you'd call that a spawn peak, Panda.
I mean, a delayed spawn peak. I mean, it's similar intention, just an altered angle.
Yeah.
The big problem I'm seeing this round, though, Runchi is bringing the Thunderbird, which means there is a level of sustain for Dawei on the defense that Madness lacks, given the Thinker is not in play. And with Joe falling, it is looking like we are rapidly approaching overtime.
Hennessy takes a lot of damage. It's not enough to put him down, though. Going on that tear, 13-7 with that MX4 Storm is a huge sort of position.
And
there you go, Thunderbird, and he's fine again. It is but a scratch in the grand scheme of things. Shibanuts will go for the rotate towards the bottom white to see if he can play for a pick, but they don't have any players in that VIP extension position. I'd imagine there are going to be ADS to Van Myers here that will sort of, deny that completely, and unfortunately his nades will both be sort of dropped back down to the floor. But the players creeping on down white, and actually the run out from Runchi there. Yeah, Dawei, they're looking great to close this out and take us to OT, but I mean, we'll see if that is the case with Ysera. Finding 2, possibly 3 here if he wants to swing on round and take the fight to Thunderbird.
Him jumping code check, cuts off the angle of rotate. A little pop stun around the door. We do see Roku. He's in bakery as well. Drones out looking for info. A flank drone here could well and truly set them up for victory. 50 seconds, so there is time. There is a comfortable amount of time for Madness Esports to make a play. The air jab's still there to cover what it can. Play it in the B-bomb site, play it in towards prep as well. Someone is going to have to make a play. It's likely going to have to be Madness as well. So if Roku can push in, find the opportunity, that could be big. A little pop stun through the door, but Roku falls to Vooz. It is now on Ysera to clutch up. Right, Runchi, he's there. He's going to swing. He's going to win it. And Dawei will lock in overtime.
And we're here, OT. And, I mean, welcome to the clutch. That's I mean, what? In the last 2 days, we have seen 1, 2, 3, 4 OT games. 3 of which, all of which, actually, being max OT. 8-7s.
Yeah.
So, if that's the trend we're going to see, we've still got, 3 rounds of Siege to watch. But maybe Madness break that stint here. I don't know, Panda. I can't read too much into this. At the end of the day, it's OT. Anything can happen. We've said it a lot. Going to keep reiterating it because, it's true. I mean, Dawei won a 3v4 with a combined 20-something HP. So, take it as you will.
As we try and preserve our brain cells, the rest of this best of 3. It's an interesting shield placement there. They chuck it up on the bench. It's not something that I've seen in a defensive setup.
That is a very interesting shield, actually. And with the reinforcement on the wall there, yeah. Okay. You can hear my last 2 brain cells trying to figure out what that is.
I heard the short circuit. I'm right there with you. That fizzling sound is not X-Kairos or Exothermics.
No,
it's us thinking.
It's our heads, yeah. It's the sweat in our heads burning. But yeah, look, whatever that shield is for, whatever it's designed to sort of protect, maybe it is just for a player to sit behind purely just to hold a long angle. I mean, maybe you could sit Runchi there with the 1.5, even Hennessy in the latter round, maybe even Robust on the MK14. Definitely a viable position to have that player sort of, play for the long angles, albeit it is going to be another top down here for Madness. They're going to be back on the attack for OT here. They are going to find the first Robust to be spotted out. He's going to go for the rotate. Joe is there with opening arm to collect that opening kill. Dawei put very quickly down in a 4 versus 5. I think Madness have definitely learned their lesson.
Yeah, once again, that little kick in the pants that is getting them into gear. And you can see just the shift in dynamic. All of a sudden, it's very accelerated, very aggressive. They are trying to absolutely shut down Dawei's chances at redeeming themselves in OT here. In fact, I think the fact that it got here is enough of a concern for them. And they do have the Doggerby in play and a cell phone to work with, so cams are going to be void as well.
Well, now that they take Echoes as well, or they take over Echoes as well, is a huge thing, albeit Echo not being bought this time. Joe to find a second onto Hennessy, going huge for the LMGE this round. For Madness, looking like they might walk away with the first in OT here to send it to the defense, but they still have to find 3. They have lost in this position before, and provided that that is a viable thing that might happen here, is something you do have to consider. But with this extension out towards the back east side in VIP and 3 players left alive, Runchi, God Mode, and Booze are definitely the 3 players that will get the job done if they were to do it. And here comes the Execute Panda.
They're looking to dump every bit of utility they can. They drop it through the hatch. The swing Runchi's good for 1. He's good for 2. Goes to the reload, but Roku and Shibanut's answer back. Runchi now needs to be good for 3. Unfortunately, Shiba ducks under the spray, steps up and takes his head, claims the trophy. And Madness will be up a point here in OT.
Yeah, they are. They get defense as well. So, in theory, Madness are looking very good to end our max OT sort of thing we've got going on, a little bit like Finker dying first. But, I mean, for Runchi, he's going to be bringing the Finker out, so keep an eye on him. We've got to make sure he's all right for the remainder of this round, albeit Madness on the defense. They're going to go Reading and Fireplace, not top, not bottom, but in the middle. Usually the tertiary pick is going to be their first attempt, and possibly the last tier, provided they win it on Cafe. This could be it, Panda.
Could be, indeed. Madness have the opportunity to shut it down, and I think it is going to come down to their aggression. They need to play this very aggressive. They want to take the gunfights to Dawei before Dawei can get a foothold into the building. If they can do that, the round is theirs. Overtime is theirs. The map is theirs. But if they let it slip, if they let the round go to Dawei, that creates problems of its own. They cannot afford to play passively here.
No, Dawei are really going to have to implement some of that aggression that we've seen from them. Like, we have seen so many aggressive plays from Dawei. I mean, in their game yesterday against Obeng, it was just domination. Coming into today, with Booze going down like that to Ysera on the Spawn Peak. Hey, look at that. Ysera 12-7, Booze 7-12. Yin and yang, except defense and attack. Sorry.
And Hennessy anyway. 13-8 playing the Blitz, which oh dear.
The Blitz hasn't done much though. I mean, let's remember how it went on
Blitz
Oregon.
has not done much all tournament.
No, he's not done much at all. I don't think he's in a flash either. I don't know. Either way, Dawei lose a player. Madness now in a good position. They might just actually go for a force here, Panda, with the Blitz sort of sending the charge.
I mean, it seems odd that they've picked the Blitz into this round and they are not going to the Crystal Storm pop. Like, okay, Ysera, that's going to be... You're going to have to explain that one to Luna Middle. Unfortunately, you're going to have to answer to a higher power. Luckily, Joe will answer back with the Kilometer Robust. But they've still got the core setup that they need to make this round work. They've got a Blitz, they've got a Finker, and they've got a Hibana. They've got hard breach to open up, the Blitz can push in, and the Finker can heal. This is still not a done deal for Madness.
No, I mean, Hennessy on the Blitz has definitely proven to be something scary, and finding that opening kill definitely still has all 4 flashes as well, 2 smokes to play with, and a lot of utility to bring for this final round. But they have the holes opened up here on the foot angles to hold off for this plan. Madness are set up pretty decently to hold on for a small amount of time at least. They have 1 smoke left for Shibanuts, 1 Nitro on Roku, and 2 impacts from Joe to play with. A minute as well in time left for this possibility last round. 2 nano boosts, 2 from Runchi, and 3 flashbangs. Panda, there's a lot of utility left for them to play with, but this is going to come down to the plant and the execute onto the site here.
Which is pops Runchi. I was about to say Raven again. It's been a long day. Little nade in towards Fireplace, the smoke to cover, and it will be Hennessy on the plant. They have anything to deny. Roku falls. That's a big pick. Shiva Nuts has no toxic canisters. No, he does. The last one is enough to choke out Hennessy. Joe there to cover as well. It's all on Runchi outside on the window. 25 seconds remaining. He's got 2 to find. 1 above for a fact. He's in with the gone 6. Tucks under the shots, but Joe is there. And Madness will claim the final round and the first map.
Oh, they make it happen, Panda, in the end. It's a hard-fought victory indeed. 8-6 on Cafe here. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, hats off. You know, they managed to get it done in 2. They didn't have to go to full regulation. Well, full OT, max regulation, whatever you want to call it, albeit Madness are going to walk away with Cafe map number 1. I mean, an 8-4, at the end of the day, not the greatest scoreline in terms of round difference, but it's still a win. 2 rounds in front, and there was a definitive lead at the end there. So you do have to sort of then take into consideration they made the changes that they needed to make to get themselves that lead, to put them in this position that they are now with that map under their belt going into the second.
Not to mention, I mean, even with the loss, Dawei had 2 players sitting on 14 and 9. So truly impressive from them. But right now, we are going to throw it to a break. When we come back, I believe we are going to Chalet. That's the map that's in my head. So when we get back, we'll jump on into it. We'll see you then.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adult's table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Hello and welcome back from the break. Cafe closed out in overtime by Madness. They are looking to go into their second map. That one, of course, being Chalet Proto. How do we rate their chances?
I rate them well, O Dark One. It's looking good going forward into Chalet.
Yeah,
Look, given the fact that they walked away from Cafe with an 8-4, Madness have obviously set themselves up in terms of having the buffer game, if you will, at their disposal. If they want to go to a third map, which, let's be honest, they probably don't, given that they had to wait 4 hours for this game to start, they're probably going to be looking to get things done here. And given that it is Chalet, we've already seen them play it in this sort of set of qualifying games twice. Madness versus Trinitas, they won 7-2, but then when they went up against Roosters, they lost it 7-1. So it's a bit of a counteraction there in terms of wins and losses, but at the same time, their win was a very definitive one at a 7-2. But then the team Roosters slightly outclassing them 7-2 the other way, 7-1 the other way. It's a little bit difficult to read into here, Panda, going into it. But given that we've seen them 7-1 in the past, as opposed to Dawei, who I don't actually believe have played it at all. Looking at my notes, no, they haven't. So, you know, going into this, Madness, I would imagine, are going to have the upper hand anyway.
Yeah, well, we see Torres and Fletcher banned out. Mira there as well, understandably. It's not often a pick that is encouraged, especially on a map like Chalet. It can be very, very potent. And Belka, yeah, we're going straight back to basics on the ban phase.
Yeah. It's, look, things are going to be sort of kept clean, cut, and polished here. I mean, I think we've seen this line of bans in majority of the maps we've seen across these last 2 days of play, Panda. Albeit, we are here now for our second map in this series. Not our second map tonight, that's for sure, but definitely the second in this series. And Chalet, given that Madness are starting on the attack is the most favoured side, I would say, going into this, especially due to the fact that it favours Madness's playstyle as well quite a fair bit. Employing already, we see the line being bought. Joe did have the knock on select, but has opted to go off onto the pinker instead. So, look, as I said, starting off, Madness, I think they're going to have the upper hand going into this. But again, it depends, because Dawei have a very aggressive roam style that can also be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, indeed. But, look, I'm ready for that aggression. I'm ready to see more of it. And, look, I rate what we're seeing from Madness. They've got the basics locked down. The Finker is just too valuable in this situation to give up, but it's robust. I mean, those frost mats, you can't stim through them.
No, you can't. But, I mean, with a shattered leg, I don't think Adrenal Surge is going to do much. In saying so, you can get hit by Carly and sort of
yeah, you can shrug that off
and sort of just give it a squeeze and walk up to a little healing station and pick things up. But yeah, it's definitely turned out to be interesting here in terms of the operators being picked in the first map. I mean, first round rather, should I say? Frost is one that has had quite a prominent pick rate on Chalet. Due to the fact that she has those shields, she can cover the window jump-ins, and because there are a lot of windows on the top floor, which is where a lot of teams tend to extend round into, that is where we see that sort of utility being bought. Now, we are going to see the Cade will be spotted downstairs. Runchi, unfortunately, not capitalized on for the attack, so Madness have the information, but not necessarily the ability to push on round. And well, now they have kind of lost him in the source, but albeit it's still a 5v5 Panda. Only a minute of play has passed, but they've got some good control.
Yeah, I mean, they want to take top. They want to clear over, of course, get onto the mezzanine, start opening up this wall. Right now, Robusta will kick things off on Isira.
Isira to fall. It is a big pick to find, especially with the Lion being the one to go down. Dawei, it's a good place to find themselves in the beginning of the end of this round. They've got library control hallway. They need to try and find the player close to the main breach. The nade not quite going deep enough to find what I believe is the electrical that they're trying to get rid of. Runchi has placed them in good positions. The Maverick still trying to clear, but I believe there may even be the claw down below that's the issue. However, no, the Thermite now to come out. Roku going to open up that main breach and force that player to play a little bit more conservative towards the back of the side, albeit a minute left in play. And 5 versus 4. Madness are on the lower half in terms of not having the same amount of players, but Voo's to find another one onto Shibanuts. What a frag, and Panda, 50 seconds left on the execute. Hennessy takes a lot of damage, but it's 3 versus 5, and Dawei are looking good to close this out here.
Still trying to clear out a lot of this utility. Little nade eaten by the magnet, but Envy's is good. God mode falls. Runchi as well, dropped by the M4 in hand. It's exactly what they needed to equalize. Going into the final 30, though, it's going to come down to the frag game. Limited utility available. At least they've got Office open. That shield is in play in Piano Steel, and that's possibly a little upsetting for them. But Envy doesn't care. He's found his third of the round. He might even be on for the ace if he can make it work. On the rappel, covering the bedroom, double. The plant is going down for Roku. Long range spray. Is it going to be enough? Joe pushing in aggressively, finds Hennessy on the drop shot, and Envy will get his fourth, but not full ace. It's a win regardless.
What a pullback there from Madness. I mean, a huge round from Envy, pretty much single-handedly taking things into his own account and dealing with pretty much everything put in front of him. Cleared the wall, cleared half wall, cleared downstairs, came back up, jumped on rappel for the cross, found two more. And I mean, look, he can do anything when you put your mind to it, especially with an M4 in hand. And Envy, the Maverick, is going to get the job done. First round goes in favor of Madness, and given that they are already on top with this map benefit under their belts, Dawei, you do not want to be letting any of these rounds slip as much as they can help it, because the more that they let go, the stronger Madness become.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the name. It's just madness. It's chaos. They thrive in it, and they are going to be doubling down and going for the reattempt onto the site. And, well, no significant changes other than that Aruni to come out, and Hennessy going to be bringing the Mozzie instead, playing for the information denial, which has been so key up until now.
Yeah, it definitely has been a big part of the denial, but I mean, with Flores banned out, there is not a real requirement for, you know, Mute and Mozzie to both be comboed. You can have one or the other due to the fact that the only thing really being denied is just going to be the general drones, so only 10 of which are available. And obviously, once dealt with, they are no longer an issue. So having the Mozzie, you can guaranteed at least to deal with 3 if all of the pests land, which leaves only 7, obviously. Quick maths. But at the end of the day, I mean, they usually end up getting shot, and they're just there for more of a deterrence to sort of play for roam position. So we'll see how Madness tend to deal with this utility being bought by Dawei, but at the same time, they have dealt with it pretty effectively for the majority of these rounds so far, Panda. And given that they've walked away with round 1 already, Dawei, they're going to look to go back upstairs to the office to at least attempt a retry. But at the same time, Madness, they're making things happen a lot quicker than they did in the previous round because they've already done it once, so they're in the swing of things.
Well, hopefully the swing of things gives them some momentum to work. The last time they took it quite cleanly. Yes, they lost some players, but not without losing, not without taking some of their own. Madness aren't good for that, nor missed timing there. Would imagine that's Runchi or God Mode crossing into Piano. But look, good timing. Again, good space being made.
But, yeah, look, good time, good space, good damage for Dawei. Still have 5 players alive and half the round to play with, so there's plenty in terms of what Madness have left to do. They are yet to get the main breach. They are yet to sort of push on round and find a kill. Joe obviously looking a little bit worse for wear in the situation, provided that, you know, Inca isn't in play here. But with Shibanuts going down to Runchi, again, maybe Envy's going to have to be sent downstairs to find another 4K, because right now for Madness, again, it's not looking amazing.
We got the job done.
Did.
They've just cleared out the Artilla Claw. I was gonna go Electric Claw, then I decided no, go Artilla Claw, and then I got confused and it just came out wrong, but it is Artilla Claw. So they will get the office open. They have the option to the half wall, but there is no smoke in this defensive setup. So should the plant go down, it's going to be on that cross for 2 Piano to try and deny the plant. And already the stun is going to be clearing up those ADSs, the E1D. It's just a full utility dump. Unfortunately, Joe catches himself with a concussion. God Mode finds 2, one of them on his own team. Joe walks up with the LMG, will fall, but so does Moose. Ysera's on the job, covering Roku. Looking to go deep, get a bit of plant position for himself. God Mode for a 3rd. It will be cleaned up. God Mode is going huge, living to his name. And it's Roku to try and have to clutch up Runchi on the library stairs. It should be a deep plant. It should be successful. Runchi is going to find himself now having to clutch.
15 seconds. Roku has yet to plant the bomb, but it is going to go down now. The main breach here for him to play through. Runchi's going to aggress back into the backside of Office, and the plant going down, but why was it in Office? Why not deep? The call just not there. No flank drones able to identify Runchi coming up the library stairs, and that is a huge unfortunate play there for Madness in terms of their setup post-plant. Dawei, they're going to equalise with a round of their own, but that was so easily Madness's round had they had that utility there for them.
Yeah, that's soul crushing. It should have been theirs. I mean, why not go for? I mean, he probably got baited out and assumed that it was safer to plant in the office than it was in the bedroom. Maybe didn't quite connect on the fact that the nitro cell had already been committed by Runchi, but yeah, we find ourselves at 1-1 here on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, no flank drones. It took him 8 seconds, I think it was. There was 25 left in play. Shibanuts has also changed hat, by the way. I rate the drip surf. But yeah, like 6 seconds, 7 seconds there where he could have got the plant off before, you know, Runchi even made his way up the library stairs. But instead he was, I'm not too sure what was going on, sort of running around between sites and sort of dictating where he wanted to plant, what was going on. And at the end of the day, took his time and allowed the flank to come out. So unfortunate for Madness. Very good for Dawei fans in the chat. They're going to be happy with how that panned out. So is Runchi. First 2 kills for him and makes it look all that much easier for his team. But still, Madness on the attack. Now look to take the lead again. They've changed things up a little bit. The Nomad being employed by Yasira. But other than that, Panda, relatively even pegging at the moment. Bar is where we are now for the bomb site. And it is going to be a top-down once more for the attack.
Yeah, nothing surprising except that aggression onto the window from Hennessy. Envy just drifting past it, narrowly avoiding disaster in that position. That could have been so much worse for him.
Could have been. I'm not too sure what the play was there. Unfortunately, no kills either way. A little bit of damage dealt to Hennessy, but more conveyed onto Envied, who will be finger boosted. Joe providing the goods here for his teammate. But yeah, it's a little bit of a slower start here for Madness, just sort of taking control of what they need before continuing on through into this top mezzanine hold. They do have the shields. Obviously, they've got everything available to sort of deal with these positions. Nades, gone 6s, etc., and 6 flashbangs. So if these shields... Oh, Shibanuts! It's the hat doing it for him. Madness. What a kill to find as well. Almost the second there. What an insane shot.
Big stuff. Big stuff from Shibanuts. And he shows no signs of slowing down whatsoever. The nade going to be in play. The air jabs as well there to cover. Eaten by the magnets. It's a bounce off the library stairs. It is just unfortunate, given that Robust has picked up the frost, and despite all the utility dump, it's not going to connect. Envied in a bit of trouble. The retreat down through the hatch. They are back on the site for now. And these nano boosts, 1 remaining in the hands of Joe. It's going to do a little to keep them healthy in the round. And there you go. Final nano boost, 56 seconds to play. They've got to make it work here.
5 versus 4. Madness. They've got the man advantage. Dawei have some good positions set up inside of the site for the crosses. But again, the verticality is there for Dawei to try and contest back through. They also have, obviously, the ability to rotate around the site. But look at the double flank here upstairs. Joe's good for 1. Runchi will find Joe, but he's been called out now, and damage has been dealt, albeit the trade's favouring Madness, only losing 1 in that exchange. And now Robust trying to regress down the bar hallway. He's not going to get any. Roku's good to find God mode as well. And Madness, almost a huge flank upstairs, but there was the call. The information was there. And they dealt with the issue. Madness are going to walk away with that round to take back the lead.
Huge stuff. That is massive. That is big. And that's what we should have expected from Madness. They should be playing the rounds like this, taking them aggressively, winning their gunfights, overwhelming Dawei at every single step and turn. Despite the second round, we'll pretend it doesn't exist and we'll carry on.
Yeah. We'll carry on. Crack on, as some would say. But Panda, it's... I know we say this. I know we say that Madness has the lead, but and that it's early days and, you know, all that. But yeah, it really is. I mean, Madness have started things off well here. And it definitely looks like they have the tools to do the damage. It's just that, you know, that 1 round from Dawei that was the 1v1 clutch. And, I mean, it then highlights things going on behind the scenes, you know, small issues, but I think we saw it there. The drones were there for the double flank. We didn't get to see, unfortunately, the flankers POV, Runchi, and I believe it was Hennessy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw them just on the camera off to the left, and there was a Z ping, and then it was dealt with. They lost the trade, but the trade was there ultimately. And that is where they learned their lesson. Madness had the information on their flanks, and they were actively watching it, which is good. But, I mean, it's good to see that they're learning their lesson actively through these rounds as opposed to just letting the same mistake reoccur.
Yeah. Look, they're a team that unfortunately will often stumble and stutter. But, I mean, if they find what they're good at and they find their stride, they can really ramp it up and close it out in quick succession. Like, there is a very real possibility we see Madness win the next 3 rounds and close out this series in their own favour 7-1. But when we go to our decided match, that could quickly change. It may not be as decisive a story. So Madness, this is where they want to shut things down.
Yeah, look, as soon as they can sort of find any type of just big lead, I mean, they need at least 2 rounds for it to be qualified as such. Joe has spotted out the Echo drone. He also will see the Jaeger's trying to hit it with the laser. Can he get it? Yes, he can. That is a huge win for the attack to take down that utility, especially being that it is the Echo drone. However, last Twitch drone goes in, and that is unfortunately the last of that. But at the same time, all we have left now for the execute is that they're going to have to go here to play these kills. They only have 1 minute and 10 seconds left, Panda, and it's still a 5v5.
Doable, though. Again, I think it's just going to be one of those chaotic ends. The round, the exothermic is in place. No, it was baited out. I think they're anticipating some sort of impact. And Runchi does have an impact nade. Is there a bit of danger? He's going to... No! No! No, Runchi has no idea. Ysera's going to steal his kidney. That could have been horrible, and it will be for Ysera. I don't know how. I don't know how that even happened, but the wall is open. Roku with a kill on a robust. Joe good for God mode. Hennessy on the job, though. We'll make it that little bit harder. The smokes to cover the plant so they can get it in behind the chassis, but Roku falls. 2 versus 2. They will be able to pick him up, but that's dangerous with Hennessy walking up for 2. And it's now down onto Envy. We know he's good for these.
19 seconds, need to come out. Needs to find at least 1 to make this viable, but he's going to spot the Echo deep inside of the kitchen. Needs to play for a contact here. The head spotted. Can't quite hit the shot. Vuz is there on the cross. Dawei, again, here they come to equalize. I mean, unfortunately for Madness, going for the res there, not the greatest choice, but the smoke's not quite deep enough to cover the right angles, and unfortunately for Madness, it's not going to work out. We will have to highlight that Runchi did take a trip to the Frankston line, and look, it didn't go too well. That's what happens, unfortunately. But still, Panda, it's a 2-2, and things are shaping up very similarly to how they started on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, we always thought that Dawei were going to be able to give them a good run, and they really are. Especially, I mean, this is your fight for your life situation. You lose this, you're out of the tournament. So, of course, Dawei are going to bring their A game and look to absolutely monster everything. And Madness, yeah, they never should have come into this underestimating, so it's good to see that it is being so closely contested.
Excuse me. But, yeah, look, Madness, I think, have definitely slightly underestimated what Dawei can throw down. You know, given that they have done some very big things in these last couple of games that we've seen from them through in the main season, as well as, you know, even in just the playoffs run. I mean, Trinitas today, they 7-1 them in their best of 1 at the beginning. But previous to that, we saw them taking on Obeng. Super easy win, 2-0. Yes, they versed Invictus, but they got 4 rounds on Invictus, which was, you know, a great start for their game against Invictus, albeit 7-0 the next. But, I mean, Dawei have been a team that, you know, given that they are one of the fresher sets, they have done so much damage, Panda, in these games this evening and yesterday in the playoffs series.
Oh boy. I mean, yeah. I think there was just something about today. We always knew it was going to be a long one.
We did.
And that was even before the Jigsaw issue with the disconnects and all the rest of it, the crashes and the chaos that ensued over the technical aspects of the game. Pre-fire through the wall, the pings just seconds off there for Envy. That could have been deadly. Runchy though falls. Shiba Nuts on the job before falling to Robust. Hennessy's head spotted and cleanly ripped off by Envy. They also do some significant damage onto Robust as well. But we've been here before. We're here in that last round. It did not go the way of Madness last time.
It definitely didn't, but I mean, Dawei, as long as they can hold on to some type of man count, they're going to be looking good. But with Vooz and Robust finding one to keep it at least even in the 2v2, Ysera has an inkling that the flank is coming out. God mode's found, and Roku to take Vooz out. Madness, they're going to find a round back in favor of their own. And that is a great way to bring their attack almost to the end. One round left in their half. 4-2 is definitely on the cards.
Yeah. 3-2, 1 round left in the half. Master bedroom and office, which, I mean, it feels odd to say that it's a 50-50 side for Madness. They won it once handily. They won it. They lost it the second time because of not having the information they needed, planting in the wrong spot, and then it also went wrong. So realistically, I think it still favors Madness in their attack approach in this side.
Yeah, the attack is definitely one of the harder sides for Cafe, depending on the team that is playing it. Obviously, with a team like Madness, they can control aggression really well. Implementing the Lion into the lineup is an operator that has pretty much the only piece of utility that can completely counter a roam. You shut down the maneuverability of a set of characters. You could be 3 people deep on a roam and they cannot move unless they want to be actively pinged for the next 2-3 seconds, which, for Dawei is something that they don't want. Therefore, you stand still. But then, in favor, means that Madness can take ground without having to worry about people sort of swinging on out unless they want to be revealed, and even then it makes it slightly easier. So having that line, having that ability to completely just sort of have that lock on the aggression and be able to play off the fact that you can slow things down at the push of a button really does sort of add that level of comfort, I think, for Madness, knowing that they can deal with that aggression and then deal that aggression as well when they feel like they're in the position to do so.
Look, they've started things again. They've started things well. They've gotten earlier. Chances are they're going to get mezzanine control completely uncontested. We've seen how capably they can open things up, and there is no breach style whatsoever. So this office wall is going to be free.
Yeah, not a whole lot really stopping them at the moment, and Roku's going to be able to come right on over and get that one open pretty quickly. But other than that, Madness, I think we're expecting a little bit more fight back here from Dawei, but given their lineup, we already see that Runchy is going to be relying on that Echo Drone, the Yokai here for the denial, and it is most likely going to be a play sort of basically completely relying on the Echo. He's, as we see through the walls there, I know that we can see it, you guys necessarily can't, but he is going to be back in the bathtub, just waiting for the position to get that drone in place. Envy will find the opening kill, but he's actually going to give that first. No, he's not. Okay. Ysera's just not going to get that one, unfortunately. It's going to get away. But yeah, Madness, 1 minute and 10. They found the opening pick. A lot of damage on the Vooz. Things are looking good for their execute here, as long as provided they can watch out for that Echo drone. But Runchy's actually getting aggressive on him.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there for Envy. Will fall. Roku has the opening into the site, but those wayward Yokai drones could be a real problem if they're not careful. They need to clean them out if possible. Again, not having the info fire on the Roku is going to do decent damage there. This is get where things get scary. Joe falls. The impact cascade. They find the angle, but it's too little too late. It's all come apart.
Brunchy.
Dawei. It's just huge stuff from him to secure the equal half.
What a set of back and forth kills for the Echo. But there you go, the half over now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be switching things up. The 3-3 on the board here. Dawei managed to at least keep it even before the swap. And I mean, Madness now on the defense are going to have their work cut out for them. I mean, yeah, awesome start to Chalet here. Obviously, Dawei are going to be looking to take it to a third, but providing that Madness can break their curse, we will not see a third map, depending on how things pan out here on the defense, Panda.
Well, there is a lot of volatility in Chalet. Most would consider it attacker-sided, so Madness heading in there on their defense. It's 3-3. Yeah. Honestly,
OT 2.0?
I'm expecting overtime. Yeah, exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah, look. Yeah. Panda, it is a heavily attacker-sided map. The fact that Dawei were able to hold on for 3 defense rounds is pretty insane, provided that, you know, that level of aggression from them was pretty much perfect, and it allowed them to really just shut things down at their own pace. I mean, that last round as well, Runchy good for 3, you know, using all the utility they had. They didn't even have a smoke for denial, so they were just sort of, you know, carrying things around and playing for crossfires, and it really did sort of pay off in the end when they had to go for that execute. They sort of just had to force on through. They were expecting the echo play, but, you know, Runchy was in the thick of it, shooting back. So, again, that is where the aggression for Dawei came out in that final round, and obviously netted them that. But at the now, in the now, Madness on the defense on an attacker-sided map, can they at least take it to OT, or can they take the game here? Runchy does have information on the Jaeger pushing up close to the breach. Whether or not they're going to be able to get the nade here is an interesting question. But God knows, those are head holes. I'm surprised that he wasn't punished on that. But yeah, Envy, he's going to find himself punished himself.
Well, yeah, it was very near to a kill going away. They do find Envy, though, taking down the top fragger for the team. A little bit of lens flare onto Robust. I think it was the overlay of the Gemini there. It's yeah, it's looking good for Dawei. I'm going to keep it real.
It is looking good for them. I mean, finding Envy, he's one of the bigger fraggers right now for Madness, so good to get him down. Albeit, Dawei still have that man advantage, 5-4. Some good angles being held here, but at the end of the day, Panda, they still haven't cleared top blue. They do have the utility to do it, but with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left at this point, Madness have a lot of time to hold on to these positions. As I say, this Runchy to take down Yasira, and you know, things now probably start to cascade downhill for the defense. They're down 2 players, and Dawei have set themselves up really well here to hold on to these downstairs positions. Obviously, they have stock cut off from below, and everything else like that is ready for them to execute onto this side. It is just going to come down to actually getting the job done in these final 50 seconds.
Rage time coming through. Robust with a nade. Roku, Joe, and Shibanats have to go huge. Roku, that's the first. They now need 4 more. Unfortunately, timing is not on his side. Gets caught looking the wrong way. Shibanats and Joe are great, though. They get 2. Shibanats is continuously remaining correct status. And right now, God mode's going to go through mud, but Joe's been spotted. Hennessy headed upstairs to cut him off. Shibanats, the aggro smoke FMG9, though, has to come in clutch for the team. Shibanats has done work with it. He has done the Lord's work with his weapon. Toxic canister onto the bar door. He's just got to play the angles. He doesn't want to give away the game, but no! Hennessy with the drop will give Dawei the round lead.
Oh, the lineup there. First bullet on target. Unfortunately there for the smoke. Couldn't quite find the shots. Had he not thrown the smoke there, might have been able to find Maverick and play time. But, you know, again, things happen. Unfortunately, couldn't read into that one. And Went for the smoke instead of the swing, albeit Madness only down 1 round. But again, Dawei, they almost let that one slip. They found a lot of kills and then boom, 2 kills back, 3 kills back. And it was very quickly a 2 versus 2, almost a loss. But at the end of the day, look, Dawei, they're going to walk away with that as their 4th and take the lead here from Madness. But now they're going to go down to Kitchen. They're not going to give Bart another go. They're not really interested. It's the 2nd round on their defense, so they're still trying to feel things out for how Dawei want to be attacking this. But based on what we saw, it's a very aggro style of Chalet, and that is the best style. Excuse me, the best style for an attacking team on this map.
Hey, Proto, you remember how earlier I talked about, you know, embracing the sadism and enjoying the pain of others?
Yeah.
If this goes to a 3rd map, today will be a longer broadcast day than yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
We are at 9 hours 34 minutes in the broadcast.
Jeez, Panda. That's hectic. That is hectic indeed. I'm hoping everyone in chat's enjoying this as much as we are. I hope you can hear the enthusiasm that we have going on, but albeit Madness is staying so. Excuse me. I think I'm starting to lose my voice. Our
only just started to lose it, yeah.
Only just. But Madness, they're definitely looking to at least make something happen. I mean, Envied again taking a lot of damage off the start. No Thunderbird in play, and it's just their defensive side on this map is just not looking very strong compared to their attack. But even then, it was an even half. So there's not really too much to read into either way. It was basically just a cold reset.
Bruce wants to get library control, and they get themselves into the building, clearing out cams along the way. And it's going to be a dual push with these heavy machine, or LMGs technically, I suppose. I suppose that you can carry them around, they are LMGs. But right now, Hennessy spotted a little bit of tag damage, a little bit of chip damage. It's going both ways though. As both teams lose collectively about 50 HP.
Yeah, roughly. Around that ballpark rough estimate, if you will, but Madness still have 2 on the top floor, 1 downstairs, and 2 in the site. So they have a lot of ability to deny from multiple angles here. I'm not too sure who is on the bottom floor. I'd imagine it's going to be someone with a Nitro. It does actually look like Ysera though, so it might actually be Thorn. So no Nitro, but albeit the ability to do some denial nade to come to get rid of the wall, and it is going to be able to be opened up now. The execute possibly to follow here for Dawei, setting themselves up well with no direct denial on the board for Madness. No smoke, no echo, but with Shibanuts finding one on the Robust. It's a great start. Envy to add with one on the Runchi as well, and very quickly Madness going to shape things up a lot better for themselves here in the latter part of this round. But 50 seconds left, Panda. They're going to opt to go down the kitchen hallway, maybe try for a kitchen door plant, but he's going to have to go past that.
Oh,
There
no.
you go. That's the Thorn for God Mode 2v4.
The power of the Razor Bloom Banshee combo. Hennessy was watching that master bedroom door. Ooh, look, it looked like for a moment we're going to see someone sprint full pelt through it, but not to be for the moment. Hennessy going to pop the wall, try and provide some audio cues to fade out his enemies. Moose pops the Banshee. Little does he know that there are enemies in close proximity, just inside the bomb site. True. They are waiting, biding their time. It's a bit of a jiggle. There's Sarah with the Uzi trying to hit some ripper shots, and Boo's going for the plant, committing with 17 seconds. This could be dangerous, and the Nitro Cell shuts him down. The swing out from Hennessy's good, but 3! He's on for the ace after the quad. 8 seconds remaining. All Shibanuts has to do is bide his time. The plant going down for Hennessy. Shibanuts, if he can get in close proximity, all he has to do is force the player off the plant. Hennessy, he's got to be on for the ace. There's absolutely no way the pinks to come through. The default cam now removed. Hennessy, the biggest round probably of his professional career. And an ace for Dawei in the 8th.
What a round from the Sophia! But that is, I mean, LMGs, say no less. Mouse 1, he didn't let go. Walking into the site, Madness are kicking themselves right now. What a way to let that round slip. A 1 versus 4, I believe, Panda. And they could not do it. The hatch not open there. I mean, was the hatch even open in kitchen? The next question, where was the vertical? It just wasn't available, due to the fact that Dawei just didn't take upstairs, but they didn't need to. They just kept on going. And by them, I mean Hennessy. on the Zofia. Wow, what an absolute standout play there. The ace when it was most needed. Dawei now lead with 2 rounds, and Madness, that's got to be absolutely tarnishing for the mental.
Oh dear, that was a huge round. Hennessy has to be stoked off the back of that. That was just colossal stuff. The power of the LMG and, well, the power of solo swinging a LMG. Oh dear, it was truly impressive the way he lined all that up and getting the plant down.
The spray transfers.
It was
sheesh.
clean.
That was probably one of the hottest aces I think I've watched in a while. But I mean, we expect that from Dawei. Let me go back here very quickly. 6S versus Dawei, we saw very similar things. I mean, Runchi, round 1 ace on Zofia. Round 2, God Mode with a 4K. Obviously now this is a completely different game, but we have seen plays like this previously from all of the players on Dawei, and it honestly isn't surprising at this point that they're able to get away with things like this. But the bad nade and the team flash, is that going to lead to any casualties? No, thankfully it isn't, but I think that just sort of speaks level as to it can be really good at times, but at this time it's not the best, unfortunately.
Oh, the shot's coming through. Need to connect. Unfortunately, they have yet to. But Joe on this Oryx, I'm excited to see what he can pull off there. Obviously, the flank potential of the Jordanian with that Remadash as well is pretty massive at the end of the day. So if he's unscouted, undroned, they have limited to no flank watch. In fact, none other than the players available to them. He could well and truly upset.
Definitely could. I mean, it really depends here whether or not Dawei can sort of clean it up. If they can close things out, find the remaining 2 rounds that they need. With those 2 kills, it's definitely looking like they're going to take Chalet here if they can keep that up. But, I mean, just look at the control. They have pretty much everything set for themselves. They're going to look to drop into connector here. Obviously, Godmode's going to get the spot. He has the diffuser in hand, paired with the Osa. Things from upstairs. Kambana almost finding themselves in a bad situation. Is going to live, though. He's going to get away with it. But it's a minute left. Plenty of time here for Dawei to go for the execute. Runchi will go down, but unfortunately, it's not the confirmation that Madness are hoping for. Albeit Panda, 1 minute left. They're going to get the res, and they're going to go for the plan.
Oh boy, health is not the greatest, and one well-placed Nitro Cellar impact could definitely upset this entirely. Interesting. They are relocating that shield. They just want that little opening on the right-hand side to go for the plant. Hennessy looking for a pinch towards blue. This could be hugely devastating, but there is a player tucked in, a concussion to come through. In fact, no, it's the impact to deal with the barbed wire. And Hennessy! Oh my god! Leaves it down to Roku as the plant is going down. This is not what you want. Runchi will fall. The plant is down. The 1 versus 4 clutch up needs to go the way of Madness. Hennessy has the angle, pistol out the jiggle.
Oh.
The 1 shot to the thigh, the 2 shot, the 3. Hennessy is insane.
Oh, Hennessy. He's feeling himself right now, ladies and gentlemen. A tactical pause has been called from Madness, which I think, honestly, at this point is required. Dawei are surgically taking them apart, piece by piece, round by round on this map number 2, and it is not looking any better given we see more play here round for round. I mean, Dawei are just slowly taking these rounds away from Madness, who looks so good on Cafe at the end of it. Coming into this map, they go 3-3 and then boom, Dawei 3 completely unanswered rounds with an ace 1v4 clutch from Hennessy, proceeding to keep giving us content in the round following. I mean, Panda, Dawei are looking so good to take this right now and send us on to map number 3. I don't even know what map number 3 is, but we are definitely looking like we're going to end up there.
Honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's something like Clubhouse, because that
I think
just
it's Oregon, maybe.
Look, it probably is. Runchi, you see him there, top left of your screen. Unfortunately, all we're going to see of him is his forehead for the moment. For the rest of the map, probably. He's sitting up a wee bit. And there we go. Attack pause is done. Now that we have control again, it's no longer up to Ysera to make these plays. 6-3. Madness need 3 for overtime to try and deny a third mat. Otherwise, we're in for an even longer one.
Yeah, look, as much as I would love to see Madness come back and take it OT and win and, you know, then we all get to go to bed, I don't think that's what's going to happen, Panda. I definitely think Dawei are going to be looking to send us on to third, and that is pretty much all she wrote at this point, especially due to the fact that Madness are just absolutely biting the dust right now on their defense. They've not won a single round yet, and that has to be soul-crushing, especially losing that 1v4 race clutch. I mean, that alone would be enough to just completely deter a team. Just mentally, it's just shattering. But I guess we're going to see how that pans out for them. They've got the possibility of 3 rounds here that they need to find to take it to OT at minimum. But yeah, Dawei looking good for 6-3. Are they going to be the fastest match that we have seen, well, the fastest BO3 that we have seen in terms of the scores for one of the games, 7-5 being the closest next game we've seen? That's the question, Panda. They're going to break the record for tonight, for tonight's BO3s.
I don't even know. I don't even know. This could be that, you know, that magical reverse sweep that the first time it's happened against Dawei. Up until now, they've win map 1, lose map 2, win the third, but this time it may not be. Madness to clutch up. Dawei have looked phenomenal so far in this competition. A little bit of early engagement, robust there. Playing the close angle, trying to get aggressive on the west main, but no, not to be. We'll back up for the moment.
It's look, it's a bit of a slower start, but it's at the end of the day, look, Dawei to lose Vooz early is not the greatest of starts, but at the same time, you know, Madness, they're going to definitely be enjoying the fact that they found that kill early on, especially Panda. Guess what? Funnily enough, it being the Finker, you know, keeping things going. But yeah, Hennessy set up on the balcony here with his Ophia. A lot of damage to deal, but Roku actually the one to take a considerable amount. Goes down to within an inch of his own life, but I mean, a minute left to play with here. They still had Hennessy alive, who's been one of the most impactful players. But yeah, it's still looking good here for this kitchen execute. Last time we saw this, Hennessy clutched it up in a 1v4, so a little bit of PTSD for Madness, but they're looking a lot stronger in trying to close this out.
Yeah, if they let it happen again, the mental is not going to be good. Hennessy dead, so he can't clutch up, possibly, at all. Robust, though, with a headshot on the Ysera for the ages. Can't find the follow-up as Roku and Joe find 2 more and leave it to Run Sheet on the gridlock. I mean, possible. Likely not so much, but he does find Sheepnuts, so that's a big kill. Somehow Sheepnuts flicks across and gets some damage up onto him. The drop down into Fireplace. There is a crossfire now in kitchen. Which way does he look? Which way does he get swung by? Smokes it. He has no idea. They are close left and right on the site right now. He's distracted. They won't even need to know. It's Envy cool to shut it down. I think he's going to see the kill cam and realize, oh, I was dead.
Oh.
Either way.
I am in danger, as some would chuckle, but look, Panda, we're here. 6-4, still match point in favour of Dawei, but again, I mean, Madness won that, and it definitely looked a lot better than their previous defense rounds. Do we think, get this, that we're going to see an OT? Hear me out. It could happen. I mean, we saw it for Invictus. I mean, we saw it for Roosters even. But I mean, well, we even saw it round one for Madness. So
I think honestly, it's just a case of put him out of their misery. Go to the next map.
Go next.
You can do. But I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. You're in within 2 rounds. This is well and truly doable. Like 2 rounds is absolutely nothing. Especially in Siege, especially on Chalet. This is well and truly workable.
Oh, it's doable. I mean, on the defense, they just have to clean things up like they did in the last round, and they're definitely going to be in it with a chance here to at least take Dawei to OT. Whether or not they win it is a completely different question, provided that Dawei have just been on an absolute heater. I mean, Hennessy with 12, Robust with 8, Runchy with 8 as well. It is looking so good for them here. In fact, I don't really see a world in which they lose this if they keep up the style of play that we saw from them. That was that early aggression. We saw it on their defense. They were playing super aggro, and now on attack, they have sort of pulled their foot off the gas a little bit. They need to reapply that pressure. That is what was winning them those rounds, and I think they have realized this. But in saying so, God Mode, very dangerous angle of the opening up there. Does spot one of the Madness players inside a connector. Unfortunately, can't land the shot onto either, and both of them are going to get away to safe first places.
Still jiggling around the ankle. He's hanging on longer than I thought he would. God Mode still wanting to contest, but I mean, Hennessy is well and truly hoisted the team up a bit by, on his shoulders. 12, 5, and 4. Next closest to both Robust and Rumshy at 8, 8, and 2. So he's 4 kills clear of both of them and 3 deaths less. But Madness, I mean, they have this opportunity. It isn't going to take a huge amount of investment. They've already shown they can hold on in the face of overwhelming odds. Oh, I feel like he can do it. Never mind.
Yeah, with Runchy finding Ysira, it's a big opening kill, especially being that Ysira has proven to be quite a scary player on the side of Madness, albeit Runchy being one himself. Going to be able to clear some mute jammers to allow his team to drone forward, and now, I mean, Dawei are still sort of hung up at the top of blue here, struggling to clear this shield out just yet. They still need to open some things up. With God Mode taking down Envy, Booze to find Shibonauts. It's all falling apart here for Madness. The last 2 players, they're going to retreat back to the bomb site. Roku and Joe have a tall order of tasks to pull off here. The re-aggression up blue stairs for Joe. He's trying to find some. Will find the head of Booze. Mid-nade. Very quickly swings on down. Runchy there to collect, and this is, I'd imagine, going to be the end panda. Dawei in a 4 versus 1. They have everything that they need to make it happen.
Oh,
Nitro
no!
bouncing off the hatch, interestingly enough. But yeah, things not looking.
Oh, Roku.
Roku. Let him find another one. He has to use a control.
Through. That's unfortunately Hennessy, though, that he will meet, and Dawei are going to take us to our 3rd map here, Proto. It's just about 10 hours in. We are 9 minutes off the 10-hour mark, and we have one more map to go.
I think we've seen every conceivable map we could have seen here this evening. Yeah, it's been awesome. It really has. Albeit, Panda, jokes aside, as much as we joke about being tired, it has been a really intriguing night of Siege. I mean, we have seen pretty much OT across the board, minus 2 games this evening, not including the best of ones. Obviously, the best of ones, 7-1, 7-4. But yeah, I mean, we've seen OT Villa, OT Cafe, 8-7, 8-7. We saw OT Cafe. Now we have seen normal regulation time, Dawei taking on Chalet, and now final map. Still yet to figure out what it is, but going forward, it could be anything. As long as it's over quickly, I don't care where we go. We could go to House, and I'd be happy, Panda.
We might be lost to the source, but when we come back, we'll figure out just where we are. We'll turn the GPS on and figure out where we're going. Final map coming up after the break. We'll see you soon.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, but what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back. Final map of the day, and we're getting on into it. It is going to be Oregon as a decider, so we are going back to basics. It is a staple map. Proto, heading here, are there any inherent risks for either of these teams?
Look, Panda, based on what we've seen in the previous play day, obviously we've seen Oregon a couple of times. So we saw Dawei play it against Obeng. It was a 7-0. That was an absolutely monumentous game. That was just huge straight off the bat. We have seen Oregon from Madness. They lost it 8-7 to Trinitas, and they haven't played it since then. So other than that, we've got a win and a loss. Dawei obviously coming out on top in terms of their matchup. So basically going into this on terms of, basing it off of wins purely, Dawei have the upper hand, albeit an 8-7 against Trinitas. Madness have definitely got a reputable game under their belt as well for Oregon. But going into it, Panda, I think anything goes at this point. I don't think we were expecting to be here. And,
it's
given that it was a 7-4.
So for the broadcast, local time has just gone 10 p.m.
Nice. Awesome.
We've also just hit 10 hours and 1 minute. So this broadcast has been going since midday local time. And the finger ban on Oregon there by Madness Esports, looking to deny a bit of a crutch pick there for Dawei. I mean, Dawei have been using it quite heavily.
I would argue that the Zofia would probably have been the better ban there. But, each their own. Madness to ban Mirror as well, Dawei. Left to pick whatever they want pretty much on the defense. They can leave Valkyrie up here given that they are starting first, or they can play to remove the Cade. Given that Thatcher is gone, Cade can be more useful, but having Maverick available, there you go. It is going to be the Valkyrie to leave that Cade up, and they are going to be playing for as many rounds as they can here. Obviously, Oregon more defender-sided as opposed to Chalet, so starting on the defense is going to be good for them in this instance, but Madness, at this point, I don't really know what to say. They were a very good attacking side of team. Going into this evening, they have kind of just, we keep saying it, they have got lost in the sauce. Something has gone very wrong on their attack, which has then allowed Dawei to clean things up and pave their way to the third map. 7-4 on Chalet is actually a considerable scoreline when you look at these two teams and based on where they ended in the regular season. So, Dawei looking really good going into this.
Yeah, they do. They really, really do. Oh, boy. There is... I don't. It's Oregon. It's defense for Dawei. They really have a chance here to get themselves a solid lead to kick this map off.
Provided Dawei find the 4-2, things will be really easy for them here. I think, given that this map is pretty clean cut, given that it is a defender-sided map, given that they've got it first, it would then sort of indicate that that's what they should be sort of shooting for at least minimum if they want to walk away with this one in any sort of quick, notable time. Albeit Madness, they're out with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They want revenge for the loss in the previous, and well, they're going to be doing things pretty quickly, already getting the drone upstairs in a master, dictating that this top floor is going to be largely clear, and that is why the live drones have come out as quick as they have, albeit Dawei just rotated 2 players up towards tower. They have that rotate there to play with, but other than that, they are weary that the drones may already be there, and rightfully so. Shibanuts is right on the back end of a live drone into tower, who is relaying this information forward. The drone now to come out.
Oh, that's big information already been gathered. Madness know exactly where they, the problems lied. Oh, Hennessy! Oh! What is it? What is going on? What is this guy eating? What is he made of? Why was he sent from the future to kill Sarah Connor?
Someone put something in his water mid-game. That was insane. It was a vault over with a wall back. Okay, look. Shibanuts.
So
yeah, unfortunate.
Basically, what we're saying is Hennessy to Apex South win.
Yeah, he literally. What, guys, pick him up. Someone give him the contract. He's waiting.
Although to be fair, if Dawei keep playing like this year, they could. They could.
Oh yeah,
potentially
they could make
qualify.
it there themselves. Yeah, they could make it there themselves. It's going to be a big feat, but one that they could definitely pull off, given what they've been up to so far. But with a start like this on Oregon, I mean, what a way to kick things off. Shibanut's someone who has been a star player for Madness in these last couple of days, but today it's just they've got his number. They know who he is, and they're coming to deal with it.
Hennessy finally falls. Envied on the job. The needs to clear out some of this utility. Sarah wants to make sure that they have the security in going for the drop down into E-Box straight away. The aggression onto the boiler. The frag grenade primed and ready. Just going to pop it around the doorway. Not enough time to get away, and Booze will just accept his fate, unfortunately. God mode to fall. Runchy as well goes down. Last player remaining on the site. Killed by Roku for a bust down.
After that opening kill, I honestly thought Dawei were good for that, but I mean, apparently not. Madness, as I said, they're looking for it, but this is more of the attack that we were expecting from them on Chalet. Given that they have a lot of that really good aggressive tendency on attack, they play for super close refragability. Obviously, as well, they play off their live drones. They play off all the information provided elsewhere. Pre-placed, whatnot. Sometimes we've seen them implement a jackal, but their style of calculated aggression, has been one that has benefited them really well in their style of attack. Albeit we did not see that on Chalet. And we saw a little bit of it on Cafe, albeit going to 8-4 OT was definitely a big thing to take into consideration, albeit Oregon here for them so far. That style of attack has honestly been really fruitful for them so far. I mean, only losing, I think, 2 in the end there. Either way, what a way to kick things off. A great attack to start things.
Yeah, Madness again looking deep for that information. They want to get themselves. Honestly, I think this is now a speed run of who closes out the map the quickest. Both teams are looking for it. And, well, I mean, Madness historically have been able to shut it out in map 3. And the fact that they would have done it every single map leading up to the lower bracket final is just beyond insane if they win it yet.
Yeah, look, given history and how 3 maps have gone for Madness, this is where it'll end for them in a loss or a win. Keep in mind, they won their first 3 map against Trinitas, but they actually lost to Roosters. So, it doesn't always mean they're going to win based on what we've seen so far in terms of their 3 map experience. But albeit, I mean, it's a 50-50. We've got a lot going on here for Dawei, but we also have a lot going on for Madness as well, provided they can keep up this level of attack and then go forward to the defense. I mean, starting on attack for Oregon is one of the harder things to do in a competitive Rainbow Six Siege game, especially going up against a team like Dawei, who, like that defense, struggle to sort of deal with that aggression to some degree, but like to dish it as well when they get given a chance. So, I mean, albeit, apparently it's a 5 versus 4, which isn't the case, but, you take those if you're Dawei.
The game's got premonitions.
Oh,
It is now.
It is now a 5v4.
Unlucky. I think already, though, you can see the gears turning in Madness's head. They've spotted out the Cade clause and how things are playing out. I think we are going to see a quick pivot into the Twitch before the half is done, equalising with Hennessy going down. They have identified him as a real problem player. Not because he's bad, but because he's so good at what he does.
Yeah, being able to lock Hennessy down and sort of just turn him off for a round is definitely great to slow his momentum down in terms of just dealing with the issue that he is as a solo player. But 4-8, they have 4 alive as well as Madness do, but it's going to be a freezer main execute. They have perfect angles to play for the crossfires, and they have great utility to play for the denial. Goyo's alive, God mode on the board. He's got 20 seconds of denial per canister, and they're setting up for the execute down freezer here. Panda, 30 seconds left. It's 4v4 team fight on the bomb site.
It's all going to come down to this. Sarah finds Runchy, and they give themselves the advantage once again. A leg up to work with pre-fires from Joe. The machine gun goes hard, but so does God mode. The swing in, Sarah's good for 1, but it's a 2-2 trade. Leaves it an advantage for Madness in God mode. Will die off screen. Dawei, they lose out yet another round here in the basement. Madness, they are good. They are hitting their stride. And unfortunately, it seems that maybe they have hit the afterburners on Dawei.
They've definitely seemed to have found a little bit more towards their flow state. That round was really fluid from them, trades back and forth. It was played really well towards the end. And everything sort of just fell into position for them, albeit a little bit of a struggle getting towards the bomb site. Some good positions being held there by Dawei. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Madness getting the job done. They obviously have had some solo plays. You see with the Maverick going good for 4-0 right now. Making those plays, opening up things there for his team and really sort of just helping them to secure these rounds on the board. Albeit everyone else on Madness sort of pulling their weight this game. The droning has been excellent with no droning anti-utility aside from the Mozzie on the board. Information gathering has been really easy for them. They've been able to lock down players, dictate what is clear, and take it really quickly. I mean, the ground control that we've seen from Madness and sort of just the crowd control even this game, minus the Lion in play, keep in mind as well, has been absolutely phenomenal. So imagine what it would be with the Lion in hand, maybe even a Nomad in tow. It could just be completely leveled up. But they don't need it right now. They're pretty comfortable with what they're bringing. And they're relatively happy, it seems, Panda, going into the third.
Yeah, look, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that they're happy. It's been a long day for everyone. It really has. And Madness, they started the day off. It makes sense that they would close it out here in the lower bracket semi. They win this. Obviously, if they win this, either team, one of the two wins this and then goes on to verse the Roosters before the grand finals tomorrow. So really, whoever does take this map wants to do it quickly. They want to go to bed. They want to get some rest.
Yeah, and it is going to come down to how well these teams can deal with things. I mean, if Madness can keep this up, it's going to be a quick one. However, we saw the adaptation from Dawei in the previous game. We saw them change some things up on their defense / attack based on when they are going to get to have a go at that vice versa side, albeit. Can I just say, Ysera on the Maverick is absolutely clean with it. I don't think I've seen I don't think I've seen someone as proficient with a Maverick Torch as Ysera is in a long time. But yeah, highlight there from him. I just
honestly,
mention it,
artistic. It was like the strokes of a paintbrush. You're right.
Yeah. I
mean, they talk about efficiency as well. That's just kind of scary in the long run. Already we start to see some of this utility burn. Boku, if he plays this right in timing, he could actually sneak himself into the site. Looks like Shiba Nuts is in there as well. He's rotating it around, catches Booze. They've gone deep. Roku lines up 2 somehow. And Robust is trying to pitch in from behind. Pops the Nitro. Runchy as well. Nowhere near Robust. It's a big kill on 2-2 as well. 2 lineups, 2 teams to find him. And the 2 versus 3 becomes a scary prospect when Robust is hitting his shots like that. Proto, we will slow Runchy as well. Heading towards top right. Will now be able to relocate. Shiba Nuts with the big kill. Envied. And Madness take 3 on the fly.
almost a bit of a fumble there from them, letting those flanks come out, but did well to rectify the issue, deal with the problem. I also like there the reactivation of the Surya Gate, not specifically to stop the rotate there for the Mozzie, but it provides audio cue. Given that they knew he was in trophy, they had the main breach locked down. All they had to do was pop that Surya Gate so that it activated, and if he did try and re-egress through the trophy door, there would be an audible cue when the Surya Gate deactivated to let him pass through, which, I mean, that big brain in itself from Madness. But again, that is now speaking levels to the level of Siege that they are playing. I mean, look at this, 3-0, completely different to what we saw on Chalet, where we saw more of a back and forth play between these two teams, and it was just an absolute onslaught of 50-50 gunfights going in favor of one team round after round. But then, at the end of Cafe, we go to Chalet. Dawei take it 7-4. They managed to make that lead happen after they go onto the attacking side. But then we look at it here on Oregon. Madness have completely flipped the card once again. They are now 3-0 up, and they're not looking like they're going to stop at all. Ysera is going to employ the 0 this round as opposed to the Nomad. And Envy is actually going to be the one to jump on the knock. So a couple of interesting changes. But I mean, Dawei, they're honestly not doing much wrong. It is just coming down to the fact that Madness are so much more prepared for these late rounds and for these openers that it's really starting to show here in these rounds.
Well, they are getting themselves geared and ready. A 4th round for Madness would do no end of good. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, especially with Shubinut hitting shots like that, if they could do it.
God mode. Hold this. That was such a nice pre-fire. I mean, the ARX in the right hands can, again, it's very similar to the Maverick thing, but coming up main, Joe, he's good for 1. Runchi to go down. Shibnut to find a 2nd. On the Robust, almost a 3rd if he can take Vooz down, but he's not going to be able to. Envy will find Hennessy off screen, and Vooz very quickly in a 1 versus 4. Only a minute of play as Bars Panda, and there's not really much left for Vooz to deal with left on the site in terms of utility that he has. He's a Wamai. He doesn't have anything directly available. Can pop the Goyos to deny, but there's still a minute and a half left to play with. And in a 1v4, the bomb going down now, he's going to opt for the rotate, but I think this round is as good as Madness is for the 4th. He's going to, I believe, disappear. Indeed, he's going to go hide in small tower, and Dawei are going to have a little bit of a free tack timeout here for 45 seconds, and I don't blame them. They kind of need it. They're not even going to get that.
Yeah.
No,
Envy on the hunt. Madness for 4. Dawei, look, yeah, you can see the faces. They are looking to resign. They're resigning themselves a little bit in Shubinut's. Yeah, just a little bit of a like that could have gone far worse than it did. I think Dawei know that this is the beginning of the end. And
he's changed hat 3 times, by the way.
Yeah, Shubinut's is a man of fashion, a man of culture in this competition.
Finesse.
Yeah.
Fluidity.
But I think it's feeling like Dawei, look, they still smile. They're still all good. But they feel that they know that their run is closing here in the Ops League Season 5. But it has been one hell of a run. Truly impressive Siege from them. They're not out of it just yet. They are going to still make Madness work for it. But hopefully they can cut it deep in the run.
They've managed to take it to map 3, Panda, which, is big things alone for them, coming into this. Madness, they have taken a little bit to sort of get fired up, I think is the word that we're going to use. And, definitely showing. But again, we turn back to those back to basics maps. I mean, Cafe, yes, it's one of those more basic maps, but it was not good for them at all. Club in Oregon, though, if we're talking about the true OGs, we're looking at this right now. It is maps that we've seen Madness be comfortable on before anyway. Albeit more comfortable on maps like Chalet, like Theme, but interestingly enough, they actually lost that. So going into Oregon and walking away like they have so far in the first split, on a defender-sided map, mind you, this is absolutely massive showings from them.
Indeed it is. Shubinut's, he's waiting. He's saying, can I go, please? I want to go kill people. I want to close this map. And oh my god!
God mode.
It's not just Hennessy who can hit the wall bangs. That is massive. God mode dead. No more Legion. Those goo mines not going to be generating up. But Play tucked in and all. Shiba Nuts, he's almost good for it. Hennessy to the Titans. This match goes toe-to-toe to Wallbang. It's not quite there. It's a Jiggle Peak battle. The reload for Shiba Nuts. Envy finds Runchi. And unfortunately for Dawei, minus the down onto Shiba Nuts, the reinforcements are rapidly approaching. And yeah, Joe's going to lead the charge. And already Hennessy is well and truly out.
Yeah, I actually think he's fighting up in Tier 3 to play for possibility of a push from that attic rotate. But I agree with Madness in their choice here. They're going to just take the kills they've got. They're going to disappear. They're going to go play for the remainder of their site setup. Robust has come up to maybe attempt to help, but position given away. They're going to be watching those backstairs now. And I mean, look, Madness, again, a hat off to them for their attack. It has been an insane one. And, you know, given that they are still yet to lose a player going into the final minute, they found 2 insane kills, and Hennessy almost being dead as well. They are not really giving away much room to breathe at all in the slightest going into the final minute. It's just not looking too good at all for the way on the defense.
Not at all robust on the swing. Spots the multiple bodies. Hennessy is good for one. He's always good for one. He is not one to slouch away from a gunfighter. Unfortunately, Foos and Hennessy fall in quick succession. So does Robust, and Madness will take a 5th round on the fly. Big, big stuff from them.
Look, Dawei, it's been insane. It really has, but you can tell the fatigue is setting in. I mean, Dawei, at the start of the day, were the first players on stream to then come in and be the final. It has been a long night for them, just sitting around and simply waiting, trying to stay warm and, you know, continue at that level of play that they've been putting down all day. But at the moment, on this map, Oregon is just one that Madness seemed that one level up on, and they are really taking them to town. I mean, Shiba Nuts, an insane shot through the wall. He's starting to warm up. I mean, it's probably the camo hat. You've got to give him that. That has been the level up. You notice how every time he changes his hat, he gets slightly better. This is his final form. This is the final cap going into Oregon. This could be the perfect 6-0 half. This could even be the 7-0 Panda, provided that Madness can find this next round and then the first on their defense. But Dawei, I don't think they're going to let this go without too much of a fight. They're still giving it their all. But I mean, you can look at their cams and you can see already that they have definitely had their filling, and they are starting to tire.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I think is starting to tire in this matchup. It's been a long run. It's I just don't even know. It's such a battle. It's crazy. It's crazy that they're still here, duking it out round after round.
It really is. Panda, albeit this could be over soon, depending on how Madness go in the next couple of rounds. But swing on round to the bottom of main, Yasira could have been good for one. Unfortunately, going to miss that player swinging on round, and albeit no kills to come just yet. But I mean, look, it's a slower start for Madness here. They're not taking things too quickly, but Dawei, they're not really giving anything either.
Oh, look, Dawei, honestly, if I was Dawei, if I was a part of this team and I knew where I was, I would just look to have a bit of fun with these last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely getting bullied. Yeah, absolutely getting slammed. Yeah. Honestly, just pick the Cav. Go for a bit of fun. 5-man stack of security with a castle barricade. Just do something.
We have actually seen that before, believe it or not, with the castle stack. But yeah, Panda, it's Madness have definitely upped a gear here, or at least dropped one. But look, Dawei have been doing really well, especially given the last couple of maps. But Madness finding 2 kills, Robust to go down, Runchi will find Joe as well. So a 3v3, but I mean, these opening picks, God Mode and Vooz to go, it's just not the 2 picks you want to be losing, with especially losing gunfights like that. It's just unchained. It's a shame, but Raven's going to equalize at least. Sorry, Runchi. Gosh, going to keep doing that. But Panda, it's doable here. Dawei could walk away with their first defense round.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. There is every possibility. And Runchy, of course, he's going to hold on. Battlers that they are, Envy takes half a shot from the power cannon that is the M590. Envy looking to get himself the hell of a dodge, though. Wants to relocate, wants to find an angle. Might just be able to do it, too. It's completely, I mean, respectable as well that Dawei are looking to hold on the way they are.
Yeah, they've given it their all, absolute all, coming into this defense on Oregon, and yeah, they might not have found more of a, monumentous half. 5-1 is definitely a difficult task to put themselves in going into, their attacking side, but at the end of the day, they're going to find one, and that is some form of consolidation, albeit now they're going to have to find 5 in a row to at least make match point and 6 if they want to take the game. Madness, though, they're only 2 rounds away from winning this map, provided that they can do pretty much what they've been doing on the defense. And I'd imagine they probably can, Panda. Oregon looks like a map that they are so comfortable playing right now that Dawei have struggled round after round to do anything about it.
Oh dear. Look, 5-1 is better than a 6-0. That goes at the end of the day. Now though, Dawei are heading off the attack, which is where the struggle does start. And their defense has been solid. I'm anticipating the closeout here, but I'm ready for a bit of an upset.
I am. I'm expecting at least a few rounds from Dawei here, given that they have already proven that they can do such, but the deficit they find themselves in is definitely a difficult one to claw your way back from, provided that, 4 rounds are the minimum requirement that you need to equalize. It is a tall order, especially with Madness getting, the momentum that they have been sort of accumulating in these rounds. Dawei did finally manage to put a stop to it in the last, but is it too late? I mean, yes, they might find a couple here, but at the end, I don't think this game is salvageable for them unless they have the most insane attacking half I think we've seen tonight, because this is going to have to be a huge half from them. Hennessy's going to have to go big on the Zofia, and Runchy's going to have to pull huge on the Armor as well if they want to make it happen. The whole team is.
They really are. I mean, Hennessy could quite easily do it. I'm expecting him to pull up in a big way. Hey, honestly, what am I saying? I'm expecting the entire of the way to pull up in a big way. They know that it is their tournament lives on the line, so they are going to be trying to do everything they can. And I said, yeah, maybe have a bit of fun with it, but let's be honest. There's only so much fun you can have in this situation. You've worked this hard. You've gotten this deep into the tournament. Time for fun is, when you know you're about to lose. But, I mean, Dawei have proved that even in the face of it all, down to 5-0, they can still get themselves around.
Yeah, they just have to make the changes. And it did take them 5 rounds to make said changes, but with Envy opening up on the Vus, they're going to learn a very quick lesson is that you don't face check an M590 when it is in the way. And I mean, Hennessy with Nitro, it's going to land good, but Runchy survives. Somehow manages to live, but the M590 envied good for 2, looking for 3, he's good for the 3rd, can he make it 4? Looking for the Habana, no damage dealt, he's going to take a lot, he's going to opt for the reload here, the nade to push him back deep in the security, he's holding on, Shivanuts to find God mode, and Joe coming up, Freezer Madness, kick their defense off with a flawless round, and put themselves on match point. Dawei, it's not looking good.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Match point for Madness, series point for Madness. They win this, they're on to the Roosters tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow midday, I believe. It's Singapore time it starts. Is that Blacklist on in the background of Ysera?
I think it is actually.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's going to close out. I think this is going to be it. I think Madness win this.
Yeah, I think Madness will win this. 100%. I don't think there's really any doubt, given that given that they're 6-1. Dawei just haven't really found much traction at all here on Oregon, and at the end of the day, it is really showing for them. They're going to go for a full switch up Runchy onto the Dokkaebi God mode on the Thermite. Robust switching on to Maverick as well. Vooz is going to stick the Sledge. Hennessy on the Zoph. We've seen him do an insane amount of work on that operator. Isira will take a little bit of damage in the opening seconds of this round and actually will go down Hennessy to open things up on the Wamai. That is a huge operator to find early on, given that his ability is charge-based. And Jaeger, Shibanuts also could have gone down there. He's going to go for the swing. Some good damage dealt here by Hennessy. This position now for Shibanuts is going to be one that is going to be dealt with relatively quickly, but Joe's there for the trade at least. Hennessy to fall, that's Zoph dealt with. They're getting hyper-aggressive. Envied takes down God mode as well, and very quickly Panda a 3 versus 3 within the first 40 seconds.
Well, I mean, look, raise the stakes even higher. Why not? 3-on-3. Envied is low, but I mean, look at him. He's 10-3. He's always good for one more, even at low health. Right now, I mean, this is probably the best shot the way have stringing together another round.
It's going to have to be something. Dawei have got Envied on low HP. However, being 10-3 with that M590 in hand, it's a scary prospect going into. But they've lost their large hard breacher, that being Thermite. Robust now falling as well, leaving no avenue of hard destruction available for Dawei into the bomb site. And unfortunately here for Dawei, Madness are just furthering their lead in this possible final round. Dawei definitely still have a chance with Runchy and Vooz, but it's not looking amazing given the score that we've currently seen. Smoke's still available here as well. No Nitro, but Joe goes down. This could be a good start for Dawei. They might look to hold on one more, depending on how Madness can deal with this. It's going to be the push on into the site. The res is there, but Roku to find Vooz, and this could be it. It's a 1v3. Runchy's good for 2. Needs to find one more, and Roku to keep his team's dreams alive, and he will with the MK14. Dawei, hold on. After a huge 1v3 from Runchy.
Oh boy, of course, Runchy. He comes alive. I mean, they wasted both frag grenades. You can see how tired they are. 2 ADS in the room, in trophy with them. And you're sitting there and Vooz tries to throw two frag grenades only for them to get eaten. But Runchy, nah, he's not having it. He knows that the team is in dire straits. This is when the great players step up.
The boys are separated from the men, Blue Panda, in these instances. It is just insane scenes. Runchy going big. And you love to see it, Panda. I mean, it does add that level of, well, what could happen here? You know, 4 rounds is all that separates Dawei from OT. And if Runchy can keep that up, I mean, Hennessy can pick up as well. It's going to be insane if they can continue all the way to OT. I mean, 5 unanswered rounds put us on max, well, not max OT, but the first iteration of OT would be insane for Dawei. I mean, what a way to end, or at least what a way to close out this map for tonight. Whether or not they win it or lose it, I think Dawei have definitely shown that they are a team that can go up against some of the best and just absolutely have fun. You know, it has been an absolute showing from them this evening. It really has.
Oh boy, yeah. Look, today, I mean, honestly, the whole playoffs is just not disappointing. Other than the tech issues, on the whole, even with the tech issues included, Invictus still played a hell of a best of 3. So did Rooster. I mean, it would have been better, yes, if we didn't have them. It was unnecessary, but it was still great siege to watch.
I loved every bit of it. Albeit, and I will be tuning in tomorrow to watch the finals, but we're here still in this final game, Dawei versus Madness, 2-6, and with a jump out like that for Madness, Envied takes the life of Hennessy. he's going to get away with his. The white window opened up. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Unfortunately for Vu's a little bit too slow on that one. Had the pre-fire been there instead of the window open with the sledgehammer, he might have actually found that kill, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. Nade through to deep into Pit. However, the play's already moved back. Will clear out the Malusi charge as well. So Pit's opened up, but Joe's not ready to give it up just yet. Lovely headshot on the robust Crunchy will take down Invade, but Panda, it's 4 versus 3. The wall yet to be cleared off, and Madness, they've got good positional here.
Madness, yeah, they've got the utility as well. They just got to play the timing around it. If Roku can get below and utilize that nice cell as well, it's just going to be icing on the cake. The biggest problem in Hurdle to avoid will be Runchy, of course. I mean, 1v3 clutch up was massive in that last round. See him have to repeat it though, it's a tall task.
Yeah, look. Him pulling that off again is going to be difficult, given that Madness have most likely learned their lesson. Albeit 50 seconds in play. Going to be opening up avenues here to walk around at the top of the main. They've got to get the wall open, and indeed, I believe they already have. So it's going to be the play for the bomb plant. They are yet to get it down. They're yet to make it in. They've got the crossfires set up. They're just sort of dictating when and where they want to go from. They don't have a Dokkan Call to play with. They don't have frag grenade or flashbangs to make anything happen. It is just going to have to be a brute force right into the site here. They're going to walk on in for one. Joe to go down. There is a small amount of damage dealt, but not enough to find the kill onto Ysera. Roku to take down Runchy. And very quickly, Shibanut finds Vuz, and that is it. Shibanut's for 2. Madness. They're going to close things out here on Oregon on the 9th round, and what a series it has been.
My lord, Madness, they are going to get the rematch against Roosters in the lower bracket. Final tomorrow, but a hard-fought victory for them. Every single series play for them so far, besides that first round of the lower bracket, has gone 3 maps, 3 against Trinitas, 3 against Roosters, and now 3 against Dawei Proto. That brings us to the end. 5 minutes short of 10 hours and 40 minutes. So we're 10 hours, 40 minutes into this broadcast.
We've been holding down the fort here in the booth, Panda, and I mean, look, jokes aside, everything that has been said today has been an absolutely monumentous showing from everyone. Production, the teams on for this afternoon's and evening's games. I mean, just the sheer level of siege that we've been sort of able to witness this afternoon. It has been an absolute pleasure. It really has. The first sort of warm-up that we got this morning, theme, both of the best of ones, were just a small taste of what we were going to get from Dawei and Madness throughout the rest of this evening. And you look, at the end of the day, Madness are going to come out on top from the lower bracket. But you really do have to give it to them. It was an absolutely amazing set of games to watch. I mean, having all of them go to OT, or at least the third map, yes, may have been dubious, but it was fruitful. There was some content, and we've definitely had fun. I mean, what a way to end the night off. A 7-2, the quickest game of today in the best of threes, might I add. So very well done, Madness. But I mean, look, what a way to close things out.
Yeah, it does bring us to the end of play day number 2 of the playoffs. Of course, we have our 2 matches locked in. Madness versus Rooster in the lower break final. And then, of course, whoever wins that on to versus Invictus in that best of 5 grand final to close out the day. From the sounds of it, I have had a bit of a chat around. The Invictus boys, they're exhausted. They're going to be heading to bed. Most of them already are. So they get themselves a good rest ahead of tomorrow. But look, Proto, that does bring us to the end. When we come back tomorrow, we'll see who takes Ops League Season 5 and the crown. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Sophia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
先生。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ、話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime.